And we're back with the Mythic Dungeon International final day of our final cup in Season 4. Hello everyone, I'm Jack and joined by Tettles, Ironic, and Nagura as we look to see which teams are going to be eliminated today and who will be our third America's Cup champion. Now, not only are they playing for that Cup championship, but they're also going to be playing for seeding, as we have pretty much the top 4 teams, but we don't exactly know where they're going to end up. So as we take a look at our global finals bracket as it stands, we'll be looking at who is going to face off against our top 4 teams in Europe as we look at our seeding coming into today. And we're expecting Method NA to get that number 1 seed right now, Zyro, but the other 3 seeds are a bit more up for grabs.
Yeah, so the only actual scenario in which a team could overtake the other place's position in terms of seeding right now, with Method NA first, Ethical second, Complexity Limit third, and Goosy Bad fourth, is if Ethical loses the grand finals and then loses the lower finals to Complexity Limit, and Complexity Limit goes on to win the tournament. They would lock up the second seed then. In a similar fashion, if Ethical wins their upper bracket finals match today, they would then lock in the second seed for themselves as well. So there's a couple pretty important matches throughout the day, and starting off right off the bat here with Complexity Limit versus Goosy Bad, we could see, you know, if Goosy Bad wins this right now, I think our seeding is just completely locked up for the finals.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be our first matchup as we transition over to our bracket for this weekend. And like you mentioned, Complexity Limit, Goosy Bad are chilling right now, about to square off in our first game. We also have Villains and One Last Chance in the lower bracket, while Method NA and Ethical once again in that upper bracket, upper finals right now, waiting to square off, waiting for those first couple of elimination rounds. And we saw some good games out of, you know, a number of different teams thus far. We saw, you know, some pretty impressive performances by some of our lower seeded teams as well, Nagura.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're impressed with the number 7, number 8 seed specifically, which in the past we saw teams that entered the tournament for the very first time and then just end up not playing proper strategies, maybe not running the comps. But this time around, we saw the teams actually practice quite a lot coming into the tournament. And even though we saw some interesting comps, specifically from ramping, they still performed pretty well. Unfortunately, they did get eliminated, but we still have one last chance, and that they're the number 7 seed, that are still in the tournament as well. And we have Villains, which are the number 5 seeds. So yeah, I think they performed pretty well. Now, when it comes to the higher seeded teams, I think Method NA and Ethical performed as always very consistent, while Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad maybe didn't perform as well as they should have, or as to be expected.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is, what are our expectations coming in for some of these matchups? And as we look at Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad, both of them had a really rough day yesterday, Tettles.
I feel like I would almost attribute that to probably practice time coming into this week. I would assume that the teams probably took it a little bit more lax on practice, knowing that the likelihood of them being locked up for a global final spot is fairly high. So I suspect that the practice schedule was a little bit lighter, and the results are pointing towards that with just how both of these teams played yesterday.
Yeah, and not only was, I think, practice coming into question, but also some of the dedication, as we were, you know, missing out on the tank for Goosy Bad in their first series. They had to forfeit, drop down to the lower bracket really early on. You know, some kind of communication issues and things like that. And, you know, there's some connection issues on the side of Complexity Limit that they're having, Zyro.
Yeah, so we talked about it briefly yesterday a little bit, but one of their players has just been having 2K MS problems. This has been going on throughout practice as well, so I think it's been hitting them pretty hard in the morale department. It's pretty hard to play a dungeon whenever one of your players is just like not really able to be there 100%. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily going to cause all of their problems, but still, it's pretty difficult to deal a dungeon when you kind of have half a player, right?
Yeah, something always in the back of your mind that you have to be worrying about. And as we look at our map pool for the first series, we are getting bans immediately for King's Rest and Tol de Gore. So we'll be going into Motherload to start us off, followed by Boralus, then Freehold. So we already seen, Tettles, how some teams have had some big scuffs and some big mistakes in Motherload, especially with these ridiculously difficult and ridiculously punishing affixes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And especially if teams are looking to do that 6, 7, 8 Peacekeeper pull at the very beginning where you're vanishing off and melding off the threat from the rest of the trash mobs and only doing those peacekeepers all together. If you make a large mistake at the very beginning, it is very hard to recover. So we'll end up seeing how these teams do strategy-wise. I think we saw Complexity Limit versus Ethical in Motherload, so we know Complexity Limit is playing a more standard route where they're bringing the double Death Knight, and then they're just kind of blasting down just like a huge pull at the very beginning. I wonder what Goosy Bad's going to do, though.
All right, well, we'll see as we're ready to go with game number 1 kicking off between Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad.
All right, so we see the double DK comp and Havoc as Tattles mentioned on Complexity Limit side, meaning there's no Soothe, so no Enrage Dispel on their side, while Goosy Bad is running that double Hunter comp plus the DK, means it's going to be a little bit easier for them to handle that Raging. And both of them also dealing with this Tank Buster here immediately.
Yeah, both of them just opting to go for the Tank Buster. I'm kind of interested to see that they're doing that with that Hunter comp, because you are going to be much more able to deal with the Tank Buster with the final boss. So interesting choice from Goosy Bad. It makes perfect sense for Complexity Limit not having a pet taunt. But they could also just be using this to set themselves up for a big pull inside of this room, which is something that we saw typically last season a lot. Not so much this season, but we also haven't seen that much Motherload this season compared to previous seasons either. But yeah, you're going to be killing this Awakened mob inside the room on the side of Complexity Limit, whereas Goosy Bad is going to be setting up in a similar fashion. Not quite inside, but just outside.
Yeah, it looks like they're also very close to each other as well by killing this Awakened mob. Complexity Limit slightly faster. And now they're gearing up to do a pretty significant pull. They do have their Bloodlust available, which they're very likely going to use on this one. We see a lot of those, a lot of the laborers gathering up on Max. They do a wrench throw, which actually does a lot of initial damage. So there needs to be some sort of cooldown used at the start here on the pull. But Max is totally fine, and now he is just running away, making sure he gathers everything up, while the rest of the team is trying to finish off the mobs here. We'll see cooldowns being popped in a second once he's done gathering everything, it seems like.
It looks like they're actually just pulling everything. And the Bloodlust is popped. Everything is inside. This is where the Unholy DKs are going to pop off. They've had plenty of ramp time so far. And we're going to see them go up in about probably 5 to 10 seconds here. There we go. Eric sort of starting to pop up there. And then once they actually start ramping, they'll do a lot of damage. But Twisted dropping incredibly low. Needs to top himself off. That was probably one of those charges from the Addled Thugs, but then on Fired Up also goes down, but it doesn't really matter at this point because most of the damage is out. Yeah, they're going to lose a little bit of the cleave damage on the Peacekeepers, but they don't really need him to get up, so he's probably going to decline that battle res. Oh, no, he ended up taking it here, which is a little interesting considering both Peacekeepers are going to be pretty low, and they're just going to be single targeting down that Peacekeeper, so that's going to be something to keep an eye on. Maybe they want to chain.
Yeah, maybe they want to chain this Peacekeeper into like another pack and didn't want to wait. I mean, it's probably just for a time gain, but I think I probably would have played it safe just because of the volatility of this dungeon, right? You have Fortified Raging, which is a combination of affixes that we don't see in live servers just because it's so hard to deal with. So I feel like playing it safe might have been a better choice here because there's so many deaths that can happen later on, especially the way Limit plays this dungeon. Limit is just not having any Soothe. They just brute force it and just try to nuke the mobs as fast as possible once they are in this raging range, which means there's definitely going to be, or there is a possibility for people to just randomly die to, let's say, a Thug charge, this raging, plus a grease can from a mech jockey, or any number of things that can happen to you here that just straight up kills you without any counterplay, basically.
Well, not only that, it's just if the Addled Thug also gets an Inhale Vapor cast off and then goes into Raging, it's doing like 4 times the damage it normally would do, right? Yeah. If you add that all up together. So you're not going to live a charge from there. And that's probably what happened to him Fired Up there. There's no living through that. The only counterplay there was to kill the Addled Thugs before they were able to get their charges off, or just 2 charges could have killed him too. So not ideal to have those charges go off in the Raging for them with no Soothe like you mentioned. But moving on, both teams doing larger pulls. These 4 Peacekeepers are going to be similar to the trash count that Goosy Bad is at, but you can kind of see the dichotomy of the pulls in this early part of Motherload. Yeah, you can go for the big pulls, but if the execution isn't that great, it's not really going to be that much faster than the smaller, more concise pulls that Goosy Bad is going for with that Hunter comp.
Yeah, and also the thing about these kind of pulls here, the DKs obviously do have a large portion of AoE, like they do a lot more burst AoE than a Hunter can, but a Hunter has this like high consistent damage specifically on their priority targets, which are the Peacekeepers. And we saw Complexity Limit making, like they dealt with all of the lower HP mobs really quickly. All the vendors, the laborers, they all died immediately, but then the Peacekeepers stayed alive for quite a while because they had to finish them off without any sort of cooldowns left. On the other hand, Goosy Bad, they pull smaller, but they have so much damage for the Peacekeepers that their pulls are significantly faster because of the priority damage that the Hunters provide. This is why we see Hunters in Motherload as well, which is usually a really like AoE heavy dungeon, but because of this Peacekeeper area and Hunters just being so good at that priority target damage, they just really shine there as well. As they're already on 56% here on Crowd Pounder, so they're doing an incredible job here. They're slightly ahead, not by a lot, as Complexity Limit is going to be pulling the boss soon as well, though.
Yep, and of course they have the burst damage of the double Army of the Dead plus the Unholy DK Cleave with the Peacekeeper here. They'll be catching up a little bit here with that burst damage for sure. Unless they're just not popping the armor. It wouldn't surprise me actually if they don't end up never mind. Spoke too soon. Army that is coming out from both DKs. But I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't pop them here, if they just saved them for some massive pull afterwards. But, you know, I could see it going both ways for, you know, in regards to which could be better for more single target damage. But you can see how quickly that boss melts when it has those 3 stacks of that bomb debuff on it, taking 150% increased damage. It's pretty ridiculous how quickly the boss melts when you have cooldowns up.
Yep, definitely. You can see the DKs with their cooldowns definitely really ramping up, basically, just because of this amplifier that you have on the boss. But Goosy Bad now down the boss. Considering how much faster they pulled the boss, they actually didn't... Like, Complexity Limit actually caught up quite a lot with their cooldowns and the DKs, right? Goosy Bad is also slightly behind in Trash, but it's only 2%, so it's not actually a super big deal. And now they're gathering up a really huge pull on Goosy Bad's side. Gotta keep an eye on that because there's so many things that can go wrong here.
Yep, you have to keep an eye on that DK. If Cryptix ends up going down, this could be a really dangerous pull because you're gonna have to kite it out. And every single time we've seen this pull kited out, something goes wrong. Errant rock lances could just one-shot players. So as long as Cryptix is able to get his massive AoE burst damage off, they're gonna be fine. And it looks like they're gonna be completely clean here. As you can see, DK 1.3 million DPS. That's pretty good.
Yep, and they got 20% trash by just one pull. They pulled the Extractor pack plus all of the Zapper packs as well. That was basically 5 packs in one, and that was very well executed. And this, of course, also just having that burst AoE from that Unholy DK helping them out there a lot. And now it looks like they're dealing with Void Weaver, which definitely is interesting because after this Void Weaver, they're gonna be on 2 obelisks, meaning that they're only going to be dealing with 2 Awaken Mobs on the last boss if they don't use any more obelisks later on, which, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a safe play, but thinking about how easy they have it with their Hunter comms is definitely something to think about. But yeah, Twisted going down for limit here in their big pull.
Wow, it looks like they're barely going to be able to make the pull, even though Twisted was down for the majority of it, not able to have that Way of the Crane active and healing his entire group. But it makes sense, right? Most of the Warriors' defensives are preventative damage, so as long as he gets a little bit of good RNG with, you know, blocks and preventing damage, he'll be fine. And you just have to live long enough for Unholy DKs to burst down, and that's kind of the advantage of having the double Unholy DK comp, right? You can burst through that quickly enough somehow without a healer, and barely be able to finish the pull off when your Warriors' cooldowns run out. That was that was a scary moment, but they're able to just barely pull it off.
Yeah, and now because Limit is not actually dealing with the Void Weaver, they all of a sudden caught up to Goosy Bad, right? They're now on the boss, same way as Goosy Bad. Goosy dealing with this Void Weaver took them quite a while. That was the difference between those 2 teams. And now we see Limit gearing up to pull Azrock and also pulling this Ascari trash pack on top, which will slow their boss kill down by quite a bit just because of the way this mini boss works with the cover ability, meaning that the Ascari just gets a damage reduction and it redirects all of the damage around. I'm fired up going down. They do not have a Battle Rest. This means they have to, they either have to wait for the Battle Rest to come back up or they're resetting, but it is fortified, so they should be able to do this without him, but this definitely is going to cost them quite some time.
Yeah, the catch-up that they had from skipping Void Over Mouth is probably going to be mostly gone at this point, and it looks like most of Eric's burst AoE damage is gone, so a lot of this trash is going to stay alive for quite a bit longer. Now, that being said, most of it isn't going to be that dangerous, right? The things you have to look out for are the Rock Lances from the Earth Shaper. If any of those go off, they could be a lot of damage, especially once they reach Raging, so they're going to have to focus down that Earth Shaper. It's in the Raging Affix. Other than that, it's just going to be mostly tank damage, so Twisted is going to be pretty much healing max as much as possible here. But you have to remember, it's the Grieving Affix as well, and because of that Grievous Affix, Eric goes down to the Fixate from that Earth Rager, and with 2 DPS down, you have to imagine that they're going to go for a reset here, right? But they still have Trash alive is the problem.
Yeah, and Twist is really low on mana. They do not have Shadow Meld available right now because they used the Shadow Meld to skip all the way to the boss. So that means they have to fight this boss until Shadow Meld is available if they want to reset Astaroth and reset the Trash as well. But that is going to be a huge time loss because look at the Trash. I mean, Ascari is on 25% HP, meaning that if they have to reset all of that, will cost them quite a lot of time. So it looks like they might just want to finish this off. One Battle Rest is coming up right now, so they can use an Engineering Rest to get one Damage Dealer back up. But yeah, huge time loss, while Goosy Bad is already on Sparkflex now.
Yep, Goosy Bad, on the other hand, has had a completely clean dungeon so far. No major issues for them. They are going to be slightly behind in Trash percentage because of that Ascari pull from Complexity Limit, but no deaths on the board, 30-second advantage in terms of deaths there. It's looking good for them right now. As long as they're able to stay clean throughout the rest of the dungeon, they will be able to secure this win. So all eyes right now are on them as they engage Rix of Flux Flame. And they're going for the pretty typical pull that we see from most of our teams nowadays, where you pull that War Machine pack on top of the boss just for a little extra free cleave for your classes.
Yep, it really helps out the Hunters to get their cooldowns back up faster. And it's just very efficient Trash percentage, especially because none of the affixes really make this pull more difficult. There's no Bolstering or Sanguine, which would make this pull very hard. Of course, Grievous and Raging can be an issue, but because of the comp they are running with the double Hunters, they can actually just dispel or soothe the Raging off, which makes it a lot easier for Goosy Bad's composition, while for Complexity Limit, these kind of Trash on top of boss pulls are definitely a lot harder for them without that Soothe available to them. Now, Goosy Bad is dropping incredibly low, though, with the Grievous effect on everybody, but with all the Trash down, they should be able to just easily finish off Rixa.
Yep, for sure. And we're probably going to see something similar from Complexity Limit that we saw from Goosy Bad here, where you end up pulling this Obelisk. Although they might opt to, knowing these guys, they do run different strategies sometimes based off of how they feel where they are in the dungeon. Sometimes they'll just go for a Trash skip and just say we're going to pull an Obelisk with the final boss because we know we're behind, but it looks like they're opting to not do that here. They're just going to be going for the Obelisk pull.
Yep, looks like they're dealing with that and then deal with the Obelisk, because they did skip Void Weaver, right? Which means they would have 3 to deal with, which for Complexity Limit with their comp that they're running, it is really hard to deal with 3 Obelisks on the last boss, just because they don't have the Hunters available to outrange all of the pulls on the floor, to taunt the Tank Capacitor in case there was one, and so on. So definitely a little bit riskier for them to play the Obelisk compared to maybe the Hunter comp. Goosy Bad, on the other hand, they are dealing with some of the War Machine packs here right after Rixa. They only have 2 Awaken mobs, so theoretically they could skip all the way to the boss now. They could enter the Obelisk, go all the way to the boss, have one Hunter stay out, get them in boss combat, and then basically skip Samrak that way. They can also just run past and Shadow Meld, right? Because they have a full Night Elf comp, which seems to be what they want to do.
Yep, that's going to be pretty typical. Another done with Trash in the dungeon because of this, just because of the Awakened mobs. Yep's going to pull those mobs to the right just to make sure nobody accidentally stays in combat just from being in leash range of them, and they're going to be totally fine. Yep sleeps in, Shadow Melds off the aggro, everyone's out of combat, and they're ready to engage the final boss, Mogul Rise Dunk, at the same time as Complexity Limit gets to the third platform of Rix of Flux Flame. So a full boss advantage right now for Goosy Bad.
Yep, so it looks like they have Samrak and the Blood of the Corruptor here to deal with. The Blood really should not be a problem for them at all with the comp they're running. And Samrak can cause some issues, but they have a bunch of things to deal with the fear. They do have the Revival to get rid of the first one, which Hante just used. And then afterwards, they can use their immunities. They have AMS, they have Turtle to just get rid of that. And they also have the single target Dispel. And the Warrior can just get rid of it as well with Berserking, I believe it's called. Right?
I think so.
you know what I mean, though.
Yeah. I know what you mean. But the Blood of the Corruptor actually posing kind of a problem here for Goosy Bad. They're kind of getting cornered by those puddles, and if they do have to end up going to that corner because of the Boomba's positioning, they could be in a world of hurt. So they're going to have to focus that Blood of the Corruptor down just to make sure they don't get kind of cut off by those puddles on the ground. Looks like that's what they're doing right now. Blood of the Corruptor will be going down here shortly, hopefully before the next cast. But that Rapid Fire is doing a lot of damage to the group. Everyone's now in that Grievous Affix. Hunte's going to have to spend some mana making sure he gets everyone's topped off. And right now, just Kevin's still in that Grievous Affix. So good job from Hunte keeping everyone alive. However, over on Complexity Limit, we've had Eric go down on Rix of Flux Flame. No battle res on the board for them, so they're going to have to deal with 2 DPS for the rest of this boss here.
Yeah, so it looks like Complexity Limit, they definitely... They didn't have any major wipes, but they are up to 7 deaths now. Just random people dying on a pull, random people dying on a boss. And it just adds up at some point, right? They're up to 35 seconds penalty here, which... And then they had to, 3-mana boss, 4-mana boss. It really cost them a lot of time overall to have these random deaths here without the battle rest available. So yeah, Complexity Limit, not their best showing here in this dungeon. They did win against Ethical in Motherload, but Ethical had huge problems, had like up to 16 deaths, I believe, and they also ended up not doing that Peacekeeper full, so it definitely maybe it didn't go too well for them. But yeah, Goosy Bad on their side, 0 deaths, incredibly clean run by them. And one thing to note though is that they're missing a little bit of percent, which they can get it right after the boss, but this is probably not planned. They probably forgot about something on the way.
Potentially. They could just finish off that last percentage by, collecting 3 bombs in this area, and that would finish off the trash percentage. So I don't think it's going to be that major of an issue as long as they're able to finish off Mogul Razdunk. And of course, once you're through the transition phase, there's not really too much else that can go wrong unless everyone decides to rapid fire to the face for a little bit. So they're going to be totally fine after this. And it looks like we're going to have a 1-0 from Goosy Bad. And you kind of just have to wonder what's up with Complexity Limit, right? We've seen so much. We've seen flashes of brilliance from this team, but it just looks like they're not on this week. I don't really know how else to frame it. They're just not playing well at all.
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely cause some issues with the lags that they're having on one of their players, and maybe it really is the fact that they basically thought that they already have their seed locked in, and maybe they just didn't want to get for the higher seed, even though I feel like that is very important to them, right? I think having 2nd seed over 3rd or 4th is actually very important, because then you don't have to face Method, EU, or Perplex on the EU and Asia region. I think that would be very important, but maybe they thought it's just not worth it for them. But now we see Goosy Bad actually getting that last percentage and winning the first game against Complexity Limit 1-0.
That's right, Goosy Bad just getting their groove back as well as they take that first game, and Complexity Limit kind of more errors abound, Tettles.
Again, it's like we were talking about earlier. I'm pretty sure just the amount of practice that they were able to put in this week was probably significantly limited. I know Max tweeted something about Fired Up having to study for finals, so maybe this was Fired Up's finals week. It's really hard to say, but it's clear that they haven't put in as much practice as they have, especially compared to previous weeks. Because in the previous weeks, they looked like a very competitive and very capable team. Haven't looked so hot this week. It just happens, right? Especially whenever you are doing a bunch of speed running, and the affixes are so variable. If you don't have a lot of time to put in, your quality is going to vary.
And I think something else that we haven't really mentioned as well, and this applies to all the teams, is, we're going on 6 weeks now of MDI Cup play. It's a week in, week out series. 1 week you have time trials, you gotta practice for that for 5 days. Then the next week you have Cup play, and it's a lot to deal with. The World First race itself is only 2 or 3 weeks of actual prep and play, so double that for this, that's a lot of work that these teams have to put in, and it can weigh down on you after a while.
In the meantime, Goosy Bad looked pretty sick here. 1556 and ML is, and they also had 0 deaths. That's nothing to really scoff at. Sure, they played 2 obelisks with Mogul Razdunk, but realistically, this is a really good run from them. I was pretty impressed with how they played out this dungeon.
Yeah, let's talk about that some more as we got our replays ready.
Yeah, so at the very beginning, we saw Goosy Bad and Complexity Limit doing a pretty similar pull with how large they were going, where Goosy Bad here, you saw Yips Lightfoot potioning, grouping up all the mobs, making sure that they all got stacked for those Hunters multi-shot, 4 Cryptics to be able to drop that Death and Decay, that Unholy Frenzy coming out as well, that APOC, all of that damage to be able to be bursted. Then Complexity Limit, showing how you are able to actually pull a bunch of Peacekeepers at once. You don't tank them is the secret. You actually just kite them around the whole entire time. So you saw Max just running around, being able to kite them. Beyond that, it was pretty straightforward. Goosy Bad does a really big pull after coin-operated crowd pummeler to get a significant amount of count. Then they play Spider. I don't know how I really feel about the fact that they played Spider and Urgroth with a double Hunter comp, but if they feel like that's super safe for them, more power to them. They play the War Machine into Rixa, which is not easy on tank damage, and they are able to come away with a win in match 1.
That's right, they get the big win, and that's also going to start moving us on into Siege of Boralus. And time trial dungeon once again. Complexity Limit's got about a minute advantage on this one, Nagura, but there's consistency. There's the coming into question of how well are they going to be able to play in cups, because it seems like just about every dungeon there's been some catastrophic issues going on.
Yeah, and we haven't seen them in Siege so far yet. They did have a really good time, right? As you mentioned in time trials, they were only 7 seconds slower than Method NA, which had the number 1 seed there, and Goosy Bad, on the other hand, which had the number 3 seed, they were almost 1 minute behind. So there must be a really nice strategy that they have, Complexity Limit, but in the end, if it's a really risky strategy to make up this 1 minute compared to Goosy Bad, and they end up having to do something completely crazy and they can't execute it properly, and they don't have the consistency here on tournament, then I definitely see this going Goosy Bad's way again. Because let's be honest here, I don't think Complexity Limit had one dungeon that they played completely cleanly so far, in this tournament at least, this week. So it really seems like they're just having some issues, not really sure which ones. We can speculate about it, but in the end, they're just having issues, right? So Goosy Bad, I think if they played cleanly, then even though there's a time difference in the time trials, I still think it's going to be going Goosy Bad's way, because just too many issues for Limit here.
Yeah, and that's really just been the name of the game in many cases, that there's just been something holding them back, something causing issues, and a lot of times, it's not only just one thing coming in, it's just a myriad of issues.
Well, like, you think about it this way, right? Your first 2 cup tournaments, you come out, you have these ridiculously competitive matches against the best team in the region in Method A in the winners finals, and you're like, all right, cool, we're ramping up, we're practicing all the dungeons, we're getting more, familiar with our strategy in each dungeon, and then right before the 3rd cup, which is where you really want to take off, one of your players is slammed with internet issues. So not only are you unable to really get any good practice in, but you don't really get to show it off on stage, and you play badly in your first match. This all just weighs down on you more and more and more, and it can cause really bad morale issues. Now, obviously, I don't know if that's happening for sure, but that's just hypothetical scenario, right?
I think
that's just our job to speculate.
So I think the reason that we're so hard on them is because we expect more.
We expect more.
I think it's more of the point that we're making.
Yeah.
Most certainly, and and that's what we are constantly going to be looking at as we're getting ourselves ready to go, as game number 2 kicks off right now in Siege.
All right, so we're gonna see how these teams played a Siege, and we already see a little bit of a different comp here from Goosy Bad, as they are running a rogue in their comp. In the time trials, I'm pretty sure they actually played Vengeance Demon Hunter and Triple Rogue, and now they switched it up to a Prod Warrior, Triple Hunter, sorry, and now they switched it up to include one Rogue and have the Warrior instead of the Vengeance Demon Hunter, which is very interesting, but it means they really put in some practice between time trials and the actual tournament, probably improving their strategy somehow, which we'll see what they do. They already engaged this first pull here. While Complexity Limit, they are stealthing past some of this trash here.
Yeah, so what the Rogue brings in this dungeon in particular is the fact that you can use Shroud skips to skip things. You can see that Goosy Bad actually ended up engaging this pull about 12 to 15 seconds faster than Complexity Limit just because of their Shroud there. Max and Twisted Firm Limit both had to use invisibility potions to finish off that entire first on skip. Also, we know later on in the dungeon you can opt to skip the first obelisk right after the second boss, right after Dread Captain, just by using a Shroud and running to that spot, or that you would normally take the obelisk to. So we'll see if they're going to go for that option as well. That is going to mean they'd have to play one extra obelisk on the final boss, which is incredibly dangerous on Vikgoth. But those are just potential benefits to having that Rogue. And then of course, with how much Rogue we've seen in previous seasons, that it brings so much just single target utility to bring along with some pretty solid overall damage. It's not a bad pickup at all in Siege.
Yeah, definitely not. And we see both of the teams actually do use their Bloodlust for the initial trash pull. It is a fortified dungeon, so using Bloodlust for trash is definitely very efficient. We also do have Volcanic, which usually is a non-affix for these kind of teams. And then we have Bursting as well, which Bursting can actually be pretty annoying in Siege specifically. In other dungeons, it can be handled well, but in Siege, because of the way you deal with trash, which is with the Spotter's artillery, with the friendly fire, it can definitely cause to refresh Bursting at the very end or have really high stacks. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on how both of these teams deal with the Bursting. But right now they are still fighting the first boss. Goosy Bad slightly ahead because they did engage first.
Wait a minute, is it push week on Tournament Realm right now?
Right?
Those are literally the affixes
are
we've
live
been running
servers,
all
yeah.
week. Only a 19, come on guys, where's the 27? Andy, let's go. But yeah, I mean, you can see the advantage that having the third hunter brings, especially on a boss like that, and in addition to the single target damage we know the complexity limit players can push out, they were able to finish off the first boss at the exact same time as Goosy Bad, even though Goosy Bad had that 15 or so second advantage in pulling that first section of the dungeon. So Hunter comp definitely coming in strong there for them, but we're gonna have to see how it plays out over the rest of the dungeon.
Yep, and for now, I think they actually did the exact same pulls as well, right? They pulled the same trash groups, they pulled the same, they used Bloodlust at the same time. They also pulled this commander here on top right after the Marauders, and now they move on to the next trash pack, which is right in front of this Obelisk. We'll see if they deal with Void Weaver. It is very likely that they do, because in this dungeon on Volstead, if you have a lot of awakened mobs to deal with, it's just incredibly dangerous because of the way the tentacles work, meaning the tank can't really move away from the Demolisher, otherwise it will be AoEing the group. And it's also going to be hard for the teams to interrupt, let's say a Void Weaver, if it's standing at the tank and Demolisher and they're hitting the gripping tentacle, right? So it's definitely just really hard to deal with Obelisk here overall, but does look like Complexity Limit is skipping the Void Weaver.
Yeah, both teams skipping the Void Weaver, moving right into that spotter trash, and it's pretty much neck and neck right now, with Goosy Bad having an ever so slight lead in terms of their trash percentage and where they are in the dungeon, just pulling that spotter probably 5 seconds or so before complexity limit. So right now it's all eyes on both teams as they try to deal with the same amount of trash packs as well. And it's just going to come down to how well they deal with those spotter circles, right? I don't think there's really any particular comp advantage now, except for the single target boss damage between the teams, because the vast majority of your trash damage on this dungeon is going to be from those spotter sided artilleries. So it's really going to come down to a pure execution based game. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Complexity Limit can kind of shape up and have a solid match here, because we know Goosy Bad is bringing their A game based off of that last map.
Yeah, definitely. Now we see that they're both done with that spotter. Somehow Goosy Bad managed to get 3% more trash compared to Complexity Limit being on 27. I'm not sure where they got this extra trash percentage from, because it looked like they're doing the exact same pulls. But maybe did Complexity Limit actually just skip the commander on their side? Should have melted off? That might have been the difference. Yeah, I didn't see that either. But yeah, slight favor here in Goosy Bad for getting like 3% extra trash somehow, which means they're going to be slightly ahead. Doesn't necessarily mean much, because as long as they don't have to do an extra pull on Complexity Limit side, it could just be the same thing. But we will see later on as they're dealing with this commander here on their side, which is still pretty high HP.
Yep, and you can see now there's a little bit of a difference there. Yips was pulling some of those Marauders at the beginning of the trash pack, and now Complexity Limit is pulling them in at the end of the trash pack when only the commander's alive. Just both teams making sure they're managing their bursting stacks carefully here to not take too much damage from that FX. Of course, once it ramps up to like 4 or 5 stacks, it's pretty big deal to deal with. But you can see the commander going down for both teams at roughly the exact same time. Both teams now engaging Dread Captain Lockwood Limit, a slight advantage on when they actually engage the boss. And it's all going to come down to, once again, the spotter on this trash right now. None of those side artilleries actually hitting the mobs, but I think right now they're just going for straight up as much Dread Captain Lockwood damage as possible, because the name of the game here is to try to skip that next intermission phase. They really need to make sure they're pumping out as much single target damage as possible.
Yep, so we see Goosy Bad actually managed to get Lockwood slightly lower before she went into that intermission phase. It's going to be a huge difference if one team gets one extra intermission phase compared to the other, right? Because Lockwood does not actually die when she jumps away, even if she still has some bleed effects or dots on it. Twisted actually dropping incredibly low. He's got the debuff from the boss here.
The gut shot, yeah.
Oh, there's 2 even. One is on fired up as well. On top of all that, he's bursting. And it oh my god, it refresh as well on 4. Wow, okay, that was a huge amount of healing coming out of Twisted here, having to heal all of the bursting plus the gunshot on himself, and I'm fired up there.
Keep an eye on the energy bar at the bottom. Once that fills up, the boss will jump back onto the ship, and they will have to do an extra intermission phase. It's going to be really close for Complexity Limit. Looks like Goosy Bad is doing a slightly better job of dealing with the single target damage, but you have to remember the ring of peace at the end here will slightly delay the intermission phase, and they're just barely able to get through their boss without dealing with the intermission phase. It's going to be really close for Goosy Bad here. The boss down to 3%. The ring of peace.
They're not making it?
Oh, they're not going to make it 1% on the boss. They have to deal with an entirely extra intermission phase, and that's going to cost them an extra 20 to 30 seconds just because they have to deal with this cannoneer. That's a really tough loss of single target damage for Goosy Bad, and you have to think that's got to be the advantage of the triple hunter comp here.
Definitely, that has to be the hunter, especially because thinking about how Limit had some issues with the trash, that probably means they lost a little bit of damage, right? Twisted having to heal so much, and them having to use defensives very likely. So it means they might have lost a little bit of damage on their side, but they still managed to one-face it, while Goosy Bad didn't have any of those issues, and they just did not have enough damage. So it must have been this difference in the comp, having the rogue just doing slightly less single target damage compared to the hunters. Yeah, this is a pretty huge loss, as Complexity Limit is now dealing with Samrak here, probably using this to skip all the way. Actually does not look like they're using it to skip. They are using a Shadow Melt comp, so in the end they don't have to use their portals to skip.
Yeah, they don't need to, but what they could also do here, and this would be a pretty ridiculous way to deal with the pull. They could have one person go out, engage Haddle, pull everyone else out of combat at the spotter, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Everyone's staying inside the realm. So yeah, it looks like Atrocity is outside of the realm. He will be running through, camouflaging through, pull Haddle while the group is setting up to be on top of the spotter here. Oh, they might just kill the boss. Actually, that's definitely the more safe play. They'll just kill the boss. But you have to remember, they're gonna have a lot of trash here, and you can see them presetting their freezing traps as well. Yeah, I don't know.
This seems like a very risky strat, but we'll see how they deal with it. Because if you engage Dark Fathom, then you will get all of the trash in this room. This is why we saw the Hunter Traps come down. They did to see, I assume, the snipers,
yeah.
Some of them which are doing huge amounts of AoE damage to the whole group. It is fortified, so of course you gotta watch out for that one. And then they have 2 commanders in this pack. 2 commanders, actually, the trample can cause huge problems if you get stunned here. We saw the trample just now go out, and sometimes it's really hard to see where the trample is going, just because there's so many things going on, and the boss has this huge boss model as well, so it's hard to see where the commanders are facing to dodge the charge, but it seems like they're doing a good job so far.
Look at the group here, 6 stacks of bursting going out on the group. The turtle comes out from unfired up, and out all 3 hunters actually, just to reduce the damage on the group. So good mitigation of the damage there. The only thing remaining are those 2 commanders, and of course they have those two snipers off to the side that are freezing trapped for both teams, just to make sure they reduce any amount of AoE damage. They'll probably be shadow melding / feign deathing those off later on. You really don't want to deal with those snipers at all if you don't have to. And you know, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't really know straight ahead that this is the strat both teams would be going for. Of course, Alliance in Siege of Boralus has to deal with a lot of RP time once you've downed Haddle Dark Fathom before you actually unlock the gate to move on to the final boss. So a lot of teams will end up doing this. They'll go to Haddle first, and then they will go back and deal with the spotter trash that they want to deal with. But it looks like the snipers have come out of their CC here because of where the boss positioned. It might have been on purpose too. They might just be cleaving these down with the boss for extra trash percentage, but I don't think this is a normal pull. We normally don't see these snipers being dealt with.
Yeah, I think it might be for extra percentage because I mean, in the end, they still need to do a lot of percentage on both sides, right? Limit and Goosy Bad, they're nowhere near close to getting 100% after this. So once their RP starts, as Syra mentioned, they'll just go back, engage the spotter, and get some of these trash packs still that they need to get the extra percentage, which is just very efficient. But yeah, these snipers do a lot of damage to the whole group. You saw how everyone dropped incredibly low, and Twisted is pretty tapped on mana right now. Hante as well on Goosy Bad's side, so they gotta watch out a little bit. And also the commander's still alive for Goosy Bad, so they gotta watch out for the trample as well, as you see it going out right there. And now Limit does backtrack, basically, trying to get the last percentage that they need. And they also have Bloodlust available, but I'm pretty sure they'll save it for the last boss because they still have 3 Awaken mobs to deal with there.
Yep, they still do have 3. Both teams have 3 Awakened mobs to deal with, which is going to be incredibly dangerous for Vikgoth. But they have those. They have the Bloodlust available, and they you know, we'll see them going for it. It's going to be difficult as well, especially with those Surging Water debuffs that go out on the final boss. But here we go. It's coming down to spotter play. We have roughly, I would say, about a 15 to 20 second advantage for Complexity Limit, in addition to having, well, actually the exact same trash count based off of that early trash percentage lead that we saw Goosy Bad picking up. And it's all going to come down to spotter play here. The snipers are now dead for both teams. The tanks are gearing up to pull the rest of this trash here, and we'll see how they're able to deal with it.
Yeah, this is incredibly close. Now we see Max gathering up everything with that Lightfoot potion, and now they gotta be very careful. Once you get the friendly fire from the spotter, you need to go in melee range, but these mobs can be very dangerous if they're not CC. They do cast basically the banana fan of knife, basically, and if you're in melee range, it does huge amounts of damage, and if you get stunned, you might just go down, so definitely want to keep an eye on that. Seems like they're doing a really good job dealing with it, though, on the Complexity Limit side. Yeah, now they need to heal away those bursting stacks. You see all the turtles being popped here, and all of the cooldowns being used to survive those 11 stacks.
Yep, and just a seemingly a better job of mobs being stacked up for complexity limit here. Goosy Bad took a lot more sided artilleries in order to get that trash pack down, only just now dealing with the trash while Max is already gathering up the next set of trash to pull into that cannon. And yeah, just slightly better mob control from complexity limit here so far. We'll see how they're able to deal with it. Now, of course, the Demolisher can't be affected by that sided artillery. Most of the commander mobs in this dungeon can't be. So, for instance, the commanders on the horses that do the trample we were talking about on Haddle Darkfathom, those need to be single targeted down. That's why you see the hunters actually focusing single target damage here. But the sided artillery will deal with all of those Bildrat, Pillagers, and Buccaneers by itself, so they really only need to focus on their single target damage. Same thing for Goosy Bad here as they're gearing up for that pull, while complexity limit is just now finishing it up.
Yep, so Complexity Limit definitely dealing with this really cleanly, very well executed on their side. Looks like they're pulling some more trash on top now. Goosy Bad actually, I think Goosy Bad actually gathered up everything at the same time. Well, Complexity Limit delayed everything slightly. No, never mind. Goosy Bad is now also pulling trash on top later on that they didn't pull initially. So Complexity, yeah, this is incredibly close. We see one death though on Limit's side, and just 5 seconds different might actually be a big deal considering how close these teams are right now.
Yep, that one death is just going to be the 5 seconds on the board. The death isn't that big of a deal for in terms of damage percentage, because like we've mentioned many times, the sided artillery is going to be like 90% of your damage on the trash, especially once the Demolisher is down. So unfortunate timing on the death there, but that is going to be 5 seconds on the board. But Complexity Limit is already done with the trash. They've got all their needed trash percentage. The rest of it will come from those final awakened mobs, and they'll move on to Vikgoth here. And it's really going to come down to the awakened mob pull. 3 awakened mobs with this first platform of Vikgoth is incredibly dangerous, and we're going to have to see how they're able to deal with it. If I'm not mistaken, they do have Void River Mouther up, which is difficult to deal with, especially with this triple hunter comp. So we're going to have to see what they plan on dealing with here.
Yeah, this is going to be super dangerous for them. Now, all eyes on Complexity Limit. As they're engaging the last boss, they have Bloodlust available, which is very likely being popped at the pull here. Seems like they're immediately just focusing down this gripping tentacle, and they have 3 awakened mobs, which are so hard on this boss. They only dealt with Samrak earlier, so now they have the Tank Bastard, they have Void Weaver, and they also have the Blood, which is really hard to deal with. This is why they finish off the gripping tentacle first. Now they're dealing with the demolishing terror, and then they're not going to shoot the cannon. They are going to finish off these awakened mobs before engaging the next platform, because dealing with awakened mobs and dealing with demolishing terrors is just incredibly difficult. Now Goosy Bad doing the same thing. If one team actually manages to engage the second platform slightly earlier, maybe before their awakened mobs are down, that would make up a lot of time. But yeah, it's also incredibly dangerous.
Interesting moment there from him, fired up as he gets knocked up by that surging waters being dispelled, but then just disengages across to the second platform, taking advantage of a not so advantageous situation there. Just on the fly plays from I'm fired up. And yeah, good to see it from them there. Now, of course, they do still have to deal with these awakened mobs. Both teams are going to opt to completely deal with those awakened mobs before firing the first cannon, because you don't want to deal with any extra mechanics throughout the portion of the fight. Of course, once you've started a platform, those demolishing terrors will continue to spawn and make the platform more and more difficult to deal with. So they really don't want to start that timer here. They're going to be finishing off both of these awakened mobs, then they will go back and continue the rest of the boss fight.
Yep, so it looks like Goosy Bad still quite a bit behind, right? Complexity Limit just finished off their awakened mobs, while Goosy Bad still has the Void Weaver and the Tank Bastard to deal with. So yeah, just slightly behind on Goosy Bad's side. Complexity Limit really looks like they dealt with all of this very cleanly. And I mean, what a run by them, right? We expected them to just, make some mistakes again, like we've seen in the past couple of dungeons. But no, not in this Siege here. And Siege is a dungeon they said they haven't practiced up until this third cup, right? So it's very impressive to see how clean they're playing this and how well they're executing this dungeon, considering all of those mess ups they had earlier. Well, only one death, which I believe was just at the very end to some of the bursting stacks here on one of the hunters. And yeah, other than that, incredibly clean by them.
Yeah, I mean, we can go on and on about Complexity Limit here, just because we've seen the opposite of what we've kind of come to expect from them in lots of their plays in this tournament. But you got to remember, this is the lower bracket. This is the lower bracket for them, right? If they get through this match, they're going to be playing the winners of It's Villains and One Last Chance, who are both lower seeded teams who really haven't been playing that great. But I got to hold on for a second here as Twisted has gone down. Now, this isn't really too poor of a time for him to go down, right? They haven't engaged the third platform yet. They haven't shot that cannon off, so they can just kind of take their time and get the engineering res out. There weren't any of those waters debuffs out as well. But
10
in
seconds.
that time, Goosy Bad has now also caught up and is on that third platform, so it's not anywhere near over yet. This has kind of come down to a very close battle at the end, and that 10 seconds on the board might be a major issue for them. They're on the final platform at roughly the exact same time, and both teams are engaging that gripping terror. Sorry, the last gripping terror. At the same time. This is going to be really close.
I think this is going to be Goosy Bad making it now with the 10 seconds difference now in the deaths that they have, the time that they needed to get twisted back up. Now the gripping terror is dropping lower and lower for complexity limit. It's also going to be about how fast they can shoot the cannon here as well. Gripping terror is down. They are shooting the last shot here, but the 12% on Goosy Bad's side, and it's a 10 seconds difference.
Wait.
And they haven't shot yet.
This is going to be like within a couple seconds.
Okay, they're shooting right now, so 10 seconds from here.
And all right, here comes the timer. They got the cannon.
Oh, okay, Goosy Bad.
Goosy Bad.
Got it, Goosy Bad.
Goosy
Yeah,
Bad.
It was just that 5
Wow.
seconds.
just the 5 seconds. That last death.
That's got to be absolutely heartbreaking for Complexity Limit as Goosy Bad just narrowly edges them out and eliminates them from the tournament as well. Great work here by Goosy Bad, and Complexity Limit was putting it together, Tettles. They got that slight edge that they needed going into the last boss, but just weren't able to pull it through.
Yeah, Complexity Limit, man, right there at the very end, that death just really sealed their fate. I wonder where they lost about a minute of their time from their time trial run, though. It's obviously really hard to tell the intricacies of these kind of runs, but it must have had something to do with just like their spotter consistency, I feel like.
Yeah, it would have to be on that one because they're just seemed like there was a bigger gap than there should have been from time trials or something along those lines.
On a more positive note, though, Goosy Bad looks pretty good here.
They did. They absolutely did. And they had almost exactly the same time that they had when they played against Ramping. So again, just a 5 second difference here. Actually, no, it was exactly the same. 17:54. And yeah, they played the exact same time that they had against Ramping. So Goosy Bad, their stocks are going up here, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, they have 0 deaths here in this dungeon, and I'm pretty sure they also had 0 deaths in the dungeon earlier, right? So just double flawless run by them, which is just incredibly impressive considering that this is an elimination game and they're playing against Complexity Limit, which are known to be a very good team. So Goosy Bad just really stepping it up here after having these commitment issues on the first day, not showing up for their first game and immediately dropping down into the lower bracket. It really seemed like maybe they just, don't care about this third cup that much. Maybe they didn't practice too much. Maybe they're just happy with their seeding and they didn't, commit too much time. But doesn't look like this at all now on the second day. It really seems like Goosy Bad stepped it up now on the second day and they're just having those clean runs. Very impressive.
It was absolutely extremely impressive by them. And let's start breaking down that dungeon a little bit more. See if we can find, where Complexity Limit was starting to lose a lot more time than they should have.
I mean, I didn't feel like Complexity Limit had any major mistakes in this dungeon. Both Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad doing the first pull in the Chopper Red Hook room, using those aspect of the turtles to be able to not get killed by the Iron Tide Raider and the Black Tar Bomber. Very deadly combo. Doing just a great job of being able to manage pulling both of those packs together. They both dealt with Chopper Red Hook flawlessly. A big difference, and I thought this was going to lose Goosy Bad the match, is the second boss push. So Complexity Limit actually phased Dread Captain Lockwood like 1% ahead of Goosy Bad. So Goosy Bad actually got that extra withdrawal intermission phase. And I thought that was going to seal the deal for them. But then they clawed their way back and were able to just barely put themselves in position to be able to capitalize on one very minor mistake from Complexity Limit, which came in the form of that death at the very end. You can't be sad about either of these two teams in either of these two matches. I felt like both of these matches were pretty good by both sides. But this Siege of Boralus was a fairly clean run, especially compared to what we've seen from Siege of Boralus this season.
Yeah, I think, sometimes we don't even see Siege of Boralus getting played, but now that it's in a time trial, pushing teams to make sure they're able to execute onto it, and that should have been the entirety of the series as well, Zara. We should have been seeing, that level of competition, for that Motherload and even some of the other lower bracket games is, two teams that are slated to go to the grand finals, or slated to go to our LAN and everything, getting knocked out in the lower bracket right now is just such a bad feeling.
Yeah, it's got to be a bad feeling as well, but you kind of have to hold on to that feeling, right? Well, once you've felt that bad feeling, you kind of can hold on to that and be like, yeah, I don't ever want to feel that way again. Some teams use that as motivation. So we'll have to see what that's going to be like for Complexity Limit moving on. But both of these teams, Goosy Bad and Complexity Limit now, I'm pretty sure are locked into the top 4 for the grand finals later this year. And we'll have to see, between now and then. It's going to be, what is it, roughly 2 months between now and then. So they'll have a lot of time to think on it, a lot of times to reflect on how practice went and see how they look going into the grand finals.
That's right, as we are going to see Goosy Bad moving on through the lower brackets and awaiting the winner between our next series between Villains and One Last Chance. And Villains they've been itching and scratching to get more games in here, Tettles. They really want to be able to show what they can do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Whenever we were talking earlier, Dratnos was like, man, Snap is very upset that they didn't get to play their first match of the day. Like, they really want to play, and they want to jump into these games, and I'm excited to see just how motivated they are to be able to just, like, grind through, because they still have that excitement and are ready to get through and just be amped up. It's going to be nice to watch Villains versus One Last Chance.
Yeah, and One Last Chance also had some decent performances in the lower bracket as well here, Nagura. They didn't have any large catastrophic failures, and while their routing wasn't as strong, and sometimes they weren't even having as strong of damage as some of their opponents, it was kind of just slow, steady pulls were, doing them a lot of credit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they won a game versus Limit, for example, in a Junkyard, and they had some good games, right, where they didn't necessarily win because their strategy was so fast and they played it flawlessly, but rather just by being very consistent in some of the games that they had. Now, if you run these strategies where you're just a little bit slower, but you just bank on your consistency / execution, you can still end up losing against a higher tier team, even if they make mistakes, right? We've seen it in the Underrot, where One Last Chance was playing against the Complexity Limit, and Limit had, I think they had 11 deaths, and they almost wiped on Sancha, and then they actually wiped on Kragmaw, but Limit still won against One Last Chance, because One Last Chance just was playing so much slower on their side. So, going forward, they definitely want to make sure they try to better their strategies and maybe take some more risks on their side. But yeah, you can't always just bank on the opposing team to just make mistakes and lose it that way. So I think for One Last Chance, their next step to improve would be to just try and take more risks with their strategies.
Well, it's something we're completely forgetting here as well. If Goosy wins this next match, aren't them in Complexity Limit tied in points?
I believe so, and you know how we'll be able to find out is we'll be able to ask Stratnos, because Stratnos will probably know.
Where's Stratnos?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's no longer
That's
like
right.
that meme where you and Dratnos are like, we'll ask Tettles later.
Well, yeah, but this is something he'll actually know about, though, Tettles.
He will definitely know.
Not like lore questions for you, or you will definitely not know the answer.
Dratnos is definitely our points expert.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll get him on. We got a quick break coming up, and then we'll be able to ask Stratnos all kinds of questions. We'll be right back with more MDI. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International. As we just saw Complexity Limit get knocked out of the tournament, but also some interesting tiebreaker situations can be occurring. We got Dranos back on the desk. Dranos, help us break us down what could be happening with some of these tiebreakers.
All right, so with this 5th and 6th place finish, Complexity Limit have now put themselves in a position where they are vulnerable to getting overtaken by Goosy Bad, depending on how well Goosy Bad does for the rest of the tournament. Goosy Bad right now has locked a 4th place finish. If they win another match, they'll get a 3rd place finish and tie Complexity Limit. If they win another match after that and get a 2nd place finish, then they will overtake them without the need of a tiebreaker. And right now, the standing is Goosy Bad will be our 4th place team from the region, whereas Complexity Limit would be our 3rd place team. So that's what's on the line here, is whether you're a 3rd seed or a 4th seed.
Well, regardless of whether you're a 3rd seed or a 4th seed, you know, you're still going to be my friend, and I'm joined by a bunch of great friends, and you guys have been sending in your screenshots of friendship with the MDI screenshot hashtag that we've been, you know, getting able to see, and we'll have some amazing judging of very, very soon. You all right, Tattles? What?
Yes. So, Jack, I have a chart here.
Okay.
And if you see
Is
my
it a chart about friendship?
Yes, it does have friendship in it. But at the bottom of the chart is money. And then it goes friendship. But what's more important than friendship is overall DPS and Raider IO. But this week we're focusing on friendship.
Okay. I'll go to him. Look at that nice little image of friendship here.
What is that?
Dratnos and Tettles have become Cho'Gall. You guys have to read it. You have to read it together.
Who made that?
The Hammer of Twilight. Come on.
Okay, you guys are boring.
So some things I know.
I was going to do the.
Should have been us.
I was going to do the whisper parts. Yeah.
Oh, tell us who started.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Tettles.
I've never fought Cho'Gall before, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
I started playing in Warlords.
Either one? You haven't fought either
no.
No, I started playing in Warlords. I don't know Cho'Gall.
That's where he. Well, that's what this model is from. It's from Imperator.
He was a
Imperator
secret
Mark.
I started playing whenever
The secret
Blackrock
fight.
Foundry came out after Highmaul.
You know, while we might have gotten upset that somebody else yoinked our Lich King kill, Zyro, at least, you know, somebody yoinked our Imperator Margok kill, and we got to fight Cho'Gall after the fact.
True.
That was fun. That was actually a really fun fight as
a good
well.
fight.
So be sure to send in all of your screenshots using @Warcraft on Twitter with hashtag MDI screenshot. Now, my friends and work acquaintances, let's get into Villains versus One Last Chance, as both of these teams have been really hungry for more competition, and we're going to be seeing who's going to move on to square off against our friends in, my goodness, there we go, our friends in Goosy Bad a little bit later on. So Junkyard is going to start us off, followed by Underrot and King's Rest. And I believe we've already seen some decent runs out of Junkyard on the side of Villains here, Zyro.
Yeah, so it's interesting looking at the way these teams have played in the past couple of days, or for the past day at least. Villains kind of left me wanting, right? For being guilties of the great Dratnos, they really haven't played up to his standards for sure. So I'd like to see more out of them. And I'm gonna put a focus on just one particular player in One Last Chance, because as a whole, One Last Chance has played pretty decently well, but I think Jet has just been kind of not really doing a good job of living. There were a lot of deaths from him yesterday, so hopefully we see some more clean play out of him, and we could see One Last Chance going far in this this lower bracket here.
What do you think, Dranos? I mean, I think, you know, Zyro just kind of spoke for you and threw your teammates under the bus. What, you know, pitch in on this one?
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of room to play worse than me and still at a very high standard, and that's, you know.
Wow!
That's the range I hope Villains hits. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Alright, before we ream too much, let's get into game as Junkyard is ready to go between One Last Chance and the Villains.
All right, and both teams here playing the double Death Knight, although we do have a little bit of a difference in that last slot with Villains going for that Demon Hunter that we see a lot of the time in Junkyard, and One Last Chance instead playing a regular Hunter.
I don't think there is a major distinction between the two compositions. I think the core of the comp is that double Death Knight. Just the amount of power and raw killing power that they bring. That's going to be like the core function of how your composition ends up working out, regardless of whether or not you have a Demon Hunter or a Hunter.
Yeah, okay, so we got both teams here pulling off fairly large pulls. This has been a dangerous first part of the dungeon. We've seen Complexity Limit wipe to this, the first or second pull of this dungeon, several times already this weekend, I think. Both teams, though, here so far able to survive.
Ooh.
Both of those DKs kind of going off.
Okay,
Let's
so
see
something
which
that One
them-
Last Chance just did that I really like is they utilize the power of the Binding Shot to be able to keep all of the mobs and all of those grunters inside of the Death and Decays from the Death Knights, allowing the DKs a little bit more consistency with how they're going to be able to ramp up their wounds. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, although despite that, it looks like villains are going to be finished with their pull first and have earned 20% count from it. That is a lot of count, and that is, I think, more than One Last Chance is picked up here.
Yeah, so I think some of the mobs, like the Bone Nipper and the Scrap Bot, weren't inside of the DK's burst. So that's going to cost like a decent amount of time, just because that... So we talk about Death Knights in terms of like how much Festermite stacks they're getting, how much they're going to be able to ramp AoE to single target damage conversion, stuff like that. If the mobs aren't in the D&D and the mobs aren't near the Death Knights, then it's impossible for that to even happen. So, got to make sure that it's going off smoothly. The villains have popped their Bloodlust and have engaged King Gobblemak. Of course, you can pull Gobblemak through those double bullies without engaging those bullies in combat. Or on the side of One Last Chance, they have engaged Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an interesting, kind of slower strategy here from One Last Chance, I'd say. I guess this might be to allow for Death Knight cooldown recovery, and then hopefully take that into boss.
I think so, but something that's interesting to me is the fact that they have the Hunter, and Hunters are notoriously good at being able to deal with Urgroth, especially in an MDI scenario.
Yeah, the last boss, right? So
Yeah,
so
exactly,
it's
with
the
the last
obelisk.
boss.
It's the obelisk that you don't need to activate because you have a Hunter in your group. And yet One Last Chance has the Hunter in the group and is the group that has chosen to activate it. Although we may see villains using that obelisk after this boss is over. It's definitely a possibility. It would be a scary one for them to fight with the last boss because they don't have that Hunter.
Yeah, and of course, this was one of our time trial maps. One Last Chance did have a 20-minute, 4-second run inside of this dungeon, so I suspect that incurred with like a full team wipe at some point. So if they're able to clean that up and maybe get something a little bit more consistent of a strategy, they'll be able to do probably like some in the range of like 15 to 16 minutes.
Huge damage coming out on the team here for One Last Chance. They're able to get through it, and they're going to pop their Bloodlust now with the boss at 80% health and much of this trash already done and the hard healing part already done. You got to imagine that was a mistake there, that Lust was not popped on pull.
Well, they popped it on APOC coming up from Jet.
Yeah, but
Maybe-
it would have persisted through there anyways. You see there's a dead...
I don't know. You're right. I don't know. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
I mean,
popping
there
at 80%.
There have been teams that are just... It's just kind of hard to remember to Bloodlust sometimes, especially if you... Rain goes down on the side of...
to?
One Last Chance. I did not see what killed him.
He just died
looked like
0. What did he
Yeah,
die
he just
to?
got removed from the video game. They're going to use the Battle Res, which luckily they had one of those available, so they're going to be okay. Meanwhile, villains, they are pulling Trixie and Nano here into that little corner area.
So, something that I know about oh, that's unlucky from villains. Okay, so an important part of the Trixie Nano tech is Trixie will not flee away if you don't have her in line of sight of any of her spots that she can actually run to. So you really need to make sure that you get her all the way into the corner. Same with Nano. So you actually do see both Nano and Trixie have come all the way in after making a heroic exit. Now the villains are doing their best to be able to dodge all the borks from those...
Snap goes down, though. Dilemma down as well. Corey also dead. That is going to be a
full
full
wipe.
team wipe for Team Villains. Just as soon as their tank goes down, it is really all over at that point. Look at all of those raging enemies.
Raged mobs.
That is a brutal turn of events there. And we are now going to see them... So this is the part where the question is, how much time will they lose as a result of now missing out on all those robots? Will they be able to go and get some new ones? Or are they going to be just permanently behind here?
Exactly. In addition to that, I feel like the problem occurred whenever Snap ended up having to face tank all of those mobs while they are in rage. So
Yes,
they
that was
were
a
able to
scary
quickly
time.
push everything down sub 20%. But they didn't
then
have
they-
any just like execution power. Maybe there was just like a mismanaged, like maybe there was like a missed cooldown or something like that. Maybe the Fel Barrage came in a little bit early. It's really hard to say without having.
Snap is taking so much damage, and he's going to go down again. No battle res available, and that's going to be another team wipe for villains on that spot there. And I think what you mentioned is absolutely a great idea. You know, it often the best way to do the most overall damage, which is a very important thing, is to just use your cooldowns on pull, right? But with raging, bursting, any of the sanguine, any of those kind of on death affixes, it can be very valuable to have everything die at the same time. So instead, holding Blood of the Enemy, Fel Barrage for 10 seconds into the pull can be a very useful thing to do. Looks like villains are now going to be backing off of their first or off their pull there. Just going to be fighting 3 enemies all by themselves, using this kind of live key strategy on the side, while One Last Chance are attempting the same thing here, slightly less ambitiously. They are just fighting the 2 bosses, not pulling a huge amount of trash onto them. Unless, oh, they did pull the trash onto them. The trash is already dead.
Well,
they've successfully done that part that Villains were unable to do.
One Last Chance is looking like 5-head pretty much right now, with that Urgroth Breaker of Heroes play.
I don't think you can... Like, the Urgroth Breaker of Heroes, I don't think explains the problem here for Villains, right? Like, that led to them having cooldowns for Gobamak, not for this boss.
No, but One Last Chance playing Urgroth is what I was meaning, is that there's a significantly lower degree of likelihood that they wipe.
Well, but not here.
And Villains wiped again.
Yeah, so Villains are having big problems in this part of the dungeon, but I don't think it's related at all to the
No,
Urgroth
it's absolutely
play.
not related to what One Last Chance is doing, but One Last Chance should have something that's more consistent.
Yeah, One Last Chance
on
definitely
the final boss.
with a slower, safer strategy. It's always good when the other team wipes when you're playing slow and safe, because
Exactly.
usually if you're playing slow and safe and the other team doesn't wipe, then you're gonna lose.
Then you're
right?
in trouble. Exactly.
All right, One Last Chance. Get that boss down. They are now solidly ahead here, as Villains have also accumulated 60 seconds of death penalty disadvantage, whereas One Last Chance, a boss ahead, 10% or so on the trash meter, also ahead. Villains having wiped to that little 3-pull, really the whole dungeon falling apart for them. They're going to need to do their best to keep this map close so that they can capitalize on any potential mistake from One Last Chance. At this point, there's no way that One Last Chance can lose as long as they execute their strategy cleanly, though.
So, Dratna, so somebody who plays with Snap regularly, Snap calls kicks based off class. If he has 2 Death Knights in his group, how would he call 2 of them?
That's a good question. Yeah, because he just says like Demon Hunter kick,
Demon Hunter kick,
Rogue
yeah, exactly.
kick,
Death Knight kick.
Oh,
Dilemma. Oh, Snap
Dilemma
is gonna-
and Snap
Please,
again
no,
here.
dude.
What
No,
is
no,
happening
no,
to
no,
Villains
no.
here? Trixie and Nano's room is just farming them. And those are some rank 14 gnomes now walking around there. They're gonna be going back to Ironforge and collecting
their
their.
14 gnomes. Oh
Yep.
my goodness.
They're getting their PvP rewards from this. Whew. Look at their fan club there cheering them on.
They're
That
doing
is
a boogie, dude.
a brutal addition of insult to injury for Villains. Villains have decided, you know what? I've had enough of this. That room is stupid anyways. We're going to a different part of the dungeon entirely.
I don't want to go there anyways, dude.
It's a silly place. And this
All
is
right,
gonna...
Well, that's Chance dealt with the double toxic monstrosity pull. Jet and Chuns got pretty low there, but One Last Chance is looking pretty solidly in the lead at this point. This is a fairly commanding lead.
Yeah, they are chilling, not like a villain. They are in great position here.
They're
for the rest of
chilling
this.
like our heroes. One
Yeah.
Last Chance.
They just need to avoid having 5 wipes to the last boss, which, you know, that sounds like something that's easy to do, but actually we've seen many top-tier teams in the EU region be unable to do that. However, as long as One Last Chance just activates another obelisk or 2, they should be setting themselves up for a fairly easy last boss fight. And it shouldn't take too much more for them to take this home. Although, you know, once they do have that first wipe, they will, if they do have that first wipe, they will lose their robots as well. However, there are still a lot of robots on the map for them, whereas Villains have pretty much exhausted all of the easy-to-get-to robots at this point, having wiped 4 times.
How do you and I always end up casting these matches where there's a junkyard phenomenon going on?
It's just we remember these matches more because, you know, one of these takes as long as 10 of the well-executed matches.
Okay, yes, never mind. All right, so now One Last Chance has pulled 4 slime elementals and a toxic lurker into Gunker. The slime elementals, if you guys don't know, they do multiple casts. They'll do the slime bolt or they'll do the toxic wave. Both of those casts are like CCable, where if you use like asphyxiate, use a leg sweep, use an AoE stun, use anything, they will not recast either the slime bolt or the toxic wave. Or the slime wave. You can make them not recast either one.
Yeah, those are... It's important to actually decide, oh my goodness, on the side of
villains,
Villains,
oh
Corey
villains.
goes down as a result of having 2 of that disease on her and no ability, I guess Revival already used. They are going to get a Battle Res out, and they do have another one actually recovered here. Somehow none of those wipes ended up costing a Battle Res for Villains. I think it was just because Snap went down and they had no time to Battle Res before everybody else immediately died afterwards. And Villains here... So they still have the Trixie and Nano room to do is the thing here. Like,
Yes.
It looks like they're in the same area of the dungeon as One Last Chance. but they actually do have that huge amount of trash and a boss remaining for them in that Trixie and Nana room. However, they now have their robots. They have robots on most of the team again. They should be able to get back over there without too much difficulty.
Oh, Slime Wave. Oh, no. Please live.
Oh, no. One last chance. Working on Gunker here. Gunker Tyrannical can be a challenging boss, although generally without an affix like Grievous active, it's not going to pose too much of a threat for these teams.
Yes. So now Gunker here with a bunch of shock bots from One Last Chance. They need to really make sure that they maintain these shock bots, and then they should be pretty good on the HK8 aerial oppression unit. I suspect that they're also... Okay, so we've seen a lot of teams play Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos as well. So I think it's very likely for us to watch One Last Chance play double Obelisk with the HK robot. Would you agree, Dratnus?
I mean, at this point, with them watching... Like, they have the ability to know that Villains has wiped 4 times at this point. I believe that One Last Chance should be playing at most 2, and maybe as few as one Obelisk with the last boss here. Like, there's just so little reason to give Villains the opportunity to crawl back into this match by wiping to that boss that I think that they should be just doing those Obelisks, like, both of the ones here at the end of the dungeon.
I mean, One Last Chance is looking pretty solid right now, right?
Yeah, obviously you don't have to do that if you're feeling confident about your last boss. If you feel like you're not going to wipe, you know, with 3 or whatever, or with 2, you don't need to do extra. But if there ever was a time to audible to doing some extra obelisks, now is that time. We've seen some EU teams playing against other teams that have been wiping in this dungeon and just refusing to do that extra obelisk until it was too late. And that is something that I think One Last Chance should try to avoid doing.
Yeah. So the cavalry is fairly deadly with the rapid fire, but the rapid fire is actually physical damage, and whenever the rapid fire goes off, it always points towards your tank. So with decent communication, you're able to just talk through some of that stuff. One Last Chance also pulled a cat, but Wasted did a really good job of pre-turtling that cat leap.
Yeah, cat leaps always target any player who's flagged as a ranged player, so Hunter is the only legal target for One Last Chance, if there are any there. Whereas if Villains pulled a cat, it would go on any of them at random because they're all melee. They all count as melee.
Yes. Something that you can also note is if you are max range from the cat, you can use mobility or Ursul's Vortex or other abilities to be able to knock the cat mid-leap to make sure that...
okay, this is a massive pull here. This is going to be a very important moment for One Last Chance if they're able to survive this pull. Shara's taking a lot of damage. Does get the life cocoon.
Dodges the rapid fire.
Still has shield wall and last stand available, so they should be in pretty good shape here as they deploy that massive Unholy Death Knight burst. They have an enraged crawler, or no, that's just the anodized coil bot, so not as much of a threat. Yeah, I thought there was a crawler in that pull, but there very much was not, so... They are fine. That is 97% trash count for One Last Chance. They are done with trash. They'll be activating Samrek's Obelisk, and they will be fighting the last boss with the spider and the blob only, which should be doable for them, but we've seen teams wipe to that before.
So, again, One Last Chance had a 20-minute, 4-second run of Junkyard in their time trials. They had a 17:44 in their win versus complexity limit with 2 obelisks on the last boss. At this point, it looks like they're probably going to improve on that 17:44 by just a little bit, maybe half a minute or so.
Yeah, for the record here, 14:40 was Villain's time trial time, which One Last Chance is just reaching that right now. So they would have lost at this point had Villains been able to replicate their time trial success. But Villains has not been able to do that 4 times over. They've had a wipe that has... Each one of them has been devastating for them.
Yes, they would need One Last Chance to wipe a couple
Probably
of times.
Probably at least twice. Yeah, I think one wipe would not be enough here for Villains to get back in here because they do still have a boss and a bunch of trash to do. But if One Last Chance wipes once, they're more likely to wipe a second time because they will be down those robots. They'll be down that Bloodlust. They may be down a Battle Res. So there is still hope here for Villains, but their fate is absolutely no longer in their own hands. They need One Last Chance to have things go very wrong.
And the Villains are going 5th times the charm, pulling that Trixie Nano room with the boss again, whereas One Last Chance has engaged the HK8 aerial oppression unit, fighting his minion, the Tank Buster Mark 1, with Voidweaver Malthier and the Blood of the Corruptor. They're doing a really good job of making sure that Voidweaver Malthier does not get caught too far behind the Blood of the Corruptor and the Tank Buster. They do have 3 ranged kicks, 2 in the form of that Mind Freeze, and 1 in the form of that Counter Shot. So the only one that's pure melee is Sharis's Pummel.
Yeah, so they have a fairly good composition for dealing with the spider for a long time, much better than the kind of triple hunter comps, which run out of interrupts as a result of those cooldowns having a long cooldown. And they are going to be able to deal with both of those awakened enemies. They actually targeted the blood first. Spider dying second here. One last chance. Just the tank buster, the gauntlet, and then the last boss burn stands between them and a 1-0 lead in this series.
Yep. So something that I expect to happen is you can actually use a lot of your mobility to be able to jump over these intermission gauntlets. In addition to that, you can use immunities such as Turtle or Bubble to be able to walk all the way through them. So I suspect that Sharus is going to just leap over the area and Wasted's going to pop his Turtle and run through. But you will still get stunned by the lightning ground effect.
Sharus, that last tick of wreck there, taking him very low, or that might have actually been a puddle from one of those robots. They are going to be going to this gauntlet though now.
Oh, look.
Raynon actually gets stunned and teleported back to the front there. He should be all right, though. He's able to heal himself as he moves up here. And the rest of the team has made it to the end now and is hacking that overcharged station. The question now is whether they can defeat the boss in one phase. It is tyrannical, but at the plus 19 level with their cooldowns available, we have 2 armies of the dead. Jet, though, gets teleported back to the front. Rally comes out from Shara's. Great rally to keep him alive.
That's a good rally. Oh, Sharus gets stunned there. Oh, please do not get sent back to the front, sir. Okay, everything is fine. Everything is okay. All right.
Little dangerous times in the kingdom there for one last chance, but they are able to get back down now, and they're popping their cooldowns.
Army.
They do not have Bloodlust for this,
Frenzy.
but they do have all the other stuff.
Yeah.
And this is a melting boss there. 35 seconds on the timer for them to kill this thing once they finish that hack. I think they're on pace here.
Double army should be enough, right?
It should be sufficient. Yeah, army scales really nicely with Bloodlust, which they do not have access to.
Yes.
Boss now at 10%. It's actually starting its cast right now.
They can still DPS a little bit.
Danger.
Oh, no,
they are not going to be able to do this one phase here.
They do not commit to the it dies or I die tech.
I love just yelling out it dies or I die, because of course if you stand in the middle of the room, you will die if the cast finishes. They are going to have to do this boss one more time. That should still be doable for them.
Villains
However,
on the other side, Kill, Trixie, and Nano are now fighting Samrek, Beckoner of Chaos.
yeah, the villains will absolutely have an opportunity to steal here if One Last Chance wipes at this point. This is now, the fact that they have not failed to one phase and are now in this phase again, if they wipe, this will be enough for villains to get another shot at this.
So Raynon would have to go down because One Last Chance doesn't have a battle res, but I'm pretty sure One Last Chance is very solidly in the driver's seat even still.
Yes, they still are in great shape. They're fighting that. Oh, they're actually getting kind of zoned here. This boss fight can get fairly tricky, but they're able to find a safe spot, and without any awakened enemies, they should be all right.
They're getting pushed off the safe spot.
Again, they're getting in some very, very tricky overlaps here, and very little space in the room is free for them. But the boss only has 10% more health here to be gotten through, and then they should be in the clear once again. Villains here exiting their portal. And even if the villains can actually kill this boss, they do have that extra minute of death penalty.
We're good.
So yeah, One Last Chance just has to do this intermission phase, and they don't even need everybody to survive the intermission phase. Just one of them surviving the intermission phase should be enough to do that last 6% of the HK8 aerial oppression unit. So things would have to go wrong for them in a level that's difficult to comprehend at this point. Oh, look at those jumps coming out from Jet going across the intermission. Meanwhile, villains have engaged the last boss. They are fighting 3 awakened enemies here, including Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, without that access to a pet taunt. They do have Nether Taunt and Meta Taunt available.
The Tank Buster's dying so fast.
Yeah, they're melting it. They have those robots again on their
All
side.
right. One Last Chance won, though.
One Last Chance, yeah, has finished the hack. So villains, even with a valiant effort here, a valiant attempt to recover, looks like they are not going to be able to do this as One Last Chance does take game 1 here. And villains were wiping anyway, so all right. That is it for them in this junkyard.
Yeah, One Last Chance, just kind of slow and steady. There's nothing crazy fancy about what they're doing, but they always seem to manage to avoid those catastrophic failures here, Zyro. They take game 1.
Zyro?
Well said. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
all
sorry,
right.
muting. I was oohing and on during that last match, and I didn't want to bother Dreadnoughts and Tuttles at all. But yeah,
Yeah.
one phase. Whew, not one phasing. But yeah, shout out to Jet for playing a lot better today so far. I mean, like, had some issues yesterday and played well in this dungeon. But really kind of confused as to what's going on with villains there, right? I mean, when you've got a player with too many rank 1s to count on your team, you expect more from them, right?
Yeah, it's definitely, one boss room there, one trash room really did cause the entire problem for villains. That Trixie and Dana room just farmed them, and that was all it took.
For what it's worth, that pull is very hard. So you have to be dodging the Bork from the dogs. You have to be dodging those fire bombs from the blasters. There's so much stuff that you have to be dodging that's on the floor, and then you cramp yourself into that corner because Trixie and Nano don't leave while you're in that corner. It's a really hard pull to be able to execute cleanly, and so I think that's more of like a testament to how good One Last Chance looked whenever they did do that pull the first time with good success.
Yeah, and at this point, let's start breaking down, where villains just started sliding off the rails through and through here, Zyro.
The question is not where they did, it's where they didn't. Right.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. This was not a clean dungeon by any stretch of the imagination, and this kind of goes to show, in particular, how dangerous and taxing a dungeon Junkyard is. Right. When we talked about it all the time. Once you start wiping in Junkyard, it's kind of hard to stop. You lose the benefit of having those 3 bots, on multiple characters in your group, and once you have like 1 or 2 less shock bots, the dangerousness of the pull goes up because you're increasing the pull time by 20 to 40% based on how many shock bots you have. The pull lasting longer means you have more opportunities for things to go wrong. It means you're in that raging affix for even longer. And we're just seeing, like, for instance, just an example, the Trixie and Nano pull where they just completely wiped. They just couldn't deal with the trash fast enough, and it killed their entire group. Tiny things like these add up over the course of the dungeon, and, well, I wouldn't say tiny, these are big things, and they add up quickly in Junkyard.
Yeah, and we've seen, the best teams, the highest seeded teams, the lowest seeded teams making mistakes on Junkyard, and part of it, I guess you could attribute to how much their dungeon's really being practiced, Radnos, but at the end of the day, I think there's just some risks that that are just not consistent enough, or that are not really worth taking.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to say it's not worth taking, but villains, they had a 5-minute time trial advantage against One Last Chance in Junkyard. So you definitely, with the benefit of hindsight, you could look back and say, look, you could have pulled that room 1 pack at a time and beaten One Last Chance there, right? Like you could have taken this so safely in that room, but like if you take it that safely in the whole dungeon, you're going to lose them, right? That's going to cost you more than the 5 minutes. So you don't know where that spot is that you would have wiped until you see where you wiped.
Yeah, and at that point, you're really just trying to work out the kinks multiple times through just ironing out mistakes. And we've talked about it before a lot as well, Tettles, where you can't really practice for every single mistake you can make. And in a dungeon like Junkyard, when you have to play damage control and find all the different bots and everything and try to put it back together,
this is by far the hardest dungeon to be able to recover mistakes on too, because you get just doubly punished. So whenever you make a mistake in other dungeons, you can lose offensive CDs, you can lose defensive CDs. Those will come up with time. You can even lose Bloodlust. That'll come back up eventually. You can't lose shock you can't lose shock bots because those are in finite amount across the whole dungeon. That's why the villains had to go back into the Gunker area before back pulling into the Trixie Nano room, because they had to get back those robots. And one wipe is just cascading, and that dungeon is just a disaster.
It really is. And let's start talking about our next round that we have coming up on this one. I believe we're going to be going into Underrot and going to be looking for, I believe we have to do with Sanguine. Is that right? One right, Zyro?
Let's take
Yes.
a quick look. Yeah,
Yes,
I believe
indeed
it's,
you do.
Yeah, Sanguine.
We saw a team ramping play Sanguine Underrot.
That's right.
Yes, we did. And yeah, it kind of goes back to the typical strategy with Sanguine, right? You have to be a lot more careful with how you end up pulling routes. We saw one of the things that Complexity Limit did in order to kind of counteract that was set up their trash pull so that it was at about half HP by the time they pulled Kragma. Use their Unholy DK AoE burst to kill all of the trash right as Kragma charged, timing that up. Certain like little changes you have to make to your actual pull timings. Whenever Sanguine's actually an affix, you have to see like how well these lower end teams have actually been able to sort of attribute themselves to that, right? It's kind of hard to set up those pulls if you haven't really practiced them a lot, so we'll have to see whether or not these teams have really put a lot of extra time into it.
Yeah, and see if they're ready for the level of control that's also going to be required in that dungeon, because we've seen so many times, even when teams aren't having massive wipes or anything, titles, extra sanguine, you'll start seeing these very slow times with very low deaths, but it's just sanguine heals, sanguine control, bosses healing left and right.
So whenever you do your first dungeon of the week on a sanguine week, and your tank just totally forgets that it's a sanguine week, and then he just does, like, you'll be slow to kite out mobs, you'll be slow to drop rings of peace. It's just like random mistakes that will happen. You have to swap between dungeons, you have to get yourself in that mindset immediately. So we need to see the teams, it just comes with practice and just having that internal clock of like, I need to ring now, I need to do this right immediately, I have to be kiting the whole entire time. And the teams that are able to adapt and come into that dungeon with that great mindset and be able to just be all hands on deck just from the very beginning, that will be how they mitigate sanguine healing the most.
Yeah, and I can't even begin to tell you how many times we've had, our Tuesday runs are just, all right, let's work out the kinks, let's get used to
Tuesdays are deplete
the
days.
affixes and stuff like that. And yeah, like you mentioned, having to go from one affix to another is just such a challenge, and it also kind of goes to how well that I guess they could practice for that Dranos, because I imagine you have to just jump between one affix and the next for dungeon and dungeon, just get used to, okay, it's Underrot, it's Sanguine, okay, it's Siege, it's Bursting.
Yeah, it's definitely something that One Last Chance has a bit of an advantage of, because they've been, doing these time trials and doing that swapping between these dungeons for the past 3 cups here in this region. Whereas Villains, some of their players have been doing that, but they haven't been doing it together, and they haven't all been doing it for all of the past 3 weekends. So they need to make sure that they've got that mindset, that fast adjustment between the map pools. It's a very difficult skill to develop for these players. It's something that takes a lot of effort and is a huge, huge tax that us, when you play live keys, you don't really think about it, but that switching between affixes from dungeon to dungeon, it is rough.
Yeah, and it goes to really look at how the depth of these teams has been, and looks like we're going to be ready to go as Villains is down 1 right now as Underrot gets ready to get underway.
All right, so like we were talking about, we're going to need to see how they are able to manage Sanguine on this first pull. So a lot of times this Blood Matron, she has a significant amount more health than the rest of the trash that's in this pack, so making sure that you're able to ring a piece her out. Okay, so you see the side of the Villains, they're pulling both of the Blood Matrons. That makes a lot of sense. We've seen that's a
they're pulling
pull.
three triple matron. Yep. Whereas One Last Chance are instead fighting some ticks, using their Ring of Peace there as the first ticks die.
That's a good one.
That is
Oh,
gonna
that's
also.
a-
Oh, they have a
Maggot Cast?
Maggot Cast. Tunes goes very low. Wasted gets the Life Cocoon to live there. Meanwhile, on the side of Villains, Keeks gets hit by the charge from one of the matrons. Has that huge bleed ticking on him. Corey able to heal through it though. Whew, that is a dangerous
that's
moment
the
there.
cleave.
Oh no! One Last Chance has the Blood Matron charge into the blood. They do have the Death Grip though available from Jet.
Okay, so that was really good by the Villains, I'll be honest. So they have now 21% enemy forces count with very minimal Sanguine healing, where One Last Chance for a pull that took the exact same duration only has 12% enemy forces count. What is
One Last Chance
doing?
now skipping through here. They're taking quite a bit of damage though from these Blood Bolts casting out on
How
them.
did they pull the ticks?
If that mask does its cast here, they're going to be in trouble. Looks like it does not, though. Looks like they're going to be okay.
All right, bless RNG. All right, so now the Villains have engaged Elder Leaxa. One Last Chance still does have their Bloodlust available. That should be of note. Now they're using that as that more single target focused cooldown. You see Jet here popping his army on Leaxa.
Yeah, so they should be able to kill Leaxa a little bit more quickly than the Villains, especially because their composition is a little bit better suited to it,
Yes.
right? They're playing those 2 Hunters, which excel at the single target, whereas Death Knight, outside of their burst cooldowns on pull, are going to fall off there. That being said, One Last Chance, they sacrifice 9% enemy trash. Here, enemy forces
Will they
count.
kill Leaxa 9% enemy forces count faster?
That is certainly the question here, but, it's also later in the dungeon, they will also get differences here between the comps.
Yes.
All right, Elder
okay.
Leaxa, basically
So-
the same percentage now for both teams. Dying actually, Dilemma and Keeks on the side of Villains doing a great job here of maximizing that Unholy Death Knight damage.
I suspect. Okay, we can make a speculation at One Last Chance's pull that's going to be in the Kragma room. So even though they are running the double hunter comp, I suspect that they're going to pull still a pretty significant pull with a bunch of lashers because they have double human hunter, which gets access to that every man for himself racial, which allows you to break out of the lasher stun. The Villains, Jacob XO on the side of the Villains, is also running that human hunter, which like I said, does have access to every man for himself. And then the DKs have Icebound Fortitude, which also allows you to break out of stuns. So there's a lot of tools at play here to be able to get out of this Lasher stuns where you aren't going to need kicks. So we're going to see a huge pull coming out of both teams here in just a second.
Yeah, the huge pulls should be a slight advantage for villains, whereas the boss fight should be a slight advantage for One Last Chance, given the compositional differences here. One Last Chance here, doing something unorthodox. They've gone right, and they are pulling the double Bloodswarmer pull over there at the side.
This is like
whereas
a
villains
route.
Yeah, villains doing something a little bit more standard to move into Kragmaw's room and pull a huge pull here. This is going to be where it is made or broken for villains. Keeks has 2 of those Bloodswarmer fixates on him. Jacob has 1. Those players need to make sure that they are doing a good job of not dying to those Bloodswarmers for a little bit longer here as they get almost all those enemies dead. Corey lands a great Ring of Peace. And 1 more enemy is dying there, causing Sanguine to drop. But all in all, this was beautiful from the side of villains there. As all that trash melts, they are at 54% trash count. That was a huge success for them. Kragmaw now getting pulled for villains. And is going to be... Okay, so here's what happened for villains. Jacob tried to pull Kragmaw and reset it. But they failed to reset it.
No.
Now they're resetting it the old-fashioned way. But unfortunately, Snap got hit by the indigestion while doing that. So just as I was talking about how great they were, they have a little bit of an oopsie there. They will be using a res on Snap. Meanwhile, One Last Chance into this Kragmaw room. You can see that their trash count is advancing much more. Oh my goodness, Raynon. Getting fixated by 2 of those Bloodswarmers. The charges are coming out at him. They need to kill those Bloodswarmers. Oh my goodness, those Bloodswarmers charging through the Sanguine for One Last Chance. Takes a really long time for those things to die, but they do manage to kill them. They're still behind here where villains are. Villains fighting the old solo Bloodswarmer. It's a bold strategy, Tettles.
Can you not say it like that? All right. So now One Last Chance is looking like they're getting all of the reanimated Guardians plus the Death Speaker with one of the bats and a bunch of living rots. So this is a fairly standard pull, I will say.
Yep, this is a single Death Knight, able to get through all this. As long as everything dies at the same time and they don't get huge Sanguine healing on most of the pack, they should be okay here. And it looks like they are indeed able to execute that. Raynon goes down.
Raynon.
They do have a battle res, and they will actually need to expend a battle res here, even if they're able to drop combat, because they do not have an out-of-combat res from the remaining members of their comp. That could be a very important moment that we look back on later and say, hey, look, when they lost that battle res here, that was why they weren't able to use it later.
Okay, so the villains are using Urgroth Breaker of Heroes as like a pseudo cooldown reset obelisk to allow the cooldowns from both of their Death Knights to be able to come back up. One Last Chance here is powering through, still doing more trash. Do you think One Last Chance will play Urgroth with Unbound Abomination?
It's certainly possible, given they have the Hunters. I expect that they will be doing it, though, after this as well. I don't think that that's the kind of thing that One Last Chance does, is 4 obelisk tyrannical bosses. Okay,
so I just looked over at our notes for how this run went versus Limit. They had 3 deaths and they lost Limit, and it says slow strat with 4 O's.
Yeah, they lost to Limit despite Limit wiping twice in a very close match yesterday. In this series or in this map, Villain's doing Kragmaw here. Good job of not getting too much Sanguine healing.
There's he definitely got some Sanguine healing, right?
Yeah, he got a tick or 2 there, but it's still more efficient than pulling the boss individually after the pull. So
yeah,
not great, not terrible for villains there.
So right now the villains are 1 obelisk. Enemy forces count, 6% enemy forces count, and equal on Kragmaw the Infested. So they're solidly ahead at this point.
One Last Chance is a little bit ahead on boss damage, though. They will be finishing up Kragmaw first, but you're absolutely right. They still have that obelisk to contend with and more trash.
They're not.
Jet getting very low during this tantrum. That is pretty normal, though. Tantrums do really just take the entire group's health away. Mm-hmm. Tyrannical as well.
DKs are... So on live keys, DKs will actually run around with Kragmaw for a couple of ticks of his tantrum, death striking him as they run. But in an MDI scenario, you don't really want to be doing that. You want to be like
squishing the ticks and getting back as fast as possible.
Or you want to be soaking the ticks. And like if you have to do one, then you should not be just following the boss around, death striking him. One Last Chance is actually starting to build a little bit further of a lead on Kragmaw, using that double hunter to be able to...
Yeah, those hunters are like they can do their full damage while soaking ticks in the intermission, whereas Death Knights pretty much have to choose one or the other. And they can't even always keep up with that thing. Death Knight's just waddling around there with no movement speed increase.
Not wrong. All right, so Tantrum comes out on both sides. One last chance getting Kragmaw down, sub 25%. They should be able to face him before the next Tantrum, I feel like.
Yes, I think One Last Chance is going to be in good shape for that, although they do get an indigestion first. So this boss does have a little bit of cast sequencing mattering, where if coming out of the Tantrum it does indigestion first, you're going to get a little bit of a shorter phase before the next Tantrum, whereas if it does a charge first, then it'll do charge, indigestion, charge.
And whenever Janice describes shorter phase, it's the difference between 41 seconds or 46 seconds of a phase between the Tantrum intermissions. So it is very small, but whenever you're battling teams of mere seconds, it can be kind of important sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it can, if it's the difference between killing it before or during or after a Tantrum, that can be hugely impactful for a group. And it can affect your decision of whether or not you're able to commit or not. So One Last Chance now, they are going to be using Urgroth Breaker of Heroes as a skip as well. They're going to be actually moving it along here. That is something that Villains did not do. Villains is going to have to be using that Incapacitate and Meld strategy on the Worm later.
I wonder why One Last Chance is moving through those Malignant Growths, because we don't even see teams on live really walk through the Malignant Growths normally. It's just not super time efficient to try to trek all the way through those Malignant Growths because they cover up that walkway area so much.
Yeah, it's certainly an option for teams that don't have access to like a Shadow Meld or a Shroud, but One Last Chance does have Meld or Feign Death on their entire team. So I agree with you. It seems like this is going to be a little bit slower for them than just killing Urgroth and then getting out of the realm and then doing that kind of skip.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they just want to be positioned in a different spot. Like maybe they find better success pulling the skeletons from this position relative to pulling them from the front.
Maybe for setting up that pull. Meanwhile, speaking of that pull, Villains are going in here. This is full-sized MDI, no nonsense, real big pull onto boss type stuff from them, whereas One Last Chance not going to pull this onto the boss. This is higher risk, but much higher reward if the Villains are able to execute this without Sanguine Healing. Look for a Ring of Peace here. This is going to be all about whether or not they're able to land a Ring of Peace to prevent the boss from getting healed. It looks like they might not even need to use it. They just drag the boss and get the grips as well. And Ring of Peace off cooldown here. Not used at all. Not needed. That is excellent from Villains. That's even better than a good Ring of Peace, is not having to use it at all.
This is a siren emoji and then you type gamer alert in all caps.
Definitely a gamer alert coming out here for Villains. Really doing a good job of not letting that Junkyard fluster them.
Yeah, exactly. One Last Chance has engaged Sporecaller Xantia with far less trash than the side of the Villains. That was a good revival on the side of the Villains there from Corey May, being able to dispel all those bleeds or all those diseases from those mushrooms off of her teammates.
Yeah, that's something that you want to do on this boss is, oftentimes if you're pulling trash on here with the first one, you just ignore the first upheavals. You don't focus on optimizing those. You just make sure that they don't kill anybody. And then you use that revival ability to just dispel all of them. It does mean, though, that they don't have access to that for the second one. They're going to have to be a little bit more careful and make sure they actually get all of those mushrooms taken care of going forward.
Jacob does have access to the turtle. They do have a disease dispel in Corey May's personal dispel.
Yeah,
and
they have anti-magic shell as well.
Anti-magic shell to be able to soak some stray mushrooms. So they do have a lot of soaking power for large or small quantities of mushrooms. So they're in an okay spot even if they do make a major blunder with an upheaval.
Yeah, whereas on the side of One Last Chance, you can see Raynon actually held the revival because they didn't pull trash onto the boss. They were able to just destroy all those mushrooms without any difficulty, and now they have a revival for if something goes wrong, if they have an oopsie of some kind.
Jet keeps getting targeted with his upheaval, which has to be kind of tilting, I will say.
Yes.
Ideally, you want none of your upheavals on Jet and both of them on the double hunter every single time.
2/3 of the time, though, it is going to target Jet in this,
Yes.
in this composition, but it's still unlucky, of course.
Well, it's not.
It would be lucky if he weren't. Yeah, it'd be lucky for them if he weren't targeted. They would prefer for him to not get targeted. All right, Villains. Let's see what they're up to next. Paralysis comes out on that worm, and they're going to be pulling Defiler and 5 skeletons. Let's see if a Corruptor joins the party, or if this is all that they will be doing. Looks like this is going to be it for now, as we see the Bloods of the Enemy coming out from those DKs. Is Jacob playing Blood of the Enemy? Let's take a little look here. He is also playing Blood of the Enemy. All right, so 3 Blood of the Enemies on the DPS for, I think, both teams here.
It wouldn't make any sense for the One Last Chance guys to not be playing Blood of the Enemy. There's a major trash count disparity between these two teams now. The Villains are opening up 13% enemy forces count. Lead. Oh, now they have to wait for this patrolling corruptor.
Yep, no Shroud of Concealment available for this team. They're going to have to wait for that Corruptor. They just, at 95% count, all they need is the 2 Corruptors at the end here. They'll be fighting them by themselves. This is not quite as big of a pull as Limit did.
Keeks?
Oh, Keeks
anyways,
has
he's going to be able to line
worm.
up. Yeah, he's going to be able to outrange that worm, so it's really not that big of a deal. We've seen teams in the past where they'll just run through, CC a bunch of the worms, and then just meld off that extra Corruptor to try to become a little bit more quicker with their movements, just movement optimization-wise. Could have been a thing that the villains chose to do, but instead they were playing something that's a little bit more slow and steady, a strategy that they know that they've done on live keys hundreds of times.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful here, because if they back up too much, they're actually going to get hit by the cast from that other worm that they aggroed, unless they were able to successfully meld that one off. Actually, oh no, yeah, you can see it back there casting at them. So they have a little bit less space to work with than they normally would here, but they're doing a pretty good job of staying at the edge of that thing's range.
All right, One Last Chance does now have 94% enemy forces count, where the villains are at a full 100%. Now the villains are making their way down towards Unbound Abomination. One Last Chance, very much hoping for the villains to make a major blunder here.
Yep, they're in the same position that the villains were in the last match, where they will have an opportunity if the villains wipe. Villains fighting 3 obelisks with the Tyrannical Unbound Abomination certainly can wipe to this, although it is one of the easier bosses to fight obelisks with, given that its kind of natural cadence lends itself to avoiding the Blood of the Corruptor pools, to avoiding the Dark Fury. The main problem enemy here is Voidweaver Malthier, but they have 3 ranged kicks. Oh no, on the side of One Last Chance, Raynons goes down. That's going to be their battle res used again on him.
You think that Voidweaver is more deadly than Samrek in this composition? Because they definitely just focus down Samrek, but I generally think Samrek would be a little bit harder to deal with.
Yeah, so Samrek, they have access to the they have access to Revival, they have access to AMS and Turtle and Berserker Rage 4, so they should be able to survive fairly easily 3 casts from Samrek. They still focused it down first, then they took down.
It's interesting to see what your priorities would be. I don't know if there's a right or wrong. I think that it's just different.
I think you could succeed in this fight doing either one of those 2 as the kill target.
Sure.
Samrek. The nice thing about killing Samrek
Corey,
first,
Jacob goes down. Oh no.
They do have 2 battle reses available, so they will get 1 off on Jacob. 1 battle res now remaining. Yeah, Quaking actually kind of nasty in this fight.
Don't stand on
Snap
me.
taking quite a bit of damage. Life Cocoon comes out to keep him alive here.
Stop standing on me.
They will be able to dodge here. Yeah, they don't have access to that Revival for any extra stacks if they're unable to stack up for Quaking, because they used it on one of those Samrek fears. Meanwhile, One Last Chance pulling into this boss here. They are about half a phase, actually. I guess a full phase behind here on the boss, plus those Awakened enemies.
Oh, Dilemma! All right, Dilemma starts getting pretty low from that Vial coming out. Here comes a nasty Quake.
They're able to get in, though, and still get their Dispels off after the Quake comes out. Good job there by the villains.
Corey's starting to get tapped on mana, though.
That's okay. The mana gets spent here, as you can see on the side of Raynon, when the Awakened enemies are alive. Once the Awakened enemies go down, you basically you're able to just be mana neutral and heal up the rest of the fight. Yeah.
That makes sense.
They're doing a good job of this, and this is actually a fairly quick run coming out from villains for Sanguine Underrot. They have one more phase on the boss here.
I felt like their run here was pretty good.
It wasn't perfect, but it was good. You know, this is the kind of run that we're hoping to see out of them.
So the first pull of the dungeon with the triple matron, and then their Spore Caller Xancha pull, both of those electric. Very happy.
And their first pull into Cragmon's room as well. Actually, all of the make or break moments for villains went really well. They had a little bit of oopsies going on in there.
I'll give you one.
Other than that, things have looked pretty good for them.
I'll give you a mulligan.
Yeah,
on the Feign Death reset.
That does happen. It does be that way sometimes. They did a good job of not actually wiping when that happened. So
yeah. All right. Well, the villains have got Unbound Abomination with that full 100% energy bar. Should be looking to spawn those 2 Blood Visages here momentarily, and
we're going to
game
3.
Let's go, dude. And villains bouncing back on this one as well, taking the victory, tying up the series, showing they got a lot of life in them.
We got a match on our hands, man.
There. We got a match on our hands. That's right. And, villains did what they needed to do in the Underrot, taking that victory, Zyro.
Sitting in here listening to the casting for that Unbound Abomination kill from villains, honestly, Dratnos, I'm disgusted. with
Well-
this biased casting going on here. I really can't take it anymore. All jokes aside, like, that was an impressive run from Villains, and if you look at who they would be going up against in their next match in Goosy Bad, their run of Underrot earlier this weekend was a 16-30, so they're definitely within the realm of being able to compete with Goosy Bad if they're able to play like this in that entire series. Of course, they do have to get through Game 3 against One Last Chance, who's also playing pretty well in general too. But yeah, so far, like, you know, after that Junkyard, I kind of just expected to see Villains flop here, but able to come back in an impressive manner.
Yeah, one thing that they've learned from playing with me is that, you know, you're going to deplete a lot of keys and you have to be able to recover and just go again afterwards. So I really think that ability to come back from that kind of disaster is credit to me.
Are you sure that's not the season 1 debacle?
Great job, Dranos. The credit goes to me.
Yeah. I'll be taking the win for that one. One thing though,
It's just like you take all our Raider IO points when we use your routes.
yeah, I gotta tax those, of course.
Dranos, can you help me file my taxes?
You need to actually earn income titles before you can file taxes.
Oh,
Sorry,
my
what?
goodness.
Why are you flaming me about what? What is this shade? I don't understand.
Tell you when you're older, don't worry. Zyro, let's start breaking down some of the lovely replays. Highlights, lowlights. What do you got?
I mean, the specific poll I want to look at is actually something that they were talking about at the end with Villains, is their make or break polls in this dungeon really set the tone for them here. And this in particular, this poll in Kragma's room, this is big by just normal standards, right? This is 33% trash all at once. They do the normal pull that most teams will do in Kragma's room, and they also add in that triple disease lasher pack on the right-hand side of that room when you walk in. And this is kind of like something that we would sometimes expect to see in normal affixes, but pulling this off in Sanguine cleanly like they did is not easy at all. This is an incredibly difficult pull to pull off, and they do it easily, and this kind of set the pace for them. They pulled way ahead at that point, and yeah, they did kind of have some weird looking pulls afterwards. They reset Kragma, not sure if that was intentional, and then they pulled like a single feral Bloodstormer afterwards, but because this pull put them so far ahead, it just kind of led them to an easy win afterwards.
That's right, and with them taking the win, it pushes us into a Game 3, where we dive into King's Rest, where we had a very rough time on King's Rest for One Last Chance's side, Tettles.
Yes. Okay, so they wiped the first pull in KR, and at that point, it's very similar to Junkyard in that regard, where it's like, so hard to recover because you're not going to be in position to where you can get all the mobs grouped up if you're not able to do all 4 packs at once again. So then you have to piecemeal that first pull, and if you ever make a mistake on that first pull, the whole rest of your run is going to be off pace by a significant amount. So it's going to be about consistency coming through that first pull of the dungeon.
That's right, and you know, it starts setting the pace as well. I think they had 18 deaths that they had last time that they went into King's Rest, so we're going to be looking for, you know, the other side of One Last Chance, which has kind of been featured this weekend most of the time, I would say, Dratnos, where One Last Chance hasn't had the craziest, fastest routes, but they just kind of been chugging along throughout a lot of these keys.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about this map pool is that this is actually the exact same 3 maps that they played against Complexity Limit in their first match yesterday, so full-on deja vu for One Last Chance. Different maps were banned here for than in that series, but the 3 that actually made it through, Junkyard, Underrot, King's Rest, exact replica of that series, where they also ended up being 1-1 going into a King's Rest Game 3. So a complete deja vu moment for the side of One Last Chance.
I think that's where, you know, we gotta see how well they've been able to practice in the meantime, as well as just to see what's going to be going on. Who do you got for this one, Zyro? I already know where Dranos' idea is, but let's start with you. Who do you think's got this one?
I don't know. Dranos has been really like self-important this entire series. I kind of want to go against him, so I'm going to say One Last Chance.
All right. Tell us who you got.
I think I'm going to vote for the Villains, man.
Wow.
You're too close to
Blatant
this.
display of
You're too close to
favoritism
this.
from Tettles.
These casters.
All right, Dratnos.
Incredible.
Gets asked by host, who do you think will win series? Votes. Wow, blatant favoritism. Huh?
You know what?
That's just how it works in these parts, partner.
I'm rooting for Shadow
Howdy.
Azul. I hope that Shadow Azul gets some nice kills here for us in King's Rest Fortified.
Shadow Azul really is the real MVP. I want bolstering Shadow Azul. All right.
Fortified Raging
Teaming Shadow Azul, bro.
Fortified Rage.
Oh yeah,
no.
teaming Shadow Azul, just 2 Shadows Azul. It was briefly like that on early alpha, right?
You know, like
I think it was, yeah.
You know the league meme, the WTF 2 Shens kind of thing? WTF 2 Zools.
True. Whew. Bolstering explosive
Monster.
King's Rest. That is a challenge for these teams.
That's a hunter challenge.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's right.
Somebody say 300s?
That's right. That's the play, as the teams are getting the ready checks rolling as they equip all of their hunters, and that's just pretty much been, here's the response. You have bolstering, you have explosive,
You have King's Rest.
you have King's Rest, you have Workshop. It's just, okay, hunters. Here's our solution. We're just going to throw as many hunters out as possible onto them, and then you're just going to be able to see how it will be able to work. So Villains and One Last Chance are tied up right now, with the winner going on to face off against Goosy Bad. And how do you think both of these teams will face off against Goosy Bad, depending on who wins here, Zyro?
It's tough to say. With the way these two teams have played, I think Villains actually has the better shot against Goosy Bad. They kind of go for the more all-in strats, and if they're able to pull off those strats, they can be really competitive with Goosy Bad. I don't think One Last Chance's style really lends themselves too well to competing with Goosy Bad, especially if Goosy Bad plays well. So I think Villains is definitely like the better opportunity to play a good match against Goosy Bad.
Yeah, a fast team can have a good run. A consistent but slow team can't really have a winning outcome against a consistent and faster team, which Goosy Bad is. So I think I agree with that, yeah. Goosy Bad, last time they were paired up against Villains, they were so intimidated they just forfeited that match. So I think that Villains in a good shot if they can just take this series.
All right, well, the pressure's on as both teams are facing elimination. King's Rest is the decider match between them. Let's get into it.
Both teams, of course, on the triple hunter that we have come to know and love in this dungeon, and especially with the bolstering graphics active. This is about as hunter favored as it can get. I think the only thing that would make it more hunter favored would be tyrannical, being an active affix here.
It would be removing your healer and adding a 4th hunter.
Yeah, if the rules allowed that, for sure they would be doing that. Whew. All right, so the one difference that I am seeing in the compositions here is that Villains are playing 3 Night Elf Hunters, whereas One Last Chance are playing 3 Dwarf Hunters. Dwarfs bring access to the ability to Stoneform off bleeds, and to Stoneform off the fears from the... Oh my goodness, One Last Chance. That is a large machine! Disaster has struck early for One Last Chance. They attempt to Ring of Peace it off of the edge of the room there, and what are they going to do here?
Meld, please meld.
Yeah, Meld needs to come out. They do get the melds.
Pet death.
Pet
Play
dies.
Dead. Play dead.
And it does eventually get out of combat. It will be dropping those bolstering stacks here momentarily. Whew. Things not going great for One Last Chance. Meanwhile, on the side of Villains, Disaster has yet to strike for them. They are able to fight all 4 of these without bolstering up any of them. Those minions of Zool bolstering can be some of the most catastrophic stuff to ever happen in a dungeon.
I wish they wouldn't do on-depth fixes. Oh, Sharis just got stunned by the animated guardians there. He does get the life cocoon does come out. He is going to be fine. That was pretty scary though.
Yeah, big danger moment there. Life cocoon, great job from Raynon there, getting that out on the tank as soon as the stun hits. Life cocoon actually got a pretty sizable buff coming into this patch. It scales now with a maximum health rather than just the spell power of the Mistweaver. And that leads to it being a lot more competitive as a tank defensive than it otherwise would have been this late into an expansion. You see it actually managed to hold there the entire time for Sharis. All right, Villains doing their big pull here. Let's see what this looks like. All of those minions of Zool get killed. Berserker Rage, yep.
Okay, melds off all of the bolstered mobs, okay.
Yep, eats a
Seems
fish
pretty
beast.
standard. Okay,
Time
it's
for a
going to
food
be able to
break.
get 4 packs at once.
Let's see how big they go here. Looks like it's not going to be the whole room. It is going to be a half and half type strategy from Villains.
Well, you may as well get those double warriors in, right?
Well, you may as well get them in with the next pack as well, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can make a case for either one, right?
Yeah, this composition doesn't really care either way. They're going to do...
Sure, that is true.
If this was a Death Knight comp, you'd want to do as big a pull as possible for one of them, and then, whatever's left that you couldn't do all at once. And oh, no! This is not what you want to do.
No!
This was the wrong answer here. So
that is a no, man.
The problem, what they've done is they've pulled them in late, and so they are going to be full health and bolstered. They don't have Shadow Meld available on Snap either. I think that the fastest strategy for them here is going to be to just kill them with those 5 stacks of bolstering on each of them. But my goodness, is that a slow strategy, Tattles?
Dretnos has a history of saying "whoa yeah." This would be solidly defined as a "whoa no."
This is a top 10 whoa no moment here.
Exactly. The tier list official has spoken. One Last Chance is taking this room like a live route currently.
Yep, they're going to be doing this room in 3 pulls rather than 2. Much slower than Villains, although Villains have thrown away a little bit of that time advantage as a result of this bolstering fiasco they had here. I imagine what happened was that somebody tried to tab target an explosive and instead tab targeted a warrior in the other pack, as somebody else may have just like killed the explosive really quick.
Tab targeting got changed on this most recent patch, right? Where it's really hard. I feel like it's really hard to tab target explosives this patch, and I don't know why.
They changed it back, so explosives briefly behaved differently at the start of this patch, but they now behave the same as they always did. It was because they wanted them to like exist in the Nyalotha realm as well as the regular one, and yet not put you in combat in a weird way. So that changed targeting somehow as well. Because you weren't in combat with them, you wouldn't be able to target them.
That makes more sense.
But they reverted that change because players found it pretty unintuitive.
Well, because you couldn't tap target them anymore.
Yeah, because you couldn't tap target them, exactly. Which
you're just like, please, dude, I can't hit them. One pistol shot.
Yeah, man, I'm not playing World of Warcraft because I'm good at clicking on things with precision.
I'm not playing World of Warcraft because I'm good at video games at all.
Well, that would be true for you no matter what you were playing, Tuttles.
Oh, not wrong, though.
All right, Turtle comes out on the side of Keeks there, targeted by the Spit Gold. This is a great benefit of this triple hunter composition. You have those turtles for the Spit Golds, and if they each target a different hunter, you can do a pretty good job here of not getting any Spit Golds for the first large portion of this fortified boss fight. Unfortunately, the second Spit Gold there is going to land on Corey, so they are going to actually have one puddle to deal with, but the third going on Jacob hits that turtle instead and is not going to apply a debuff. One Last Chance also engaging the Golden Serpent here. They are about 30% of the boss's health behind. Honestly, that is not as bad as I would have. You know, Villains had an opportunity to make up way more time against One Last Chance here. But because of that bolstering problem on those warriors, I think they lost a huge amount of that potential advantage. One Last Chance, their strategy of pulling the room in 3 pulls was basically the same speed, and the only time they really lost was as a result of that bolster meld onto that first Awakened Guardian.
Okay, so we've seen the European region play bolstering King's Rest before, and all of the teams played double construct into the Golden Serpent. How do you feel about the Villains and One Last Chance not doing that? Like, and then instead of playing all 4 of those constructs in one pull?
I think that it is a concession to the bolstering affix. It's difficult to fight trash with bosses with bolstering up and explosive up, and it can still be efficient, but it's a lower upside, higher downside play if things go wrong. I do think though that if Method and A were doing this dungeon, they probably would be still executing that strategy. It's less worth it than it is on a normal week. All right, so once again we're here into the Gauntlet room, starting off with the 5-pack as always. They're going to be focusing down the King here, who has dramatically more health than the other mobs. That's going to require some kill commands to be cast on it. One of these hunters. You'll see, it looks like it's probably Jacob casting those kill commands because he's way lower on the overall damage compared to the other hunters, who are probably mostly casting the multi-shots instead.
Well, now he's ramping up.
He's ramping, yep. Deciding it's time to start padding. Looks at the overall damage meters and he's like, you know what? Priority damage is not important. I just need the overall.
He's checked the formula, and since there's no IO to be gained in this in these dungeons, he's decided that overall damage is the most important metric.
Yep, and they are doing a good job here getting through that pull. Meanwhile, on the side of One Last Chance, pull is also going fairly well for them. A Ring of Peace actually separates the mobs in a fairly unfortunate way for their cleave there. You hate to see the Ring of Peace bounce everything in different directions.
No, I don't know if I necessarily hate that because of how low those the small guys were compared to.
Yeah, it can be good if you're trying to not damage things. That's true.
Yes.
If you're the healer and you're just literally you're looking at your DPS and you're like, you guys have to stop cleaving, and they're just like, no, I'm not going to do that. You just bring everything in different directions.
They say make me.
Yeah, try and cleave now. Yeah. Villains engaging the second pack here of this gauntlet. This is the one that has the Axe Barrage, which does do quite a bit of damage on Fortified. You can see that dot on everybody, taking them fairly low.
Corey May's Ring of Peace came up for that. I'm kind of surprised that it came up in time. That's
yeah, it was Raynon's Ring of Peace that was used on the gauntlet there, and is actually back up as well, yeah.
Corey used hers at the very end as well.
Interesting, yeah. Timers being carefully calculated by these teams. Make sure they have access to that. Of course, without the Ring of Peace, they wouldn't have any other knocks for that ability.
Not like they lose much damage anyways, though.
That's true, yeah. They would only be losing... I mean, Snap would probably just stand in anyway, so... It wouldn't be a huge loss either way. You can see, though, the Channel Lightning cast is actually just going to go uninterrupted on the side of One Last Chance. So they are going to lose a little bit of damage from that. They are catching up, though, I'd say, in this gauntlet room here to where villains are. I think they're just able to execute a little bit higher DPS than the villains are. Now we're moving on to the 2 packs. These are the ones that they can. This one in particular is a little bit less deadly, but these ones can really start to take a long time if the mobs get separated and, you know, mechanics start going off.
Absolutely. I think generally the king is more deadly and takes a lot more time in a full melee comp, but whenever you're running the triple hunter, the king is pretty easy to get killed, especially whenever you are using the Ring of Peace like you see from One Last Chance, to be able to knock that blade storming mob back into that queen. You just are able to get pretty free even cleave. One Last Chance is doing a really good job of keeping this competitive right now. They are slightly behind because of how slow they took the first room, but they are neck and neck right now with the villains.
Yeah, this is definitely... Neither team has any room here for a wipe before throwing it over to the other team here. Villains, though, if they're able to execute their strategy cleanly, should be able to keep ahead of One Last Chance. That being said, King's Rest bolstering explosive is not a guarantee that things will be executed cleanly by any stretch. They're going to be getting out of this gauntlet room about one entire trash pack ahead of where One Last Chance is. One Last Chance dropping some world markers here. Look at that. Skull, triangle, and circle coming down.
What are the world markers for?
They're calculating the trajectory of the raptor here.
The raptor. They're doing trigonometry to determine the tangent to the raptor leap relative to which direction you need to knock him back to make sure he's back into melee.
Yeah, well, you have a strategy for if, you know, the shot goes on Skull,
they're dropping
or if it
the
goes
purple
on the other
puddles
ones.
on those markers is what they're doing. Okay.
Oh, Chune's getting hit by 2 of the Hunting Leap cast. Does manage to live barely. That was danger time, though, for One Last Chance. As villains are now on to Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos. Running this obelisk. I think this will be the only obelisk that they kill in their pathing here. Although we actually haven't seen King's Rest out of villains yet. This is kind of the standard strategy in this dungeon, is fight this obelisk and then use the next one as a pseudo shroud skip, but don't actually kill Voidweaver Malthier inside it. They will now be... Let's see, they're gonna be fighting this Awakened Guardian here, as you can see Tricks of the Trades coming out on Snap.
Are they going to pull it into
this internment construct, yeah.
Okay.
Once again, yeah, so this is something we saw yesterday, actually.
Strategy.
This is One Last Chance's route as well here in this dungeon, is to fight this thing by itself. I believe it to be a little bit slower than finding a way to do a pull on the bridge with multiple enemies, but certainly it is easier to do.
So, in my opinion, what they should be doing here is they should be fighting this Purification construct with the double internment constructs.
Yeah, skip past it and then loop back and get it after.
Yeah,
I think that would probably be a little bit of time save as well, although it would involve some backtracking. You know,
you just have a healer backtrack, dude.
That's true. All right, so we've got now, it's going to be all of the oozes all at once here. They have explosives. Really need to make sure that they manage those well. And they're doing a pretty good job here of grouping everything up. You can see those swirlies just landing on everybody.
Bolstering management. Are they going to create the King Goo?
Yeah. Is this going to be it? Here we go. Everything getting fairly low. Let's see how well they're able to proportionally assign their damage based on everything's remaining health. Looking good so far. Yeah, I'm not seeing any big health bars. Yeah, you know, this is maybe not an A+, but I think definitely an A for them on bolstering management here. One large blob, but it is right at the end of its health bar. 2 of them, I guess, but still, pretty good job there from villains on the bolstering management side. They'll be moving now into double construct. Meanwhile, One Last Chance just starting their slime pull. A lot of explosives there. AoE stun comes out for them. Let's see if they're able to manage this as well or better than villains were.
I always worry about pulling the boss whenever I do the slimes on live.
Yeah, it's definitely scary, especially if you're playing Twilight Devastation, because you just look at that thing. Anytime you look at something and you didn't mean to pull it, just immediately you proc Twilight Devastation has been my experience.
Is that why you don't no longer play Twilight Dev?
I still play it. I can't turn down the overall damage.
Fair. All right, now the villains are onto the double internment construct. They're playing them both of them stacked on top of one another near one side of the sarcophaguses. Basically, if you pull one of them, as soon as the first entomb goes off, you can immediately pull the second one, and they will be permanently desynced to a point where the wailing cast will not go off for very long at all, if not go off at all. So you should be Good to go. You see the villains here, even thus doing a good job of swapping sides to make sure that those sarcophagus...
as long as you swap sides, you don't even need to worry about them being synchronized, and you can just pull them whenever you want. If you want to always be using the same coffin, then you do need to have them actually be desynchronized so that they're not casting at the same time. All right, so we're into Machimba now for Team Villains. Their Bloodlust is available here. Let's see if they decide to use it or save it. I think that they probably, at this point, should be saving it for the end of the dungeon, given that we're 13 minutes in here. But they might elect to use it after they finish this Entomb cast.
Oh, okay. So Dilemma feigned death a little bit late. So if you feign death the last tick of that drained fluids, then you're able to miss... so you're able to miss the debuff first and foremost, and you're able to miss a bunch of the casts, like the burning corruption cast that came out of Machimba. But it looks like the villains did not get Machimba, get their teammate out quick enough, so now they're getting more of the fire around the room and continuing to have that drained fluid. Corey May's damage is going to suffer a pretty significant amount because of this, don't you believe?
Yes, that is definitely bad news for healer damage on this fight. That being said, the boss fight's still almost over for them. One last chance here, popping their Bloodlust on this boss in a way that villains chose not to. So villains are still going to have access to that powerful cooldown later in the dungeon, but I think they might have been able to Bloodlust this and get a second Lust in this dungeon.
Well, okay,
or a
in
third
addition
Lust
to
in this
that,
dungeon.
if you forego one of the Entombs, is the Bloodlust worth?
That's a good question,
I would say yes, but...
All right, so yeah, both teams here are actually just fighting the boss the old-fashioned way, not using any... I think actually both of them attempted and failed to cause it to stop casting abilities.
Yes, they did.
Villains finishing the boss 20% ahead of One Last Chance, so a pretty small timer separates these two teams here. One Last Chance, I think they're keeping pace with where Villains are at. Aside from a slightly slower boss 1 split here, we can watch and see what their boss 2 split ends up being. I think it's going to end up being almost exactly the same. Yeah, there it is, 8 minutes 43 versus 8 minutes 51. So One Last Chance actually slowly closing the gap here against the Villains. Still behind, but they could easily make it up if this bridge or if anything goes wrong for the Villains.
So Triple Hunter is really good against these Berserkers because whenever the Berserkers leap out of melee and they do their Severing Blade cast, the Hunters can assign their pets to be on that Berserker to where the pet will take the bleed instead.
That Berserker is
has
pretty
two
close
bleed
to full
stacks.
health, though, with 2 bolstering stacks on it. Luckily, Snap manages to parry that one. They should hopefully be able to kill it fairly soon. But yeah, this is a little bit inefficient on the side of the Villains, and this may give One Last Chance a few extra seconds to close that gap even further.
Ooh. The Villains are doing a good job of using the pets to taunt. You actually do see somebody who's using that Core Hound pet there on the side of the Villains to be able to taunt off just the Berserker away from Snap. So you can range the Berserker bleed, or you can use the manual pet taunt to be able to get a threat on that Berserker.
All right, the Villains' time advantage has now evaporated. They will be fighting this trash pack at basically the exact same time as One
and
Last
a
Chance,
Healing
and they're
Tide
fighting
totem.
it in the Healing Tide Totem. One Last Chance also getting some healing from that Healing Tide Totem, but yeah, this is...
Raynon insta-killed the Healing Tide Totem with Rising Sun Kick whenever he was in his
Way of the Crane, yeah.
Way of the Crane window, yeah. I like that.
That kind of owns. Looks like Villains may... Wow, they're killing off the totem even though everything's out of range of it. Whereas One Last Chance here, opting to use Ring of Peace, actually separating the mobs though, and that is going to be actually slower on the side of One Last Chance. They have a Witch Doctor, still with some hit points left on it, and they have a Brute. Oh, a bad patrol on the Brute for the side of One Last Chance. They're going to have to wait a little bit. They're going to pull the Brute! Yelling YOLO from the top of their lungs, One Last Chance charges in. Sharis drops to 20% health immediately. Has to flee rapidly from that AoE explosion from the Brute.
You can block the Brute knockup.
That is true.
So you can block the Brute knockup, and then as a protection warrior, you can intervene to the Brute to dodge all of the falling damage that you would gain from that ground smash.
All right, that Brute is going to be acquiring some bolstering stacks. That Brute is leveling up here, making good use of that that Winds of Wisdom experience buff that we have live right now.
Okay, that was a terrible joke. Oh, they're just going to meld off the Brute.
Yeah, hey, fair play. What are they going to do now? They have to get back to the obelisk, and they're going to sneak around. Are they going to activate? So they're getting... Okay, no, they're on the other side. They're on the correct side. One Last Chances. But Villains, though, already in this obelisk, they are not using it as a skip. They are just using it as a Voidweaver Malthier kill. So is One Last Chance. So neither team here using it as that pseudo Shroud skip, where we've seen hunters use camouflage and sneak through and pull the boss to get everybody out. They are instead just going to be killing Voidweaver Malthier the old-fashioned way. And these two teams are using the same route against each other. Except for that first boss room.
Yeah.
With one exception, where Villains is a little faster, but not even there. Their more aggressive strategy ended up being slower because they had the bolstering problem there. Maybe not slower, but it ended up being the same speed. And now going into the boss fight is the Villains. One Last Chance still killing off Woodweaver Malthier. Actually, damage going on quite a bit of the group here. And yeah, they're on to Kula the Butcher. One Last Chance, or not One Last Chance. Villains.
The Villains. One Last Chance are going to be finishing off Voidweaver Malthier here momentarily and then making their way onto Kula the Butcher. Again, like we talked about a little bit earlier, probably need to bring it back up again. One Last Chance is running that triple dwarf, so Raynon should be able to output a decent amount more damage on Kula towards the beginning of this fight than Corey May should.
You still got turtles. You still got you still got turtles for this.
Working reactively is easier, you know that though. But
That is true. That is true. All right, we're going in now to Xanazal the Wise for Villains, as they're able to phase that with very little problem from Kula the Butcher. One Last Chance also making short work of Kula the Butcher here. Let's see how they're able to... Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's basically the only bad outcome for them on Severing Axe is if it goes on Raynon himself, as it does immediately as I say that. Raynon taking now damage from that brutal bleed.
Dratnos is the king of the caster curse. Dratnos did not know about this before he started casting this season's worth of MDI, but now he is made brutally aware.
Well, gotta do what I can to help out my team. Help out my guildies. Blatant display of favoritism.
I thought we were supposed to be a partial Dratnos.
That was not in my contract.
All right. Anyways, so now the Villains are on to Xanazal the Wise, sub 30%. They should be able to skip this totem phase. If they don't, that would be pretty rough. Whereas One Last Chance here, they're going to have to deal with their only totem phase of the fight in just a moment.
Yes, Villains able to get through that. Nice work from them. They are on to Akali the Conqueror. She's the last of 3 bosses here and can also kill people. Although, usually when she's the last one, that's the better position. Yeah.
Solo it.
So you can actually solo this as a hunter by jumping off and disengaging at the end of the cast.
You can also jump across like the little... Okay, so
yeah,
you see those corners
triangular
on the
bit.
far right-hand side? Yeah. You can jump from corner to corner and be able to make Akali not do a charge either.
It is both of those strategies are very technical and require... they're risky in a way that you should not execute in an MDI setting.
But I do them on live.
Yeah, well, I mean, and actually one thing monks
hard.
can do is transcend back up as well. You can just jump off and then transcend back, and that is a little bit of a larger window to execute, so... Villains, though, able to kill Akali right as One Last Chance engages it. They are firmly ahead here. They just need to avoid wiping and having anything too slow and inefficient, and I don't think One Last Chance will be able to close this gap just with damage. Invisibility potions coming out from the tank and healer of Villains. The rest of the team can camouflage through, or they can just run through and feign death later. They don't have turtles available, though, so
is
probably
this gate going to drop early enough?
Yeah.
Okay, looks like the answer is yes. Dilemma has died.
Dilemma,
looks
Jacob,
like Jacob
and Keeks
are going to be going down too.
They will be getting mass res. I believe that was a camouflage oopsie. I'm not 100% sure.
So for those who don't play with stealth a lot of the time, it's really easy to get broken out of stealth if you're not super careful.
Yeah, they're going to get mass res, though. Take that 15-second penalty. That 15-second penalty could matter here, as they charge right into Shadow of Zul. Wow, low health on all those hunters, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem as that Way of the Crane comes out and heals them all up just from the single target.
88% enemy forces count. Is Shadow of Zul plus the... I assume that Shadow of Zul plus the Obelisk has to be enough, right?
Yes. 2 obelisks and Shadow of Zul. You know what? No, I don't think it is. I think they are going to have to go back and get the middle pack of the bridge.
I don't feel like it is, but I don't know why.
I'm not a percentage scientist. I know the numbers if it's in count.
Either, but
if the numbers were in count, I would be able to tell you, but I can't tell you from percent actually here.
I struggle to tell from percent either. I just see.
Yeah, you can see those snap immediately yeets out of there, and they are running back. So that we were correct. They do need to pull that middle pack. One last chance. What is happening here? No, man. They are wiping.
Please, dude. All right, Raynon's going to get battle res. This is a catastrophe for One Last Chance.
Yeah, so this compared to what happened to Villains is going to cost them an extra 30 seconds because they have to do the battle res cast time. They have an extra death on the board there, and they, instead of just getting the instant AoE res out. So One Last Chance firmly behind at this point. They need something to go horribly wrong for Villains to take the win in this series. They are fighting that middle pack first, and then they'll be going to Shadow of Zul.
Pull it into the boss.
Yeah, pull it into Shadow of Zul. You won't. All right, they won't.
You won't.
they actually won't though.
I bet your explosive's gonna go off.
That indeed it is, but almost everybody outranged it except for Raynon's.
This
Poison
is
Barrage coming out here.
okay. So I hate how they're doing this.
Me too.
Please stop.
The Raptor is 70 yards away from the
Chance,
Beastmaster.
please.
This is the peak of inefficiency, and they are now running back here. It's half. So here's what happened. The two halves of the team both had good strategies here. One was to fight them right at the edge here, just out of range of where pulling the Brute would happen. That's fine. The other was, hey, let's be safe. Let's just line all the way back to where Shadow Zul is. That's
Also
fine as well.
fine.
You
Yes.
can't do both of those strategies at once. Anytime you have two good strategies and you're executing both of them at the same time, that is usually a disaster. You need to pick one. And even a bad strategy is usually better than trying to do two good strategies at the same time. The entire team there for the side of One Last Chance gets hit by that Poison Barrage. And Jeb is going to go down as a result of that. They're going to have to do another long cast of res here, whereas Villains onto that last boss here. All of this will be for naught if they wipe to this last boss. If they wipe to this last boss, they will still be behind where One Last Chance is. They have to kill off these two Awakened enemies. Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, so low on health here. It is the first one they're targeting down, despite the fact they have those 3 Hunters to deal with it. Hunter Pet Taunt comes out, but it will not be necessary as Urgroth falls. Just the Blood of the Corruptor, Dazar, and his Raptors now stand between Villains and at least a 4th place finish in this tournament.
Snap and Corey both had a tornado debuff, but they're not going to be punished for it. Snap drops sub 50% with that blade combo while tanking the Blood of the Corruptor. This is a lot of tank damage coming through right now.
Yeah.
But Corey is just making sure that she's able to just keep him top the whole entire time.
Shield wall here used. Does overlap the end of the shield wall with that blade combo. Great timing of the defensive from Snap. And they now just have Dazar and his Raptors. Corey getting targeted by that Quaking Leaf, though, not topped on health. She does manage to dodge the epicenter of it, which can be quite lethal. that thing does so much damage if Dazar lands right on top of you. If you can get like 3 feet away from him, it's pretty livable. But if he lands right on top of you, it is, I mean, as much as you'd expect if somebody lands literally on top of you, it's a lot worse than if they land 3 feet next to you.
What was that analogy?
It's not an analogy, it's just that's the way the mechanic works.
Alright, Janice. Alright, so the Villains here are going to be downing Tazala here in just a moment. They're probably going to get one more fear off of that Deathly Roar.
You can see the turtles
coming out. Yeah. That's a good use of turtle by the Villains. Corey's spinning, crane kicking still, trying to become as most damage efficient as possible. Dazar has been dismounted, and basically the only way that they wipe from here on out is Snap dying to something. This Dazar is a fairly high tank damage boss, but on a fortified 19, I significantly suspect that he should not go down.
Snap throws the Stormbolt out at the CC Immune Raban to assert dominance. It's going to be successful there for Villains. I think they are in good shape here for the Dilemma gets hit by the epicenter of that leap. 11% health. Does survive, though. Whew, that was a close match, a close series, but Villains are going to take this one, and they are going to be advancing to at least the lower semifinals against Goosy Bad.
Why was this 26 minutes? Woo!
There you go. Last percents get ticked down as King's Rest ends at 26:59 for the side of Villains as they take the win and move on to square off against Goosy Bad a little bit later. And that was quite a grueling game there, Zyro.
Ooh, is it over? Wait, okay, yeah, sorry, the dungeon's over. Yeah, 27 minutes for Villains and King's Rest. There wasn't...
Is that a 2-chest?
I think it's a 2-chest. There really wasn't anything, like, spectacular about either of the team's route. They actually pretty much ran the exact same route the entire way through the dungeon. One Last Chance just kind of throwing too many deaths right at the end there, and it's kind of unfortunate for them being the team in this lower bracket that's kind of been the more consistent of our lower bracket teams, just kind of throwing it all at the end. And the Villains, much to Dratnos' delight, are going to be moving on in this lower bracket.
Whoa, yeah.
That's right. And Dradnus, how's it feel? Get your buddies moving on, squaring off against Goosy Bad.
It's going to be great, actually, to see this matchup here. I got friends on both these teams. I will be rooting, though, of course, for the guildies in the villains.
Yeah, you know, no contractual obligations to hold you down, and
Yeah, not like Zyronic signed, yeah.
that's right. Zyro, tough break, buddy.
I'm still asleep.
I'm still dying from the Dradnus comment. Snap throws his Stormbolt at the CC Immune Raban to assert his dominance.
I'm
worked.
just commentating on the match, man. What do you want?
Yeah, man. What do you want, Tettles? You want another cowboy hat? You want 2?
I don't know what I'd do with 2.
A 2-1 series, though. That one took a while.
Speaking of 2, it's a 2-1 series, and it did. Yeah, the dungeons went very, very long on that one. I mean, you're going from Junkyard into Underrot into King's Rest, so quite a number of grueling games on that one. And it'll be nice for those guys to also have a bit of a break, as we'll be looking at our upper finals coming up between our reigning champs in Method NA and Ethical, who have been stepping it up a ton throughout this tournament here, Zyro.
For sure. I mean, really, what is there to step up for them, right? They're already at the top, but the fact that they've been able to actually just keep implementing on their strats is pretty disgusting from a team that's already on their level. I'm interested to see, though, is Ethical on that level that we want them to be at here? Like, this is going to be a very telling matchup to see, you know, how Ethical is going to be able to pair up against Method NA, because then you can kind of start looking at how they might be pairing up against Method EU and Perplexed, because NA is kind of on that level.
Yeah, we want to see that ability to take a series off of Method NA that we saw in the EU region from Perplexed against Method EU in the last cup in that region. So Ethical here, you know, even though their standings are pretty locked in, they are absolutely have important matches here for determining just how good their team is.
I think that always gives them like a nice gut check to see, you know, where they're going to be with Method NA, kind of progressing against them as well, Tettles, because Method NA's always, you know, had a fire, you know, beneath them, fire in them to continue to improve, and Ethical has been trying to push that as much as they can. So what are your thoughts on that one, Cowboy?
I think that, from my cowboyish opinion, I think that Ethical should look pretty good this weekend from what I've heard from them. It seems like they've put in a decent amount of time and practice and are feeling pretty confident coming into today, especially compared to what they were doing yesterday. I think it should be good. I don't think the map pool is necessarily that disadvantageous to them. I know that their Toldagor run is fairly competitive, though.
That's right, and we do have Toldagor as the last dungeon if it doesn't get banned out, and we've seen a lot of Toldagor out of Ethical, so I do wonder if that will end up getting banned, but we'll have to see as we, you know, spend some time with more of our friends and start checking out what the top teams in North America and Oceanic have to offer. And while we're doing that, make sure to get some good screenshots of you and your friends with a hashtag MDI screenshot, as you can submit it on our Twitter competition, and then we'll be able to start comparing them and showing them off on stream, as we saw that amazing Dratnos Tettles Cho'Gall matchup, which was terrifying. It was terrifying, Zyro. You're gonna have nightmares.
We're beautiful people.
Yeah, my workplace acquaintances are kind of weird sometimes. Gotta say.
We got rid of one of them, though, this season.
What?
Jesus.
Wow.
What did Dratnos do to him?
Yummy.
Oh, no.
Later salute.
Oh, no.
Later salute.
Oh my goodness.
Oh. Hey, look at that. Look at that awesome peace sign.
Can you get us out of here? Can you roll us out?
Fine. We'll be back. We'll be taking a quick break before Tettles loses his mind. Don't go anywhere. The upper finals coming up on the other side of the break. Seems to have been Ethical, the ones who's rising to the occasion.
So I think it's actually a very similar situation between Method NA and Ethical. Like we have an EU and Asia region with Perplexed and Method EU. I think it's actually almost the same situation. Perplexed on the EU and Asia region, they came closer and closer to Method EU throughout the cups, and then in the third cup, they actually managed to beat Method EU in the grand final. And I think we could theoretically have a similar situation here, where Ethical just improved over the cups and might be able to beat Method NA here in this cup. Now, the seeding will already be set, right? Ethical is the number 2 seed, while Method NA is the number 1 seed, even if they win this cup. But it might just be very good for their pride and honor, right? Putting so much time into practice and always ending up losing against Method NA. If they would win against Method NA once, doesn't matter if it's here in the Apple final or maybe later in the grand final, I think it would really be good for Ethical.
Yeah, I think it would be a really big shot in the arm for this team who has been pressing, Method NA and has been putting more pressure on them as, Method NA are defending champs in this region, and for good reason here, Tettles, because they've constantly been on improving themselves, developing new strategies, innovating through and through.
Oh, definitely the favorites for sure. Whenever you wear that Method tag, there's an expectation that they're going to be looking to win, to win the whole entire thing. So that's why Ethical battling with them so hard, just tooth and nail throughout the whole season, has been interesting to watch. But Method NA strategies have just been spot on. A lot of their innovations for the dungeons that they've been making. I think for both of these teams, this matchup between the two of them is very good for the global finals.
Yeah, and it kind of gets a good idea of, how far is Method NA ahead of the competition, ahead of the curve, but also where is Ethical going to stand as they start going up against some of these European teams, because we have differences in Fortified and Tyrannical here, Drano, so we don't know with full certainty where they're going to be at.
Yeah, it's difficult to directly compare the times of the two different regions, given those affixes never quite being exactly the same. But I think when you look at it kind of holistically, I would say Method NA would probably be competitive with Perplex and Method EU for those first seeds if you had the regions mashed together. I don't think any other NA region teams would be particularly close to that group of 3 that we have at the very top of the worldwide MDI right now.
I agree. And as we take a look at our bracket to break down where we have been this weekend, we are seeing, in the lower bracket, we're going to have Goosy Bad squaring up against Villains a little bit later. And now we have our upper finals game. And the first dungeon we've got going on is going to be Freehold with Fortified Grievous Sanguine, followed up by Shrine of the Storm, and with Waycrest Manor to follow if we go into a game 3. So, Motherload, Toldagor getting banned. What's your take on this one, Tettles?
I think that it makes a lot of sense. I think both of these teams, their Toldagor runs could have been fairly tight with one another. And then what was the other band? Oh, the Motherload band. So I think that Ethical's Motherload is just, dude. I feel like Method NA always just looks so good at Motherload. It's hard.
Yeah,
It's
it's hard
since
to
the first cup when everybody was banning Motherload and Method NA was just like, you know what, we're gonna practice this and make you ban it against us instead of our other good maps. That was, it's been true. Method NA just owns on that map.
But are you not surprised that they left Waycrest open?
Yeah, so this is the first time the entire weekend that Waycrest has not been banned. The reason that we've been seeing Waycrest getting banned so often in the other series is that it is bursting Necrotic Fortified in there.
That is mean.
That is a nasty combination of affixes that these teams, it's just so dangerous for them. And they've been avoiding like the plague, but teams of the caliber of Method NA and Ethical, I guess, are going to be equipped to do battle in such a hazardous environment.
And speaking of hazardous environments, teams are already pulling, so let's get into it. Game number 1 between Method NA and Ethical.
All right, so they already gathered this first huge pull here on both sides, and they're up to 22% trash 24. Looks like it's the exact same pull that they've been doing here, and both of the teams also committed their Bloodlust, and we also see a Miracom, so both of them running the Devil DK Hunter.
That is great Sanguine management out of both of these teams. Really becoming neck and neck. Method NA start to edge out just a few seconds of an advantage coming into Sky Captain Crag. You saw those Armies of the Dead popped by all 4 of the Death Knights across both teams as Sky Captain Crag is starting to get dismounted off of his bird.
Yep, so now it's all going to be about that damage because you are seeing the mirror comp, right? So whichever team can maybe play riskier. Oh my god, we actually saw JB and Shakib here getting hit by, I'm not sure if it was the bird or the powder shot, but they actually dropped really low. This is going to be a damage loss for them because JB needs to heal up 2 people here. So he's definitely going to lose a little bit of damage compared to Ethical, who seems to be doing just fine there. Of course, we see one of the hunters, or the only hunter rather, in both of the teams, just baiting the bird poop there on the outside, so it doesn't spawn in melee.
I find it interesting who's playing Hunter for both of these teams, actually. So Yoda going on that Hunter and Arrow going on that Hunter for Ethical. I would have suspected it was actually going to be Array for Ethical and Lip for Method and A, but kind of throwing a shape up. I wonder, like a shake up. I wonder. There has to be a reasoning, but it's probably just due to DK play, not necessarily to Hunter play, because Hunter in an MDI scenario, all the guys say that it's fairly straightforward as to how to play.
Well, I mean, I agree that it might be straightforward in other dungeons, but here specifically in Freehold, they have a lot of like really important jobs, right, as a hunter, because you need to take over that rogue utility spot where you need to go over to the Ring of Booty and make sure you don't die on the way. And then at the very end, we also saw some of the hunters do this like Ravager pull that the rogue usually does with riposte, which also is not so easy to do, I believe, as a hunter. So maybe they're just the most confident to be able to pull that off with Yoda.
They're both rogue players. You're absolutely right. They're both rogue players is why. Okay, it makes way more sense now that you say that. All right, so both teams are looking to drink immediately to be able to despawn some of those brine scales and the harpooners in order to be able to pull the second boss as quickly as possible. You do see Method and A and Lighty heroic throwing some of this trash to try to get it grouped up. He gets that pre-life cocoon right before he enters combat with some of those mobs, so JB is not going to be generating a bunch of healer threat. The Crusher has been pulled, and now everybody's starting to get harpooned into melee. For Method and A, they're not pulling this trash on top of the boss, instead electing to pull it off to the side. Yoda has walked back and joined back up with the group. You saw him camouflage off to start that RP, as Nagura was alluding to earlier, while Ethical, on the right-hand side of your screen, is doing something very similar.
Yeah, they do the same thing actually, but Arrow was back to the group a little bit later, so this means they're going to take a little while longer to finish off this pull. And it looks like the Crusher is standing in Sanguine. The Ring of Peace came out a little bit too late. That means this is going to heal up quite a bit, which is definitely going to be quite a loss for them. They can theoretically just chain the Crusher into the boss.
I think they have to, right?
Yeah, they probably have to. This means they might lose combat, they might lose potions, which is definitely a damage loss, and they might even choose to, they're just finishing it off, so a little bit of a time loss here compared to Method and A.
Yeah, that's going to cost them somewhere in the range of probably like 15 to 20 seconds or so, right? That's pretty bad. Method and A has already started an engaged combat with Captain Jolly and Captain Raul. I suspect that they're going to pull some trash into the bottom 20-some-odd% of Jolly and Raul, right? I think it would make sense.
It's Sanguine, so we've seen teams not do that, just because these bosses are actually kind of hard to control, because they like jump around. But
that is true.
It's possible. They have grips and they have Ring of Peace to control it, so if they are feeling like it, we can definitely see some trash pull on top of this boss.
So the world marker came out for Method and A, and you saw all the players move to it, but I don't 100% know why. I think it may have had to do something with the Whirlpool of Blades, maybe. But it's really hard to be able to tell. I think they're trying to just keep the both Raul and Jolly stacked up as much as possible. Yeah. Raul, of course, does that barrel smash ability, like you see on the right side on Ethical right now. It's really annoying and can knock players away and do a significant amount of damage, getting them deep into Grievous. So Method and A doing a good job of mitigating a lot of damage, so allowing JB to do more DPS as opposed to having to heal up all those stacks of Grievous.
I think it's also like a big reason why you want to maybe bait the charges from the boss is to also have them stacked for the brew, right? If it's a dot brew, a bad brew, then you want to make sure you stack both of the bosses inside. Usually in live servers where you see everyone just being spread out somewhere on max range and one boss charges all the way to the side, and then you have a bad brew and the tank will not manage to put both of the bosses inside because of the other boss just charging away. So definitely seems like they want to stay as close to the boss as possible to be able to just abuse that bad brew damage, which does a lot more damage than the positive brew would give you on your friendly targets.
Oh my goodness, dude. Method in a Sanguine management on that Crusher was just perfect. The Crusher was at 1% HP standing 5 pixels away from a puddle of sanguine that if he was standing and doing that rock throw, he would have just healed to full. So that was great. Whereas on the side of Ethical, more problems with just sanguine management. You saw that Crusher and Ludwig getting a couple of ticks of healing. While it's not going to like end the run or be catastrophic, it's going to put them behind a team of Method NA's caliber.
Yeah, I mean, so one thing to note though is that no matter how fast you deal with the trash here, the pull ends when Ludwig dies, right?
Yes.
So even if the Crusher would be alive for longer or the trash would be alive for longer, overall it wouldn't actually matter for dungeon speed because Ludwig is the one mob that will spawn Trothak. So if theoretically Ethical would have had more Ludwig damage but less AoE damage, they still would have been faster, but that didn't end up happening as they're still fighting Ludwig. It looks like 30 to 40% on Ludwig still, so they're taking quite a bit longer. Method NA just an incredibly clean run by them, and now they're pulling even more trash. I do believe they will chain this on top of Trothak as well as soon as it spawns.
Lighty doing a fantastic job of grouping up these mobs here, keeping them stacked as tightly as possible. They are looking like everybody is in the arena. They are pre-positioning to be able to pull Trothak. You do see those Apocs being popped for both the DKs. The D&D goes down, and all that trash just got obliterated. No, not even a chance for Sanguine healing. I don't even think that Ring of Peace was necessary. That was picture perfect by Method NA. Whereas on the side of Ethical, they're doing an even bigger pull than what we saw from Lighty grouping up. So Skylark is actually grabbing that patrol pack that was down at the bottom of that patrol, whereas he's also grabbing that top landing pull.
Yeah, this is a pretty huge pull by Ethical here. They pulled the upper packs plus the patrol on top. Looks like they're engaging Trothak as soon as they've gathered everything up here. But yeah, Method NA is up to 88% trash, and they don't need... I'm pretty sure we know that Method NA is kiting, right? So they definitely need to get a 12% or the 10% trash that they still need here.
The 10%
somewhere
comes from the
later on,
Ravagers.
which is going to be the Ravager. So they're done with trash as soon as they finish off Trothak here. Well, Ethical, we're not completely sure if they're kiting or not because we haven't seen them play this on tournament yet. But it looks like they're doing the same thing as they're also up to 91% now.
Yeah, Ethical is doing a good job of being able to try to claw back onto Trothak damage, but with there being about 50% of a boss's HP separating the two, Method NA has a fairly commanding lead at this point. So now Method NA has down Trothak, and they're making their way towards the Harlan Suite area. They just need to cross the bridge, deal with their Ravager pull, probably before Harlan, and then make their way up into the Harlan area.
Yep. Now it's all going to be about that kiting strat, right? This kiting strat is definitely very difficult and incredibly volatile. If something goes wrong, you're just going to have a full team wipe immediately. There's almost no way to recover, like snap from the obelisk mobs, or if JB goes down, or if they snap to JB. Either of those things will mean that you're very likely going to have a team wipe. Very, very little chance to recover. We see them do a skip now as they're up to 100% trash. Lighty off-tanking that patrol. Now they will Shadow Melt off the aggro, and now it's going to be about JB. And about the aggro too, because there's no rogue with tricks. You only have the misdirect here. That's why you see Yoda standing right there. He's trying to misdirect the aggro from those awakened mobs on top of JB.
And it looks like they're doing a really good job. So they pull Harlan off to the side there. You saw JB pre-life cocoon. Now he transcendences away. And goodbye, awakened mobs. I'll see you later. Ethical has down Trothak, but I think it may be just a little bit too little too late, as long as JB is able to keep his kiting consistent and clean. So now Method NA is just doing the reverse, like the inverse strategy of what you see a lot of teams do on live for where they're tanking this boss. There's truly no difference between the two. You don't have to pull the middle pack at all. And you're in a good spot almost regardless. Ethical has now started their Ravager pull, but again, like I said, it's all down to JB's kiting. He's doing a great job of making sure that he's staying out range. He ends up getting caught by Voidweaver Mouthire's kick, but he's still out of range of the Blooded Corruptor, making sure that he stays within range of all of the other mobs, though, to not have them teleport back to his group.
Yep, so JB just running in a circle here, making sure he does not mess the skip up, because, again, if he does, it's definitely going to be a team wipe. They just now use their Bloodlust as well. I think they... did it just get up now? Oh, it probably just got ready now.
Ethicals.
But we see Ethical having some problems on their side. I think they
get their
just
meld off.
messed up the skip. They tried to skip, but it didn't work out properly. Now they did manage to get the Shadow Melt off. But yeah, just too little too late for them. As Method A is about to finish up Harlan Sweet now, below 30%, which means there's going to be a damage taken increase on Harlan Sweet. And the boss is going to die in no time. And then it's going to be the first game going to Method A. And what a clean run by Method A and Ethical, to be honest.
Yeah,
Check this
I don't.
speed right now. The 11:25 run. Out
Faster than their time trials.
Oh my goodness. It's rare enough that we see people meet their time trial runs, much less beat it in cup play, Dratnos.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, sometimes we see it out of these teams that, like, okay, you had a bad time trial run.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
You do better in the cup play. That happens. But, like, number one by a mile in Freehold. Method and A their time trial time in Freehold was number one by 2 minutes, and they have improved on that time in the cup play here. That is just ridiculous. I don't know what other words to describe it as. They are an absurdly good team, and that was an absurdly good run.
That's right. Extraordinarily well played, and continued innovation, continued practice, and when you're riding the high road of the bracket, you have so much extra time to get more practice in, and there's got to be a great change of pace on the side of Method NA as well, Nagura, since last season they were continuously fighting their way through the lower bracket when they had to fight up against Method EU constantly.
Yeah, they must be so happy to just finally be in this upper bracket because, this is the first game they're playing today, right? They had 2 games yesterday, which they both won. And if you win your first 2 games, you have a lot of time to practice for the upper final and then also for the grand final. Being in a lower bracket, there's so much more pressure on you. You have to play a lot more games. And whenever you lose a series, you're just going to be out. So it's just a lot better for Method A to be in this upper bracket, and it really shows how well they're prepared for these matches here as well. Just beating their own time trial time when they're already number 1 in time trials, that is really insane.
Yeah, absolutely incredible job by them. And Ethical was looking to be hot on their heels, but that's really just not enough when you're facing off against the number 1 seed, the 2-time defending champions in this cup and everything, Tettles.
It just comes down to Sanguine Healing, right?
Yeah.
Both of these teams, they were hot on one another's heels. Their Method NA's timing was what is almost perfect for them, perfect for their run. Ethical would have had to have 0 Sanguine Healing to be able to match that run. I feel like Ethical could have, but it's just somehow Ethical has a very good run and Method NA has a perfect run, and that is the differentiation that you have to be seeing whenever you are playing against these world caliber teams.
Yep, and at that point, we start, looking into what are the different things that can help Ethical start getting to that level, or, what's the next step for them, really, Dratnos, when they weren't really making a ton of mistakes at all.
Yeah, it's hard to tell where the gap is that you can overcome if you're Ethical against Method NA. I think that they've been doing a great job this season of getting those routes faster and faster, getting them cleaner and cleaner. We've been seeing a lot of 0 death action out of them. So, over the next couple months, they're just going to have to keep doing what Method A does and just hit these dungeons over and over again and keep innovating, keep practicing.
Yep, and let's start going over, what you have for us throughout that Freehold run.
Yeah, so we saw that massive first pull coming out from both teams, 31% trash count all at once, and both teams executed it within a couple seconds of each other very quickly. So another point where Ethical did a pretty great job there. Method A slightly faster on that. Lighty dropped to 1% health on one of their big pulls before the second boss. That was nearly the end of the run for Method A there. If he died, I think that Ethical would have had the chance to win there. But at that 1% HP, perfectly calculated, he was able to live, as they had done every time in practice, always at 1% HP. Anytime you're doing a dungeon run and you don't go to 1% HP, it means that you had extra health that you could have used and you were being inefficient.
Oh, no.
The Sanguine management from Method NA was also on point all throughout the dungeon, beautiful in the Ludwig room. We saw Ethical doing a pretty good job there, but Ethical had some healing on their big guy, which Method NA was able to avoid entirely. And with the kiting being good on the last boss, that's all that Method NA needed to have the best run I think I've ever seen in Freehold.
And absolutely just tore apart their opponents throughout that. And let's start looking at, what we have coming up on the horizon. The Shrine of the Storm will be coming up, and we saw a really strong run here by Ethical, Nagura.
Yeah, so we saw, I believe, a 0 death run even from Ethical versus Limit yesterday, which was pretty impressive. I mean, it took them 90 minutes and 40 seconds, which is a pretty long time, but it is a shrine, and shrine is generally a longer dungeon, and it's just really hard to do any sort of super risky plays. Like, it's almost impossible to play 4 obelisks in the last boss, for example, just because of the way that boss works with the different phases. So I think they definitely did play incredibly well there, which means that they have a chance to win against Method NA. We have not seen them play Shrine yet, but obviously Method NA was able to watch the ethical strategy yesterday, and they could have said, okay guys, so we need to beat their time, and whatever they came up with maybe is actually better than ethical strat.
Yeah,
Maybe, and wouldn't be the first time, Dranos, that we started seeing, Method NA really putting the pedal to the metal to ensure that they're going to win every single matchup possible.
if you put a time on the scoreboard and you say, hey, another team has done this time, and you give that to Method NA and you give them 2 or more hours, they will be able to do that time as well or better in the dungeon. It's happened every weekend. We saw a couple weekends ago like that, they had a slightly slower Freehold than some other teams. And then by Sunday, they had the faster Freehold again because they just saw the time they needed to make and then they made it happen. And so, yeah, Shrine of the Storm, we don't know what Method NA is going to look like, but my money is still on them for this one.
Without question, and it's just been the story of Method NA throughout the North America Cups as they have been so dominant. Let's see how Ethical can match up against them here as Shrine of the Storm gets rolling.
Alright, so let's see how they do this very first pull here. That one is going to be so important because they pull so many mobs on top of the lantern and they snap everything. If something goes wrong or if they pull a living current on accident, then it can definitely cause a disaster here.
So this is interesting for Method NA. They pulled all of the initiates that were in the starting area with this large pull. This is actually a pretty good strategy on teaming and a really good way that they're going to be able to get count. Whereas from Skylark on Ethical side, we saw them skipping a lot of those initiates. They pulled some of them, but they pulled way less.
Yeah, so that's definitely interesting to see that they, you end up seeing the percentage now, right? 60% for Method NA, and they will even finish up this Templar. But this is probably why we didn't see Ethical pull the initiates, because they didn't want to have this Templar on top, right? While Method NA has to finish off this Templar by itself because it didn't snap properly, and this is costing them quite a bit of time. They will have the extra percentage here, 3% over Ethical, but usually dealing with a mob like that by itself is very inefficient, so maybe Ethical choosing not to pull that is actually better on their side.
That was a fairly inefficient pull. Okay, so Method NA, we've seen them do Shrine of the Storm before. If you take a look on their side, you don't see JB. This is intentional. JB is actually not in the Nyalotha realm with Method NA. Instead, JB is in the Accuseer room, starting the RP and preparing Accuseer to pull, so that whenever his friends from the side of Method NA make it to Accuseer, the boss is immediately ready to get pulled. Whereas Ethical, once they kill Voidweaver Mouthier in this room, it will take 20 to 30 seconds there for Accuseer to even be able to spawn. So it's significantly less efficient. You do see Chompy, though. He casts Crackling Jade Lightning, and you can see on the far left-hand side, those droplets are walking in. This is going to be a really big damage conversion for area and shape to be able to just pop off on top of Accuseer and do a significant amount of damage to those. Where Method NA here is killing Voidweaver Mouthier, and she's not getting unsnapped from that lamp right now. She's still stuck up there. Please come down.
There we go. Did manage to snap it down because obviously they want the portal right here. Theoretically, they don't need it, right? Because JB could just pull the boss and then they would all get out. But still managed to get the portal down there as they now engage Acquaseer and use that Bloodlust as well on the pull. Ethical also pulled all of the trash on top of Acquaseer and used the Bloodlust. They are, of course, slightly ahead as they finish off that trash, the first trash group, a lot faster than Method NA. But Method NA is going to have a slight trash advantage.
Yes. It also looks like Ethical does have Windspeaker Heldus. Okay, so both of the teams have Windspeaker Heldus into their pack. Ethical has a really good drop on that swiftness, that lesser swiftness ward from Windspeaker. It's right underneath Accuseer, so that allowed everybody to be able to stack inside of it, doing the most amount of damage they can to Accuseer before he does end up doing his Erupting Waters cast, transforming into those 3 Aqualings. Method NA is caught up, though, and past Ethical.
Yeah, they had a huge amount of damage there on the boss. They actually got the boss into phase so incredibly quickly. It looked like Ethical might have maybe focused a little bit on the trash too much, while Method and A just used all of their damage onto the boss. Should keep going down though on the side of Method and A. They do have a battle rest, so they get him back up. And in the end, it's not going to cost him too much time to get the death here because it is the intermission phase and he's already used all of his offensive cooldowns. So therefore, he's not going to lose too much, but still not something you want to see because now they're out of battle rests.
Yeah, it's not an issue right now. It's an issue later on if somebody else dies and they get punished for not having that battle res available to them. The 5-second penalty is basically just the 5 seconds. There's nothing really more to it than just that. So
And
now
food
Ethical
buff.
and Method and A, yeah, and well, whatever. Now Method and A and Ethical have phased out. All those Aqualings and Accuseer should be dying here momentarily for both of them.
Yep, Aquaseer is about to go down. We see the percentage slight advantage for Method and A because of that Templar and the initiative they killed earlier. Outside of that, both of the teams did pull the exact same trash, and of course also Heldis, which is the mini boss. And I believe Ethical is doing a pretty big pull now right after this boss, as they're going to be gathering basically all of this trash on top of the mini boss inside this area here.
So since it is teaming, they're going to be all three teams are probably going to be playing all three mini bosses: the Runecarver Sorin, the Guardian Elemental, and Windspeaker Heldis. Of course, Windspeaker Heldis has already gone down. They got really good efficiency of cleave with Accuseer by both teams. Ethical's DKs now dropping their D&Ds. You do see that Bloody Demon and Fell Barrage coming out of Arrow. Everything has perished very quickly.
Looks like Method and A is doing an even bigger pull. Did he pull the
Did he
elemental?
just tag the Guardian Elemental
I think
too?
he did. I think they're pulling the Guardian Elemental and they're abusing the ward, which does reduce the damage taken by everybody if you just stand in it. There we go. So this is an insane
disgusting.
pull. Look at the amount of damage they're doing as well. And yeah, they're really abusing this ward here, which with the damage reduction in the ward, they can just take the AoE from the Elemental and they're fine. They can also stand in it with Quaking too. Quaking does do damage if you stand on top of each other, but because of the damage reduction in the ward, it can just be out-healed by JB, and they get a huge amount of charge percentage by this pull. They surpassed Ethical for sure now, because Ethical is doing this in 2 pulls, while Method and A is doing it in 1, and now they're also doing this like line of sight strategy where Skylark is soloing the Elemental to just spell reflect a bunch of the shocks here.
Yeah, so Ethical does what is effectively an additional 30 to 45 second pull over what Method and A has. So any lead that Ethical did have going into Runecarver Sorin has just immediately evaporated. Lighty now snaps all of those mobs into the water, leaps out of the water, jumps right on top of the Brother Ironhole and Galecaller Fae platform, trying to get threat on everything. It looks like Lip is getting meleeed, but okay, so now Lighty is able to get threat off of everything by a very fortunate Twilight Devastation proc. You could see he's doing 300k DPS, but all of those mobs got ripped immediately off of Lip right back onto Lighty. That was very fortunate, I think.
I just love this so much. So they're basically, right after Aquaseer, they do this huge pull where one of the DKs uses their AoE cooldowns. They pull 2 mini bosses and every trash bag there is. And then as soon as it dies, they light for potion again, take everything and put it on top of the boss. Just like 2 huge pulls back to back. And this time Shakib used the cooldowns while Lip used his cooldowns earlier on the pull. So they really spaced out their offensive cooldowns, making sure they can do those 2 insane pulls back to back. And Lighty didn't even use Shield Wall or Last Stand for this pull here. He still has his defensives available here, which is just crazy.
Okay, and I may have misspoke. It may not have been Twilight Devastation. Lighty is running Twilight Dev 3, but it could have been that Strength of the Warden Major, which is that AoE taunt ability. He could have gotten threat off of Lip with that. It's hard to know for sure, but either way, Method and A now looking to be about 20-ish% ahead on Tidesage Council over Ethical right now. Just still running with that lead that they obtained in that Runecarver Sorin / Guardian Elemental pull.
Did you say Lip is running Twilight Death?
No, Lighty's running Twilight Death.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so a lot of people always ask why they're not playing Twilight Devastation on the damage dealers here in the MDI. And it's mainly because, I mean, if you see the amount of pulls they're doing, Twilight Devastation actually has a target cap, which they added at some point when they nerfed it. On live servers, it doesn't matter as much because you don't do those insanely huge pulls. But here in the MDI, when you pull 10 or even more mobs on top of each other, then all of a sudden the Twilight Devastation target cap really does matter, and therefore they just choose to run different corruption, and also more single target focused corruption as well, because in the end the unholy DKs do a lot of AoE by themselves. They don't need the corruption, right? So they want to boost their single target damage because that is what is more important in these kind of pulls.
In addition to that, they want more consistent damage. Nagura is absolutely right about the stuff like that. But say your unholy DK procs a Twilight Dev with the very first global he puts into a pack and just immediately rips threat off the whole entire pack and dies and gets meleeed. I'm sure you guys have seen that happen to many people. But like, it's that ruins your pull. So they elect to run something more consistent, and normally it's like masterful or expedient corruptions.
Yep, and it looks like Method and A now are dealing with Samrak here. Ethical, they're not too far behind though, right? Ethical, they're about to finish off this boss, and this is just definitely less than a minute. It's like 20-30 seconds between those two teams, and Method and A does have one death on the board, which is only 5 seconds, but if they have any more deaths later on and have even more time penalty because of it, then Ethical definitely has a chance to get back into this game. And then there's also going to be Volsith, right? Which is an incredibly volatile boss. If you have any sort of mistake there, it can immediately cause a group wipe. So lots of things can still happen in this game. It's pretty close, as now Ethical is also fighting Samrak.
So it looks like Method and A here are running all the way through. They're probably going to be looking to use a group Shadow Meld once they do make their way. JB does pop that Lightfoot potion to get him in position to be able to drop that Ring of Peace to where all of the mobs are far enough away before popping that Shadow Meld, dropping out of combat, immediately drinking, eating that fish feast. Where Ethical saving their Shadow Melds by doing this strategy. We've seen this. Skylark does snap Samrak at 8% health or so. But I think what Method and A just did was definitely faster, like Nagura was saying.
Yep, using the Shadow Meld is just going to be faster. Yes, I mean, they can kill it on the way, but Skylark needs to walk forward because he needs to be the one snapping. So Skylark can't do any damage. Skylark is also facing away, meaning if he gets any Twilight Deaths procs, they will not actually hit this Samrak. And yeah, it's just overall a damage loss instead of just running through and doing the Shadow Meld. Method and A now already done with that bridge pull, where they pull all of the packs together and just don't deal with the tentacles that spawn. Now to deal with the lashers here, huge amounts of AoE damage. Actually, Yoda is basically soloing this with the Fel Barrage, while they use the rest of the AoE cooldowns, I assume, for on the DKs for this pack here.
So Method and A now starting to pull ahead even further. They did start the RP on Lord Stormsong before engaging those Abyss Dwellers to make sure that they mitigate their downtime. So you do see Lord Stormsong shooting that bolt at Rexar, now becoming active for the group to be able to DPS through. It's important to look and see what defensive cooldowns that Method and A does have available. They have an AMS on Lip. They have a Metamorphosis on Yoda. They do not have an AMS on Shakib. That means that 2 out of their 4 members who are likely to get mind controlled here do not have a way of immuning it in the form of JB and Shakib, whereas 2 of them do. Unfortunately, Shakib gets MC'd there.
Yeah, that is actually the worst target to be hit by that. It looks like he probably needed to use the AMS on the lashers because he got fixated a lot, right? So they probably make the call to save the AMS and just out-heal it. But of course, if you get fixated a lot, then you drop incredibly low, then you just have to commit that AMS. And unfortunate for them that it just hit Shakib instead of Lip or Yoda, which had those immunities available. Now on Ethical side, they actually have both of their AMSs available, and they also used Meta on Arrow to be able to actually immune it. So they did not get the Mindbender on their side.
So something, Yoda does get MC'd now here too. So something that you can do whenever you get mind controlled, especially on a Quaking week, like is active currently in the Shrine of the Storm run right now that we're seeing, is you can stack up on top of your friends, and if you stack up with multiple of them, you should be able to get broken out immediately from that mind control just via Quaking. Or you can let explosives go off too. Both of those things work.
Yep, that's definitely a possibility now. And we see just how close this game is still. There's only a 13% boss HP difference here between those two teams, while also 5 seconds in favor of Ethical, right? So something that you do need to consider for later on as well. Both of the teams do have battle rests available in case something does go wrong later, but it's going to be all about that Volsith fight. And if they played cleanly, both of the teams should be able to one-face the boss, even on a tyrannical environment. But if something goes wrong, if the healer loses the buff, or if someone dies, it's definitely a possibility that they're not. And that would just straight up mean that the other team who is one-facing wins, right?
Yes.
No matter which one is ahead at that point.
Absolutely. In addition to that, you do not see like a difference in terms of count between the two teams. The difference between 85 and 86% enemy forces count doesn't make any difference in terms of how many mobs they need to pull, or like pulling the middle pack on top of the boss or anything that's like that. So it looks like Method NA is definitely going to start out on a stronger foot. Both teams do have double obelisk, and that's going to be Urgroth plus the Blood of the Corruptor. It'll be interesting to see how the teams are going to play that.
Yeah, so I do assume they are going to be focusing down one or the other. I think we actually saw Ethical not do that. I think Ethical actually, the last time we saw it, they saved their Bloodlust in a pool, they did not commit it, and they didn't actually focus either of their Awaken Mobs. They were just focusing all of their damage onto the boss, and then dealt with their Awaken Mobs in the intermission phase.
Yes.
Now we'll see if Method NA does do the same, as they're gathering up 2 of those eel packs here. The eel pack's not actually affected by any of the affixes that we have right now. Well, except of teaming percentage, of course. So it shouldn't be a big deal. But you definitely want to pay attention a little bit, as Lighty actually gets a lot of stacks here.
But that ringer piece does come out. You do see Lighty kind of walking away from those eels, allowing them to get grouped up even tighter, pulling them all straight into Volsith. You are going to see these Death and Decays coming out once Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, does walk on top of Volsith for Method NA, and those eels evaporate immediately. Volsith's health does drop pretty quickly. Now they have to move out of the Urgroth Dark Fury. Okay, so they just pulled the middle pack, but that was on accident. Okay,
No,
so the
I
pack will
think,
reset. It's not a big
yeah.
deal. So whenever you go into the intermission phase, you can pull that middle pack. The cast can go off and wipe you, but once you do go into the intermission, the whole entire pack resets.
Yeah, and I think we've even seen some teams actually abuse that middle pack resetting for the tank to just get away from the Awaken Mobs. We saw them just charge onto those middle denizens right before they got into the mission phase, just to like get some distance between the Awaken Mobs and themselves. But it looks like Ethical actually got the boss slightly lower, actually 77% on their side, while Method NA only got it to 80%. It still means they can one-face it on Method NA's side, but it's going to take them slightly longer compared to Ethical. Both of them saved their Bloodlust, and they saved their armies on the Unholy DKs. And now we'll see who can deal with those Awaken Mobs faster and can actually engage the boss faster. This is incredibly close between those two teams right now.
Okay, so Method NA should be finishing up their realm right now on Volsith. You see Lighty swimming out into the water, trying to group up these eels as quickly as possible. Are they going to pull this with the middle pack into Volsith, or are they just going to do it? In segmented pieces? It looks like they're positioning to do it all into Volsith at once. That's why Lighty tagged the middle pack, and that's why he walked into it. So Volsith was already pre-positioned next to these Forgotten Denizens to allow melee kicks to come through. Now you see all of the damage coming out of the side of Method NA. JB is in that way of the crane. You see him glowing that light orange color. Everybody moving out of that silent suppression zone, but there are three range kicks from the double Mind Freeze and the Disrupt for Method NA. They're doing a really good job here. Volsith the Whisperer dropping sub 25%.
Wow.
They need to make sure they one-phase it.
Wow, if they can pull this off and actually one-face this boss, this is incredibly impressive. They're pulling the middle pack on top of Volsith with eels and one-facing the boss at the same time?
Goodness.
That is incredibly impressive. Not even just focusing down the denizens, they're just AoEing them down. Now they only have to finish off the tank denizen here, and they're gonna be done. What an incredibly fast run by Method NA. Wow. 1751.
Under 18 minutes, Method NA just obliterated that Shrine of the Storm and takes the 2-0 sweep, sending them on into the grand finals. And Dranos, they're like lightning in this dungeon. We had some long series earlier, and now they're just saying, all right, let's start speeding this stuff up a little bit.
Yeah, this Shrine here was faster than like Junkyards in some other series. This is wild here. 17 minutes 51 seconds for Method and A. That's 2 minutes faster than Ethical's 0 death run yesterday, and it's gonna be like actually Ethical, shout out to them, have improved their time by like a minute as well here with their run. So
yeah, we can see them. They just finished with an 18:26.
Yeah,
that's the thing, is that they even improved on their run.
They improved on a great run, but it's just not enough to take down Method and A. Method and A, you know, my goodness, that is a terrifying team to be up against. Although Ethical too, shout out to them. You know, they had 0 deaths for almost that entire run, and that is something that Ethical has been doing so consistently this MDI. They have more perfect games with no deaths than any other team, including Method and A. And that is a huge strength of that team, is their ability to just go through these dungeons without dying.
Yeah, and let's see Wise break down that replay for us.
Yeah, so one of the big places where Method and A started to catch up was going into the first boss, where they'd fallen a little behind with a slower first pull. They just obliterated that boss with so much damage. They pulled the boss like 30% behind Ethical and phased it into the intermission at the same time as them. They also have this massive pull combining the Guardian Elemental and Runecarver's Thorn. That is already scary to do in 2 pulls for Ethical, but somehow Method and A finds a way to do it in 1 pull without using one of their DK's sets of cooldowns and saving that for another big pull that comes up afterwards. Excuse me?
Wait, they saved cooldowns? wait.
Yeah.
They saved cooldowns for that?
One Death Knight was just like, you know what? I don't need to use cooldowns on this. I'm just saving it for the next pull. You know? And that is just purely wild to me. Ethical, shout out to them, had a great boss push. They pushed faster than Method and A, but Method and A, again, found a way to go bigger by pulling the remnants of the middle pack onto the boss rather than killing it first and then just using everything on the boss like Ethical was planning to do. And those are just the places where Method and A found 30 seconds that Ethical didn't.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, even those situations like you mentioned, you know, they're like, okay, we're going to hold CDs here. We don't need that much damage, and then we can start doing something else later on. Absolutely incredible strategizing on the side of Method NA, and they're going to be in the grand finals waiting one of their opponents as Ethical drops down to the lower finals to see whether Goosy Bad or Villains will be playing them. So Ethical still got a chance on this one here, Nagura, but it's every time that we see Method NA, they're somehow still improving over and over and over again.
Yeah, this is just incredibly tough for Ethical, right? Because they've improved their shrine, even though they had a 0 death shrine with huge pulls the last time. They improved their own time by almost a minute, which they probably thought they have to do, considering that they have to play against Method NA. But it wasn't enough, as Method NA just pulls out these incredibly insane pulls that we haven't seen before. Like, this is something that no other team has done before. We have never seen the Denizen pack being pulled on top of the boss while still one-facing it and pulling 2 mini-bosses together. Like, these are just some crazy things that the Method NA is pulling out, and Ethical is just going to have a hard time dealing against this.
I think anybody is going to have a hard time at this point. You know, we were bringing this up before the series here settles of like who's going to be able to step up, who's going to be the perplexed on the NA side, and it doesn't really seem like we have, you know, quite a team able to take games off Method NA just yet.
Dude, I don't even know if I can't even be mad at Ethical. Like,
exactly.
Yeah, they
played great.
Yeah.
They played really well.
You're 30 seconds slower in 2 dungeons. It's just how it's gonna be, right? I'm sure that there's a way that they could be able to beat them in terms of just time, but it requires more practice. It requires more precision. Maybe Method NA is just by far the best team in the American region. I still think Ethical is going to show up and do really well in the global finals.
Yep, but it's always going to be just more practice for them and more to come for them. So we'll be taking a quick break as we're going to be moving into our lower semis as Goosy Bad is going to square off against Villains. Don't go anywhere, guys. More MDI right after this. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as Goosy Bad and Villains are set to square off in our lower semis. Joined right now by Nagura, Zyro, and Dratnos. Let's start talking about how Villains has been rising through this bracket to start us off, Dratnos.
Yeah, I mean, so their first match yesterday was actually against Goosy Bad as well. Goosy Bad ended up forfeiting that because they couldn't find their tank. Villains then lost yesterday against Method and A, were sent down to that lower bracket, where they have been winning so far, up against One Last Chance earlier today. Now they've earned their spot into the lower semis against Goosy Bad.
That's right, and Goosy Bad, unfortunately, like you mentioned, had to forfeit that round, but they worked their way through. And now this is going to be just more redemption for them, and also, also Nagura, very important for tiebreaker scenarios.
Yeah, so this is going to be incredibly important because Goosy Bad right now is tied with points with complexity limits. So if Goosy Bad, actually I think once they win, they're going to be tied, right? So if they win this series, they're going to be tied with complexity limit, meaning they're going to have to play a tiebreaker after the grand finals later on, which is something, they don't want to do, but they want to do it because of that. Because of then they're going to be ending up getting the third seed instead of the fourth, like they have right now. So if they lose this one, or if they win this one and then lose against Limit, they're going to be fourth. Otherwise, they can take away the third seed from Complexity Limit, which is really important for the globals later on this year because it just decides the seeding and which team they're going to be playing against from the EU and Asia region.
Right, the difference between Method EU and Perplexed as a first-round opponent, actually not that great, but still, you'd rather not be playing against Method for as long as possible in these things. So to clarify, Goosy Bad, if they win and then lose, we get a tiebreaker. If they lose right now, or if they win twice in a row, we're not going to have a tiebreaker at the end after our grand finals.
All right, so starting us off, we got back-to-back time trial dungeons coming into this one. Boralus followed by Freehold, and then Underrot to wrap it up if we go into 3 games. And right now, Zyra, we're going to have a lot of close games just looking at time trials and even previous performances.
Yeah, looking at the time trial times between the two teams, they're actually pretty close together, even though they were pretty significantly apart in terms of their actual seeding. But the thing that I want to look at here is, when you base your predictions on this matchup, Villains absolutely destroyed Goosy Bad in that first round matchup. Absolute domination. It's almost like Goosy Bad didn't even show up. So I think Villains is going to win.
You
this
really
match.
had me. I was like, wait. Okay. I was really worried about that for a second. Okay. I'm calming down onto this one. Game number 1 is ready to go as Goosy Bad and Villains kick it off in Siege of Boralus.
Alright. So we do have both of the teams playing Alliance here, which actually sometimes we see some of the teams choosing to play Horde because Siege is the only dungeon that actually has different mobs and different starting points depending on what faction you are. But both of them actually just choosing to play Alliance to have that Shadow Melt available to them. And we see a little bit of a difference in comp. Goosy Bad actually playing that Rogue compared to Villains playing Triple Hunter.
Yeah, and we saw, just recently in that matchup against Complexity Limit, Goosy Bad has a pretty solid strategy in here, and they're able to pull it off in tournament play. They were only 15 seconds behind their tournament play match. Behind their time trial match. So they are consistent in here. So Villains really need to pull something out in order to actually compete because they have to beat their time trial time by a full minute to, be competitive with Goosy Bad here.
Yep, and then we also saw Goosy Bad, have really clean runs in Siege as well on tournament. Siege is a dungeon where lots of things can go wrong, and it's very volatile, especially with bursting 45 combination as an affix. But Goosy Bad played pretty cleanly in the tournament earlier, where they won against Limit, and they won against Ramping as well. While Villains hasn't actually played this dungeon at all yet in tournament, we only saw in the time trial, so we'll see if they can be as clean as Goosy Bad is. But Goosy Bad already engaging that boss, already used their Bloodlust, while Villains just chose to do a little bit of a different routing.
Yeah, confusing routing too. Opting to go for more of that trash ahead. This is really weird. So we saw part of this strategy being used as far back as when Siege of Boralus was first introduced to the map pool back at the Australian Springland last year, one of the reasons teams chose to play Alliance is because you could get a little bit of extra mob count at the start of the dungeon, and they liked doing that to fill out their trash percentage. But they realized, about halfway through our second half of the MDI season after the Springland, that the fastest route was just to literally use the spotter to do all that trash. So I'm not quite sure what the reasoning behind villains going for that extra 10% trash count at the start is. Maybe they didn't quite find out a effective way to skip the trash that they ended up pulling, or I'm not quite sure what that is. Because they get 10% extra trash on the board, but they're already behind a full boss.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what kind of trash pack they could skip. I'm thinking maybe this, like the trash pack that Goosy Bad is fighting right now, but they don't actually have a rogue to skip it, so they would have to use their Shadow Melt to go past, and it doesn't seem very efficient to do so. And this trash group here, they could also theoretically skip if they choose to not deal with the obelisk here. But again, yeah, just interesting choice, doing different kinds of trash. We'll have to keep an eye on that trash percentage and see what they actually choose to skip. While Goosy Bad is just doing this more of a standard route where they get all of this trash done here. And I mean, it's slightly inefficient just because these commanders have so much HP. You see how much more HP these commanders have to the rest of the pack, but this is also the reason why they're just chaining it into the next.
Yeah, and the question that I have as well, looking at the banouts that we've had for this series, is that if your villains coming into this one, you saw that Goosy Bad had this Siege of Boralus against Complexity Limit literally like an hour and a half ago, right? You know that they have a solid run. You know that they can play it well. So I'm curious what the reasoning was behind them, leaving it open, right? Maybe they don't have a good junkyard. Maybe they don't have a solid workshop. It's a question mark to me. They are close enough in time trials, but I feel like villains must have something that they can pull out to have a faster time based off time trials in order to make sure that they can have an advantage. But already for Goosy Bad, not going to have a clean run like they had against Complexity Limit. Cryptic's going down. They have to. They're actually committing a battle res to him as well, because if they are in combat with that spotter and they need to keep the spotter alive for this trash. The question that is a bit of a question mark though, right? Because you're only using the spotter for this trash. You can just res him afterwards, right?
I agree. I think they... Ooh, Hunty's actually really low, and they just rolled the bursting here. He did manage to survive, but barely. But yeah, I think it was just a time play. Now, there's actually one thing that happens sometimes with these affixes. We have them on live servers right now, so I know this. If you die here on one of the spotter pulls, sometimes if you release, you're still in combat. And then you can't go into the Awaken portal, and you can't do the skip, which can cause some issues, but they're hunters and they have Shadow Melt, so theoretically that really shouldn't be a big deal for them. So yeah, I think it's just going to be an overall time save to just use the battle rest there instead of either releasing or just using an out of combat rest afterwards.
But the important thing to mention is that it opens them up to some sort of potential catastrophic failure later on, not having that battle rest available to them. If they have a death during Dread Captain or one of the other boss fights, they're going to have to 2 DPS that boss fight down sometime in the next 4.5 minutes. So we'll have to keep an eye on that second boss. And also Goosy Bad does have time to gain as well. In that matchup against Complexity Limit, they weren't able to one-phase Red Captain Lockwood. They were 1% off. So let's see if we can at least make that improvement here. Villains just now going to be getting to that first spotter, so they're significantly behind in actual dungeon progression and also behind in trash percentage too.
Yeah, they did deal with the obelisk here, while Goosy Bad chose to just completely ignore that obelisk and move on. So villains, they're done with an obelisk now, but this just probably just means they're gonna deal with 3 obelisks instead of 2, like we know Goosy Bad is doing. At least I think so, because Void Weaver would definitely be one of the mobs you can have up, especially when you run a full hunter comp, because then you can just use your ranged interrupt to kick Void Weaver on the last boss. Not as big of a deal to do that compared to having like the Tank Buster or Samrak up even in the last boss. So this is an indicator of them maybe playing 3 obelisks before the last boss.
Right. Remember, Goosy Bad got this boss down to 69% last time around. Definitely not as good of a job this time around. They had it a lot higher, so I'd be very surprised to see them actually end up one-phasing it here. It was a lot higher this time.
Yep, I'm not really sure what caused their issues the last time with damage, because yeah, they just like barely didn't make it before that second intermission phase. And somehow, I mean, I'm pretty sure they did massive practices a lot of times, obviously, and they just knew that they had the damage, but they maybe just had really bad procs or just like really unlucky on their rogue rolls. Either way, this time around, they should be able to do it, as villains now also engaging Dread Captain Lockwood. They are still behind on trash 4%, but it's not as big of a deal because if they actually make it up with the spotter pool, it's only going to be a couple of seconds difference between the teams because the spotter kills trash quite fast.
Jeez, 15% on Dread Captain Lockwood there, so they weren't even close to one-phasing Goosy Bad. That was a little unfortunate. Now, it doesn't look like Villains is going to be one-phasing either. 77% on the board, that's going to be a pretty tall tale. They do have the triple Hunter comp, however, so with a little bit of good RNG of Dance with Death procs, they could potentially maybe RNG themselves into a one-phase here. Let's keep an eye on their boss percentage here. They're going to have to get some insane single target damage out of their players here.
Yep, they're just going to play their Hunter buttons really hard to be able to get that one phase, but it looks okay right now.
Ooh, it's melting.
As they're doing an insane amount of single target damage right here to that boss. You can see the energy bar below. Once that fills up, the boss will jump away and start that intermission phase. They can delay the intermission phase by a little bit by using Ring of Peace. It's actually a really weird interaction that you can actually use your Ring of Peace on that boss because every single boss in the history of World of Warcraft used to be immune to knockback, stuns, and so on. But Dread Captain Lockwood can be gripped by DKs, can be Ring of Peace, and can be Typhooned. But unfortunately, villains didn't make it as they're on 1% right now, meaning they have to play this intermission phase.
It's deja vu all over again.
Yeah.
The 1% intermission dream. Have to deal with the cannon. One more cannoneer, have to deal with one more cannon shot. Unfortunate for them, but Dread Captain Lockwood does end up going down for villains, and a pretty even split on this second section of the dungeon here. So again, that 10% trash advantage is literally all that villains has for their board. Of course, the trash percentage now looks like it's dead even because Goosy Bad was able to go on and pull some trash, but we know that villains did have that extra 10% trash that they pulled at the start of the dungeon that we're talking about. So this is going to be a big pull from Goosy Bad. We saw them pull it off versus Complexity Limit. Let's see if they can pull it off again here.
Yeah, so they basically have they basically engage the boss outside of the Nylothar realm, and then everyone gets pulled out, and they just fight the whole room of trash on top of Hadal, which can be very dangerous. This is why we see some of the hunters actually using their traps in the corner, as you can see them marked with the circle and diamond, because these are snipers and they just do huge amounts of AoE damage that you cannot avoid. So therefore, they are using this CC to not have any more pressure on them. They probably are going to pull it on top later on, as we've seen some other teams do earlier as well. But the most important part about this pull is the commanders, because they are actually the most dangerous mobs here with their trample cast. They will target a ranged player and just charge towards them. If you are in their path, you will get stunned, which can cause a chain reaction of you just going down. If you get hit by a breaking water or any other ability on this boss, you're just going to die.
Differing strategies coming out from both teams here. Villains opting to not pull the trash with the boss. They're just going to be pulling it all in on top of themselves here. I'm not sure if they've got a spotter around the corner ready to deal with this trash, because if they don't, this is going to be a lot more difficult to deal with, and you would think that it would just be better for them to pull it with the boss. But yeah, they're just going for a much smaller pull. Now, because they were line of sighted behind that pillar, I don't think they got time to get their freezing traps out on those two snipers that we see Goosy Bad has off in the corner. So they do have those two snipers in with this AoE pulse. There's going to be a lot of potential AoE damage coming out on the group in the form of those shoot casts and those ricochet casts from those snipers. So got to keep an eye on the group damage here, especially as those bursting sacks start to ramp up. The hunters are going to have to use their turtles. Only one of them coming out from Keeks. Now Jacob using his, and then Dilemma using his as well. And good on them to stop the damage. No more rolling of bursting sacks. It looks like they should be fine.
This seems like a weird strategy, considering that if they don't want to pull Hadal on top of this trash, then they could be using the spotter to help them out, right? So they could theoretically just deal with the sniper pack first, engage the spotter, and then do this pull with the Hadal trash. It seems like an interesting choice to just do it the other way around, just dealing with the trash by itself, not actually using the spotter friendly fire to deal with it. But either way, this probably is the way it worked out for them in the time trials, as Goosy Bad is now done with Hadal, and now we're going to see them do this backtracking where they engage the spotter and they're just going to deal with a bunch of trash here to get the rest that they need to reach 100% enemy forces.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely an inefficiency there, right? And not even going for that pull. You don't get to get like maybe 20 to 30% of just free boss HP cleave, which is literally free with hunters. They just hit beast cleave and it hits the boss, and then they can just throw in kill commands on the boss as well. They have really good focused damage. A little bit of damage going on Anarchy there while he was moving in with that sided artillery on the spotter pack here for Goosy Bad, but he didn't even proc his cheat death. Just now bursting stacks going out of the group, and they roll a 6 stack into an 8 stack with that bursting. But it looks like Hunte is just barely going to be able to heal the people through it, as that last tick barely was able to keep Cryptix alive. He exiled at the last second just to heal himself up for that final tick of bursting. Close moment for them there, but they are through that trash pack and moving on to their second trash pack where they pull this Demolisher on top of it, as we saw from Complexity Limit earlier on. They did this exact same set of pulls. They did it pretty well. Looks like they're doing well again here.
So we actually see Jacob going down here for the villains. Unfortunately, not very sure what happened on this boss. Usually there's not many things you can go down to unless you get hit by the frontal, maybe. Either way, very didn't cost them too much time because it was at the end of the boss fight. So they're alright. They also get the release, the spawn right on the boss as soon as you finish off that boss. So they are now also engaging the spotter on their side. But it's definitely going to be too little too late for them, as Goosy Bad just has a much faster strategy by pulling everything on top of Hodel there. That really was the big difference between those two teams. Just pulling everything on top of Hodel really just saved them a lot more time compared to the way villains dealt with the trash first and then the boss afterwards. And now they're dealing with some more of these trash packs with the spotter as well. This can be slightly dangerous because if you go into melee range with the spotter debuff to use the friendly fire, then there's lots of things that can happen to you. You can get stunned by a banana, you can get hit by the AoE, which does quite a bit of damage on top of bursting as well. But seems like there's no problems for Goosy Bad here.
So far, but I don't want to speak too soon because we were kind of, talking as if Complexity Limit had won their match in Siege of Boralus against Goosy Bad just earlier, and tiny mistakes right at the end ended up costing them the match. So we'll have to keep an eye on Goosy Bad here. They're not out of the woods just yet. They really need to make sure they keep it clean on Vikgoth, especially on this first platform when they have those Awakened mobs active. There can be a lot that goes wrong there for them. Still, Villains is a full trash pull behind right now, so they have a lot of room to have to even consider making up. So Goosy Bad definitely needs to make some sort of mistake here. Maybe a death with a battle res, even if they're a DPS down, that could spell the end of this match.
Definitely, and they have to deal with 3 Awaken mobs here in the last boss, which is incredibly dangerous, especially here at the start. This is why they use the Bloodlust here. They need to finish off this Gripping Terror immediately, as soon as the second Demolishing Terror spawns. Because if they get a second demo, they will not be able to tank them both, on top of also having these Awaken mobs here. You see why this is so dangerous. Yips needs to tank the Dark Fury cast, and also needs to tank basically all the other abilities by these mobs, because he cannot move away from the demo, because otherwise they will cast an AoE in the whole group. So this is why this is so dangerous. Now they will not actually shoot the cannon, because if you don't shoot the cannon, you don't engage the second platform, and therefore they can just take the time, finish off these Awaken mobs, and then engage the second platform afterwards. Right,
you can see how dangerous that was in addition to that. He also had that Eye of Corruption ticking on him as well, and he can't move out of that. And if your cloak's not available, you're just going to have to eat the eye damage. So Hunte really having to do some extra work to keep him up there. Good on the healer here for keeping his king alive in Yips. Blood of the Corruptor now going down first for Goosy Bad, and then after that they only have the Breaker of Heroes as well as that Spider there to deal with. Now they're going to probably... I'm pretty sure with 2 melee kicks and 2 hunter kicks, you do actually end up letting some kicks through still, but you can also just dispel some of the casts with that monk, so it shouldn't be too major of an issue for them. It won't one-shot in this 19 setting.
Yeah, and the villains there now... No, Dilemma actually just went down to one of those water splashes on the way down here, very unfortunately. But this is their first death, and better go down here than on the boss, so... Good on them for having a pretty clean run, by the way, Villains. This is a really impressive run, even though, of course, their strategy was slightly slower than Goosy Bad. This is still very impressive for this team, as this is their first time in this MDI as well. So still very impressive by them. Now they have to deal with those 2 Awakened mobs. Let's see if they can do it well. Goosy Bad, though, they're already engaging that second gripping terror.
Yeah, they just went ahead and started engaging that first demolishing terror while they still had Woodweaver Mouther up and went for the full cleave. Of course, the way these platforms actually work is once you engage the gripping terror is when the timer for the next demolishing terror starts to spawn. So you see teams completely ignore the gripping terror until they're ready to engage it with their cooldowns, and they prevent a spawn of the second demolishing terror. So perfect execution there from Goosy Bad. Moving on to the third and final platform here, and we'll probably see this similar thing, just going straight for that gripping terror.
Yeah, and villains, because they are watching the stream, they probably know they are behind. They actually just immediately engage the second platform, even with Orgog and the Blood here up at the same time. So very impressive for them to pull this off here last second. But it's just too little too late, as Goosy Bad is finishing or working on that last gripping terror. Once they finish this off, they can use the cannon to finish off that boss, and it's going to be them winning their first game. And really clean run by them again. They do have one death, but yeah, it's still just incredibly well played by Goosy Bad here.
Yep, and I mean, the time is eerily similar to both their run against Complexity Limit earlier today, as well as their time trial time. They're going to be probably about 5 to 10 seconds slower, but being in that 10-second window is pretty impressively consistent. So Goosy Bad taking a 1-0 series and getting closer to taking that potential tiebreak series for the third seed.
That's right, and Goosy Bad really wants to get into that sort of position to be the tiebreaker, so they do take that win over the villains. And overall, I gotta say I was pretty impressed throughout this one, Dranos, that the villains wasn't too far behind and they were continuing to keep pace, especially when we haven't seen too much of them.
Yeah, you know, their time trial time in this dungeon was a minute slower, and they're gonna hit that pace. To me, what's really impressive is Goosy Bad. Consistency in Siege of Boralus. This is a difficult dungeon to be consistent in, and Goosy Bad now have a time trial run and 3 runs in this tournament this weekend that have been on that pace, which is a very, very impressive showing for that team.
Yeah, and overall, like once they started getting the runs together, once they started, you know, with no second chances really, they have been continuing to show how well they can improve. And one of the things I'm always most impressed by, Nagura, is Goosy Bad's ability just to come back from any sort of mistakes and make sure they don't turn into anything catastrophic.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with them not showing up on their first series, maybe other teams, they would have been like very taken aback by that, and maybe would have been, you know, not in the right headspace anymore and just make mistakes here or there, not focusing that much anymore. But Goosy Bad really shook that off, no problem, and they played really cleanly in all of their series that they actually showed up for. And yeah, it's just incredibly impressive to see that team perform so well in this third cup. Now, if they win the series, right, there's going to be a tiebreaker.
Unless they win another
limit,
after.
unless they win,
Yeah.
which is they have to play against Ethical, right, if they win this one. So that is definitely going to be a little bit more difficult for them because, I mean, Ethical
Ethical's
is
real
just,
good.
Yeah, Ethical is real good, and they also had really clean runs on top of also just having those crazy strategies. So I think it's possible considering how well Goosy Bad played, but a lot harder than against villains here.
Yeah, that's a good point. And Dranos, let's start taking it away with Siege of Boralus. It's usually a longer dungeon, so what do you have for us in the highlights and lowlights?
Yeah, so let's talk about what villains did differently with their pathing, which I think we all kind of agree is probably a little bit slower than what Goosy Bad was up to. This first pull at the start of the dungeon instead of skipping it seems to be not the fastest way to attack this dungeon. It let villains skip a little bit later, but they would have just been able to spotter that stuff down anyways for the most part. Goosy Bad had that death that was the first time we actually saw them. Actually, we saw them have deaths against Ramping as well, but they had a clean run against Limit with no deaths. Here they did have that one death, cost them a battle res, could have ended up being more costly later if they had more deaths, but they did a good job of not getting any more of those. They executed that third boss pull with the boss, and they did that cleanly, which villains did not do that, and that was another point in time where Goosy Bad pulled a little bit ahead of them because they were able to pull that trash with the boss, and that was all it took for Goosy Bad to win this. Although, honestly, looking at these differences in pathing, I'm surprised by that Goosy Bad won by as little as they did, because it seems to me like Villains has a slower strategy in multiple parts of this dungeon, and especially not pulling trash onto that third boss. I'm surprised that Villains were able to keep this one so close.
Yeah, and you know they weren't really making any sort of big mistakes, and maybe it's, you know, some of that push week practice that they've had going on as Siege of Boralus is just mirroring what we have right now on live servers.
It could well be, yeah. And we're moving on to the ultimate push dungeon now, Freehold.
Yeah, that's right. Another time trial one coming up as well here, Zyro.
Yeah, and differing strategies coming out for both teams too in the Freehold. One team opting to run a Hunter, one team opting to run a Rogue, but the double DK just shows what they're planning on doing with their pulls. I'm assuming we're going to see similar pulls to what we saw from Method and A in their Freehold run. But yeah, the time trial times here are once again eerily similar with just a slight edge for Goosy Bad.
Yeah, Goosy Bad, though, has lost to Ramping, the 8th seed in the tournament, with their Freehold earlier.
Yep.
Villains lost to Method and A, and their run was a little bit scuffed, but still, I think this one could be close. And then if we move on to the rest of the series into that Underrot, I think that could also be close. That's another one where the teams are within a minute of each other in their previous times this tournament. So if Villains can hold out here, I think that they have a shot here in the Underrot to avoid having that tiebreaker later. If you're a Complexity Limit fan here, you are rooting for the Villains, because Goosy Bad winning means that there will at least be a tiebreaker for that 4th seed.
That's right, and now we're just looking at who is going to be playing spoiler throughout, really, and there's a lot of opportunity for Villains to, start messing up some of Goosy Bad's plans. So let's see if they're able to do it as Freehold gets going.
All right, so let's see how they play in this Freehold, which is a really fast dungeon overall. I mean, we've seen Method and A do this dungeon in record speed earlier. Now we see what Goosy Bad and Villains can do here. Both of them did play this dungeon already in tournament, but both of them lost to their opponents already.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't really know who to root for here, right? If I root for Villains, I am rooting for, my guildies and friends in Complexity Limit. But then I'm also rooting for the same team that Dratnos is rooting for, and I don't know if I can have that on my conscience. So I'm stuck here for sure, like really, really stuck. But already, Goosy Bad doing a much better job of gathering up this trash, minus that one crack shot in the back. That's going to be an issue. They actually will be able to single target it down on the back there. It's not going to move into the Sanguine unless they grip it into it, so that's going to be okay. But just a little better job of dealing with the trash from Goosy Bad right away. Villains just having to deal with these last couple stragglers here.
Yeah, so I have a solution for you, Syro. What if you just unbiased one time? Just for one time, Syro.
Just once?
Just once.
I don't know if that's possible. I mean, if you're biased, you're biased. What can you do? I mean, Dratnos obviously wants his boys to win too. What can you do?
That is true. But we see both the teams dealt with the trash now. They're 31% Goosy Bad, right? So they pulled quite a lot more. Well, Villains is on 25%. Got the bus a little bit lower because they did pull less trash, so it took them less time to deal with that one.
Wait, didn't you raid in Purse Culture once too? How are you not biased?
I did. We're not talking about me here.
Oh, hold on. I'm being bamboozled here. This is okay. There's something else going on here. I'm gonna have to talk to.
Don't tell anyone.
Talk to Jason
but
after this one.
I am rooting indeed for Villains.
Okay. Good. At least we got that
big fan of
aired out of the way. Wow. Okay. Jeez. Goosy Bad actually able to catch up and surpass Villains on pure single target damage here. Not quite sure what the deal is, because the Hunter should mean better single target damage for Villains, but just not really being the case, as Goosy Bad's able to catch up and actually kind of, well, they were ahead for a little bit, but now they're just slowly falling behind. Maybe the Hunter got his cooldowns back up. But yeah, able to keep it relatively close with that difference between the Hunter and the Rogue.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also going to be a little bit faster for Goosy Bad to deal with the Ring of Booty trigger, right? I mean, Hunters, we've seen Hunters do that Rogue job before, but it's just slightly less efficient on the Hunter compared to the Rogue, because the Rogue is just faster, right? They're incredibly speedy, and they have all the things in the world to do these kind of skips here. So I think Anarchy is going to be able to do that a little bit faster compared to Jacob on Villain's side. But now they did do this Enforcer skip on both of their sides, and they are probably going to gather up a pretty big pull for both Goosy Bad and Villains.
Yeah, but the question is how big, right? Are they going to go for that Method and A style pull where they pull like 4 or 5 packs on top of themselves and then really have to be extremely careful with their Sanguine positioning? Let's keep an eye on it, as both tanks are now gearing up for that pull. But Villains is going to be dealing with these neutral mobs first, which is interesting. Maybe they're just letting the DKs kind of ramp up a little bit here. I'm not quite sure what the choice is for them.
looks like Yips is gathering out some of those trash pulls here. Is being pulled around by those harpooners as well. You can see Yips just getting yanked around in between those groups, and another one. But yeah, it's just incredibly hard to gather up these packs. This is why sometimes we see only the tank getting in combat. So the tank is the only one getting hit by the harpooners, and now they're pulling it on top of the boss. So they want to be very careful with Sanguine here.
Okay, it looks like Villains is just waiting for their hunter, and they're just going to pull the trash into the boss. Both teams end up going for that idea. And like you mentioned, the Sanguine management is going to be incredibly important here. You really want to make sure you don't get any extra healing on the boss, because you're going to lose that massive unholy DK burst that you bring them for. Ooh, Hunte going down to a harpooner, though, instantly dead. They're going to have to battle res him up quickly here, but if he takes that, he's going to be in the whirlwind when he comes out of it. Takes a little bit of damage, but is able to top himself off. But he's got to keep an eye on his team there. Both Yips and Kevin into a 4-stack of Grievous here will require a bunch of attention from Hunte. Now, of course, the DK can't just Death Strike himself out of it, right? But you don't want to do that. You want to hit your damage buttons.
Ooh, and Jolly got a heal as well, as Jolly is walking through that Sanguine here, unfortunately for Goosy Bad. And I think this is a big reason why we saw Method and A and Ethical not pulling trash on top of this boss. Because of the Sanguine, you see, oh no, you see Jolly charging through the Sanguine pool again, healing a little bit for one more time, and the Buccaneer just healed a couple of times too. This is just very difficult to handle because of the way these bosses work. And the thing is, even if you manage to not have Jolly and Raoul heal at all, even if you manage, it's just very difficult to abuse the brew mechanic here, the bad brew, because if you have to worry about Sanguine, that's going to be more important than getting the bosses into the bad brew, and then therefore you don't even get take advantage of that effect at all.
Yep, I agree with you, and looks like the Villains are doing a much better job of playing that RNG to their liking with those bad brews destroying Captain Jolly and Raoul, getting them dead before Goosey Bad is even a third of the way through the fight, or has a third of the fight left. I mean, they got really great RNG with the bad brews there, and they're pulling way in the lead here. Hunte again going down here for Goosey Bad, and they don't have a battle res for him. They're going to have to focus these bosses down as quickly as possible to unlock that reset point, but we got to keep an eye on both Yips and Kevin here as they're in that Grievous range and don't have a healer to heal them out of it. Kevin's going to have to use almost all of his RP to runic power himself out just to make sure he doesn't die to Grievous, and Yips is going to have to somehow find a way to prevent that damage on himself as well. This is going to be a dangerous moment. 29% left on Captain Raoul before Hunte can come back up and heal his team.
Yeah, and then you see this Crusher, they're running a triple melee comp, and you just see this Crusher casting the AoEs, meaning the DKs have to go out and they can't DPS. Of course, the Rogue has increased melee range, so you can keep hitting, but the DKs are the ones who need to heal themselves up with those death strikes. You see Yips dropping incredibly low here. He needs to start kiting Lightfoot Potion being popped, but everyone's just dropping lower and lower with 4 stacks of Grievous on them as well. And now they pulled the Rep Pack, and Yips is going down.
Raoul goes down, though. Raoul goes down. They barely get the boss down. Once that RP is reset, they'll be able to all release here. But Eudora is still active.
They're still in boss combat.
Yeah, they're still in combat because Eudora is still active. They're going to have to wait for that to end. I think Anarchy has to drop. They have to die.
Yeah, he has to die.
They have to full wipe. And then once they full wipe, then they'll unlock this reset point. So they are able to finish the boss off. So it's not the absolute worst case scenario. Okay, I'm sorry. My feed just froze. They released a little. They didn't release early. They're good. Everyone's here, I think. But they also
they just got the Trapper as well. So it was good for the Crusher.
Yeah,
but they got the Trapper as well, which I guess is the lesser of two evils, right? You don't want to have the Crusher reset.
Yeah, for sure. They're able to kill the Crusher without it resetting its HP. But yeah, the Trapper, that'll cost them a little bit of time, but not as much time as the 5 deaths on the board will, for sure. That's not what you want to see. Meanwhile, Villains has done that massive Method and A style pull on top of Ludwig von Tortolan, and they've pulled it off. No deaths for them, clean, no major Sanguine healing, and they're taking advantage of this lead that's been gifted to them by Goosey Bad. They're playing incredibly well so far. Snap,
yeah,
don't blow it.
Incredibly low though.
Okay.
As Cyro caster curses them again, and now we see Villains just gathering up that huge pool. They're just waiting for Trothag to spawn. We'll see if they actually want to pull all of this on top of Trothag, which is going to be incredibly difficult. They might just want to get it a little bit lower before they do that. But they're getting closer and closer. They might be able to pull it on top, but Crushers are just such a annoying trash mob here in Freehold to deal with, especially for the DKs. If they want to do AoE and then you have
Dilemma.
this huge area of denial. Dilemma going down. They have a Battle available. They can get him back up. I'm not sure if he committed any offensive cooldowns here that he lost, but it doesn't necessarily look like it, so they should be fine on that one.
Yeah, none of the offensive cooldowns were popped for him. We see he still has Unholy Frenzy off cooldown underneath his frame there, an army that is coming off cooldown pretty soon for Trothak, so he has those available. None of that committed. They did commit the battle res for this though to get him back up, and that blind rage is that scrapper just healed for 20% of his HP just because he was channeling blind rage. That's really unfortunate. Unfortunately, it wasn't a crusher that was standing in there. They'll be able to deal with that pretty quickly, but man, if that was a crusher or Ludwig or the boss, they'd be in trouble for sure.
Definitely. We do see Goosy Bad now fighting Ludwig and this Crusher, which is taking them quite a while because of a little bit of a Sanguine heal on the Crusher, but villains are now engaging Trothek by itself. Do you think they maybe, they just know they're a little bit ahead at this point and played it a little bit safer? I mean, I guess it's also Sanguine, so it's, it can be risky to pull things on top of Trothek, but it's definitely riskier to pull trash on top of Raoul and Jolly than it is to pull it on top of Trothek, and they have done that one, so felt like a little bit of a safer play here on villain side.
Yeah, I think it definitely is a safe play, right? They know that not only are they pretty vastly ahead in terms of just pure dungeon progression, you can see similar trash percentages on the board, plus 50% of the boss's HP on the board. They also have the 25-second death advantage timer, right? That being said, not pulling trash on top of the boss is giving Goosy Bad an opportunity to get back to the dungeon by doing this massive pull on top of the boss, and they're going to see a lot of burst damage coming out of their DKs here as they set up for this massive AoE burst onto the boss. And you can see they're literally just stacking everything up, letting the DKs set up their AoE, and Kevin and Cryptix are going to pop off here, both instantly rising to over 2 million DPS, instantly killing all this trash. We're probably gonna see the Ring of Peace come out of Hunter here relatively soon to knock them back. It didn't even need it. That's how clean those kills were. A perfect little line of Sanguine on the ground behind the boss, not a single tick of healing, and 40% of the boss's HP already gone. And you can see they caught up quickly. That's 16% of the trash on the board ahead of villains now.
Yeah, and you really gotta question this pull here by villains, because if you're running a double DK column, I feel like you have to make use of that single target amplifier with the DKs, right? Because, I mean, yeah, they have huge AoE damage, but the big reason why you have the DKs is because they get that faster might, the strength, which not only makes them do incredible AoE damage, but also makes them able to funnel single target damage by that strength buff that they're getting from having all of those targets there, right? So by pulling the trash by itself and then pulling the boss alone means the DKs are doing a lot less damage to that boss. We saw both of the DKs barely doing 60k DPS on their side. So definitely a pretty big time loss there, not pulling anything on top of Trothek. As they now, though, already dealing with Urgroth, the tank master here on their side, while Goosy Bad is still trying to finish up Trothek.
Yeah, again, I don't like the strategy of pulling Breaker of Heroes when you have a Hunter in your group. This shouldn't be something that you're worried about doing, right? You have the Hunter to deal with that Spirit Breaker, so just pull it with the boss. You can literally have a pet attack macro that will force your pet to attack Breaker of Heroes and force your pet to taunt it whenever he's about to cast Spirit Breaker. It's an inefficiency and way too much of a safety play, and it's letting Goosy Bad back into this dungeon here. Now with Trothak down and 15% more trash percentage on the board and not pulling Urgroth, Goosy Bad is now in the same dungeon progression point as villains, with their only problem being the fact that they are 25 seconds behind based off of their death timers. Just pulling Urgroth there pretty much lost all of that major advantage they built up by having Goosy Bad wipe.
Yeah, definitely. And Goosy Bad is going to get this Ravager pack done here. You see Anarchy using the repost to pull one of the packs away from the other Ravager pack, just to make sure that the painful motivation is not going onto the same targets, meaning that they would lose quite a bit of damage. But it looks like they didn't do it properly. They did not get the painful motivation, or it got interrupted. I'm not really sure, but this is going to cost him quite a bit of time here on Goosy Bad's side, while Villains is already fighting Harlan Sweet.
Yeah, flip-flopping back and forth again. Goosy Bad trading that mistake and poor play right back to the Villains here, as the Villains go for a massive pull of their own, pulling that middle trash pack on top of Harlan Sweet, AoEing it down with the Unholy DKs and managing to get none of that Sanguine healing onto Harlan Sweet. perfect execution there. And with Samrak Beckoner of Chaos down, all they really have left to deal with is this Blood of the Corruptor. But with that middle pack gone, they have plenty of room to kite around the room and not worry about those purple pools on the ground. So again, Villains able to go for that big style pull and pull it off, giving them another solid lead in this dungeon. The major difference here, of course, is that once Goosy Bad has dealt with Harlan Sweet, they don't really need to deal with any more trash percentage afterwards. Probably just go to that one Ravager pack in the corner, whereas Villains need to somehow come up with a way of getting another 12% trash. They're very likely going to pull in some of this trash on top of the cannon barrage, but that opens you up to another opportunity of healing your boss. And on top of that, Goosy Bad is just going for this kite strat, so they're going to save a ton of time not having to worry about killing off these awakened mobs.
Yeah, but they have a lot of single target damage. I mean, look at Goosy Bad just dropping that boss because they can focus exclusively on the boss, not having to deal with any of those awakened mobs, while Villains, not only did they kill off the awakened mobs, but they also have to deal with the middle pack here. You see the officer, the last mob that they still have to down. They gotta be careful with that Sanguine as well. And even after this officer is down, they still need even more percentage afterwards. Goosy Bad, it's very weird that they're still missing 2% here. I feel like Anarchy can still pull the Ravager pack in the corner. There's still one Ravager left that he can pull with Riposte right afterwards, and that will be the 2% that they still need. But Villains there are now below 30%. This means the boss is gonna die really quickly, and then they will pull the Ravager pack as well on their side. And keep in mind, 25 seconds advantage for Villains as well.
Yep, so as long as they somehow manage to not heal the boss here with Sanguine, Villains will be taking this win, but this could be dangerous. The boss is not dead yet, could get some Sanguine healing, but with Harlan Sweet going down, that's going to be the end of the dungeon, as well as 100% trash. Villains putting together an overall impressive run on this Freehold, taking us to a Game 3 in Underrot.
That's right, the Villains aren't going down without a fight. And even though they were, outmatched in time trials, they really pulled through and improved on their time trial run by just a little bit, Dranos.
Yeah, this was a good showing from Villains here. Their route does appear to be slower than Goosy Bad's, right? Goosy Bad were pretty close to being finished there, despite things going very wrong for them on the second boss at around the same time that Villains was done. So, not great sign for Villains that that's true. But it is a great sign for them that they were able to execute their route better than Goosy Bad. And if they can do that again in the Underrot, they're going to win the series.
That's right. And just making sure that, we talked about it with One Last Chance when they were facing off against, I believe it was Complexity Limit earlier yesterday, where they said, they're not playing risky enough. They're not taking enough risks to be in striking distance to capitalize on any sort of mistakes. Villains is perfectly fitting that build where, if we were able to see more of this team, we'd much more likely see them take additional risks, adjust their routes accordingly, and everything along those lines that they really need to make sure they're absolutely winning, even if their opponent plays perfectly, Zyro.
Yeah, Villains is... They're definitely impressing me after the initial showing they gave us, right? Their first match that they played in the second round yesterday, they kind of just threw a bunch of deaths at the dungeon and lost based off of that alone. They did the same thing in their first game to date, but then have just been clearing it up since then, and they're playing really impressively right now.
I think part of that might also have to relate to, maybe their stamina. I mean, these players better than I do, Dratnos. How do you think it is once they've kind of gotten away from some of the jitters, they've got into their groove, and then they're able to start really putting together some awesome runs?
Yeah, I would describe both Goosy Bad and Villains as teams that can just kind of go for a long time. They both play keys on the live servers for hours at a time when they want to, and so that's a skill that is going to serve them well here as we get into the later half of the MDI day, and they've got matches behind them, and in this position in the lower bracket, there's so many matches ahead of them. Whichever team wins here is looking at playing matches back-to-back until this day is over. So it is really an endurance test as much as it is these individual sprints in the dungeons.
Yeah, and that endurance was really put to the test here in Freehold as well, Dranos.
Yeah, so starting right off the bat, we had a difference in first pulls where Goosy Bad was able to execute the 31% Method and A pull. Little bit of Sanguine mismanagement at the end, things a little bit slower than Method and A were doing, whereas Villains also had a slow pull, slower than Goosy Bad's, and didn't get that extra 6% count that Goosy Bad was able to find like Method and A did. However, this dungeon turned on its head. Really, so what the core thing here was Hunte died once and cost them their battle res, And then when he died the second time, they didn't have a battle res available for him on that second boss. And it was the harpooners that got him. And I think that you can look at the composition here and be like, look, they didn't have a hunter to bait that harpoon with disengage every time. So because of that, they were a lot more vulnerable to that. And Hunte had a really unfortunate harpoon into the swirling sword moment that led to that wipe on the second boss. And that was all it took for villains with their different strategy on the last boss, cannoning down stuff, something that we don't see all the top teams doing. It did look pretty good here. It actually, to me, that looked like a part in the dungeon where they were actually making up time, and maybe just the rest of their route was a little bit slower than Goosy Bad's, but better executed.
That's right, and execution really is going to be the name of the game, as Underrot is going to be our final map between both of these teams to decide who is going to move on and face off against Ethical. Both of these teams, Nagura, had a couple chip deaths here and there, and it really started slowing them down, in addition to Sanguine in previous games.
Yeah, and another Sanguine dungeon now. We've seen both
So
of the
many.
teams struggle with Sanguine and Freehold, and Underrot might be even more difficult to deal with that affix, just because of the way the bosses work, with Kragma just charging around in a room uncontrollably, right? So if you have Sanguine pools in a bad spot there, then you're going to be in for a bad time if Kragma heals all the way up, especially because it is tyrannical. So yeah, hopefully the teams can improve a little bit on that Sanguine management. But both teams did win their game, even though they did have a bunch of deaths the last time around. We saw Villains win against One Last Chance, and Goosy Bad won against Ramping. The time was only 40 seconds difference. Goosy Bad did have 40 seconds faster. So I think it's all going to be about that Sanguine management and about just making sure to execute properly, not having too many of those deaths here and there.
That's right, and at this point, the teams are getting ready, and this is, the third match of our lower semis to see who is moving on. And like you mentioned, those chip deaths, extra Sanguine pools building up. There's an unbelievable amount of dangers they have to face off against, but it's kind of got to be a little bit nice as well, Zyro, that they've already done the Sanguine dungeon. They can already start getting into that momentum of like, okay, we need to make sure we're used to moving around, we're used to positioning ourselves, rather than coming off a non-Sanguine dungeon.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's just definitely a different tank play style of having to actually kite around mobs a lot more in a very specific way as well whenever you're doing a Sanguine dungeon. Of course, a lot of these dungeons do end up being pull massive and then have your tank scream and run for his life while he's yelling at his healer to heal him. But this time you're doing it for a reason, so you don't actually have to look that cowardly.
It's true. And game is ready to go. No cowards here as Underrot gets underway between the Villains and Goosy Bad.
Alright, so let's see how they deal with this first pull here, which is incredibly dangerous because we see teams pull a lot of trash on top of each other here, as we see the Villains actually gathering up both of the patrols on top of this middle pack, which means there's going to be 3 matrons.
Oof. It's a lot of war cries. It's a lot of haste for all these mobs, but it doesn't really matter as long as your unholy DKs are able to AO everything down. Keep an eye on that matron. It was gripped through the Sanguine, so it didn't actually get any healing off. Good job, good ring of peace, good execution there from them. But because they went for a slightly larger pull, they're going to have to kite these matrons around for a little while longer. Very close to getting some Sanguine healing there, but able to finish them off just beforehand. So good pull from both teams. Villains going for a much larger pull, getting about 11% extra trash there. And we know as well from their match with One Last Chance that they really like going for that massive pull in Kragma's room too. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they'll be able to keep that clean there.
Oh no, a full wipe on
Goosy
Goosy
Bad.
Bad's side. I think it was the mask casting the AoE.
No way
I
her
think
ring
it went
despair
off.
got off. That
think
would be
so.
ridiculous.
As thankfully Yips did survive though, managed to get a battle rest off on Hanse, and now we can get the full team rest up. But yeah, huge time loss.
Anarchy?
Anarchy goes down to quaking as soon as they engage the boss here. This is horrible. They need to reset the boss.
What is happening
and get
to Goosy
Anarchy
Bad?
back. Oh yeah, this is Villain's chance to win this one, as they don't have any of those problems. They have 21% trash. They're already ahead in trash percentage. They do not have the bloodlust available for this boss because they did commit it on the first pull, which means this tyrannical boss is going to take quite a bit longer. It looks like Goosy Bad doesn't want to reset after all.
Well, it looks like they were planning on trying to reset literally right away so they could have just a little bit of that bloodlust after the boss respawns. But after they were unable to reset it after the boss casted Sanguine Feast, they just said, you know what? We have to go for it. Yeah, we're going to be a DPS down, but we should just it's a fortified boss. We'll lose some time, but not as much as if we were resetting it. And man, that's a rough way to start a dungeon here. Right at the start of Underrot too. I mean, that's a mental breaker, right? It's really hard to make a mistake right at the start of the dungeon and get yourself in that mental headspace where you're like, okay, this sucks, but it's a sanguine dungeon. There's a lot of room left. You just have to snap yourself out of it and try to get back into it. And that's, I think, what we're going to see out of Goosy Bad here.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be nerve-wracking for Goosy Bad for sure. And so much pressure already for them to perform, because this is an elimination match, of course. Whichever team loses here will be out. And if Goosy Bad loses this one, this means there's not going to be a tiebreaker between them and Complexity Limit. And they're just going to get the 4th seed, which is something that they don't want, because then they're going to have to play against Method U in the global finals. So yeah, so much pressure on them. Villains, on the other hand, they have no issues at all. They're still on 0 deaths. They are gathering up pretty big pulls here in the Pragma room.
Okay, not as clean as the match against One Last Chance. 3 of the mobs healed. Lasher healed to like 60% from one of those sanguine pulls. But let's be honest, if that's the worst case scenario for you, that's still a pretty solid pull. I only lost about 10 seconds there to that sanguine healing. So again, a good job on that massive AoE pull from Villains there. And if I'm not mistaken, they actually did a slightly smaller pull than last time. I'm pretty sure last time they got up to 54% instead of 53%. Could be mistaken, but I'm, I think I was supposed to be the analyst for that one, so I think I have the numbers right. Maybe I can go back and check it later on. But yeah, just going for that big AoE pull once again and being able to pull it off. Good job from Villains.
Goosy Bad, on the other hand, also gathering a huge pull on top of each other here. Let's hope Cryptics can do enough damage to finish this off, as they only have 1 DK, while Villains actually has 2 on their side. So a little bit more AoE damage available on Villains' side. We see the double fixate of the Bloodswarmer on Anarchy. Unfortunately, the Bloodswarmer charged through the Sanguine, but thankfully didn't get any Sanguine ticks, or I think only 1. So not too much of a time loss, as they're now going past that trash, probably going and doing the Awaken mob. But yeah, still 16% trash difference in favor of Villains.
That could have been bad. If that Ring of Peace was in there, that Bloodstorm would have healed to full, just straight up. They just, oh man, right on the brink of death are Goosy Bad, but they have to go for these big pulls in order to have any chance of coming back at this dungeon. And you have to remember, even if they're able to come back in terms of dungeon progression, they have those 25 seconds of death timers on the board, so they have a lot of potential ground to make up. They're going to have to go for big pulls, but the problem is their big pull potential is not quite as good as Villains here. We didn't really talk about this too much because so early on in the dungeon we had some issues, but the double DK comp versus the double Hunter comp, the DKs have much more potential of instantly bursting down these trash packs, so that Sanguine shouldn't be too much of an issue. And if these teams both end up going for this trash into Kragmaw pull, I think the double TKs have the edge there because they're able to instantly burst everything together a lot more easier. So let's keep an eye on that. Snap here, gathering up this pull, getting ready to go into Kragmaw here. Let's see if they go for that little bit of AoE burst before they pull into Kragmaw, just so they can make sure they get everything done at the same time.
Yep, so they are gathering everything, and now Kragmaw is being pulled on top. We see the fixate being on Jacob here, which is probably the better target instead of those DKs, because they can't kite it. Now, boss is healing to full HP. Unfortunately, the Ring of Peace just coming out a little bit too late there, meaning that the pull off the boss on top of the trash is actually, it's basically wasted, because the damage that they got on the boss is just, it's not going to do anything as he heals back up. The DKs, though, are still going to have a little bit of amplified damage, though, from that faster might for a little while. So overall, still a damage loss, but Goosy Bad, they are now on the boss as well. Now we only have the trash difference between those two teams.
Yeah, but the trash difference can be a lot, and the death difference as well. The 25 seconds, can't forget that one either. Really unfortunate for Villains there. There were a couple things that could have gone better for them. If they Ring a Piece a little bit further out, they wouldn't have had any boss healing. And on top of that, if the boss also chose to charge first instead of doing that frontal instead, they wouldn't have had any healing. But at the end of the day, they probably only lost about 10 to 15% of the boss's HP, because he didn't actually heal. He wasn't actually that low when he started healing. They pulled him after they already started damaging the trash. Still, any extra advantage that you could have, you would like to. And then on top of that, they're going to be in combat with the boss for longer because of the healing. So they might even get like a third tantrum here, which could potentially be a problem if they don't have any defensive cooldowns available for that. So got to keep an eye on that. When they do get to that third tantrum, of course, that energy bar at the bottom is when the boss does cast tantrum when it gets to full. So they're going to be taking a massive amount of AoE damage at that point. Got to keep an eye on the healing there.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like Corey does have a lot of mana though available, so she should be fine healing the group. But if you get a bad quaking maybe in the middle of the tantrum and no defensives are available on the damage dealers, you can definitely have a death here or there. Now, the good thing for villains is that they do have a battle rest available on their side, while Goosy Bad does not. So if Goosy Bad does have a death there, they will have to 4-man the rest of this fight. But Goosy Bad definitely ahead in boss DPS. They also have the better single target composition with the double hunter, right? Especially because villains did lose that single target damage they would gain from the DKs with the funneling of the AoE. So yeah, Goosy Bad definitely dealing with Kragma a lot faster here.
Yep, absolutely. And then the double hunter definitely plays into that as well, right? They just have the better raw potential single target output. Of course, looking at the damage meters, you wouldn't think that because, wow, the DKs are doing a lot, but you have to remember a lot of that is going to be that initial AoE burst they did when they pulled the trash on at the start. The hunters are going to be probably doing 20%-ish more single target damage here just because of the class differential and the fact that the DKs use their cooldowns on that AoE. That being said, this 20% of tyrannical boss HP is going to give Goosy Bad some time to get back into this dungeon and go for this massive AoE pull, which could make up that 18% difference in trash. Let's see how much this is going to be for them.
Yep, so they're now gathering up all of these Guardians here. Looks like they're also pulling the Defiler and the Death Speaker on top, so pretty huge pull by Goosy Bad here, but not pulling anything on top of the boss, meaning that their DK is not actually getting that amplifier damage. We see Yips having double debuff on him from the Wicked Frenzy that went off.
Ooh, healing
but
going
now
off.
Hante did get did get the Dispel. And it looks like they dealt with Sanguine really well as well.
No, they had like 3 or 4 ticks of Sanguine healing on everything there. It should all be dead at this point. They definitely had some healing go off. It doesn't look like it's going to cost them too much in the long run, but definitely spend probably an extra 5 to 10 seconds on that trash pack just because of that for initial Sanguine pool dropping and healing the mobs for probably 10 to 15% of their HP, maybe 20%. That being said, these teams, in terms of dungeon progression, are near dead even, just because of the fact that they had the Sanguine healing on Kragma, entering combat with Sporecaller Zancha and the 2 Defilers at roughly the same time here, with the only major difference now being those death timers. 25 seconds of an advantage for villains.
Yep, and we see the Ring of Peace come out on Goosy Bad's side to make sure Sancha does not heal, but Cryptic's dropping. Corey going down on villains. They do have a battle rest. They can get her back up, but the boss is healing. It was standing in Sanguine right there because Corey was down, so she couldn't put the Ring of Peace. And now Snap all of a sudden is dropping incredibly low. He is leaping away, making sure he doesn't die.
Again.
But Sancha is all the way up to 100% HP again. Just horrible Sanguine here for them. This is going to cost them so much time once more. We will see Goosy Bad probably just going ahead because of this second issue that they had with Sanguine here in this fight.
Wow, that's really unfortunate to see. They didn't go for just the Defilers into the boss. They also pulled one of those skeleton packs on top as well, and that's what enabled the healing there. Zancha healed for probably around 15 to 20% of his HP just because of the healer going down, not being able to ring a piece there. That's just a worst case scenario for Sanguine healing. Again, healing tyrannical bosses is not good at all. That's a ton of HP and a ton of damage you're missing out on, especially when it's just with cooldowns, right? That's just so rough to look at, man. They're so far behind in boss HP now, and you know, giving away some of that death advantage that you had before. This is probably, like you mentioned, a slight advantage now for Goosy Bad.
Yeah, definitely, and it's also only a 20 seconds difference now. Villains slightly ahead in trash, right? They are 7% ahead because of all of the trash that they pulled on top, and because their first pull in the dungeon was also bigger compared to Goosy Bad. But tyrannical boss and 40% almost difference here in HP. This and also the better single target comp. Goosy Bad definitely has the advantage on single target with the double hunters, meaning that overall Goosy Bad does have a slight advantage. It's still incredibly close between them, and it will very heavily depend on how they pull the trash right after Sancha here. If they pull everything on top of the last 2 Corruptors, that will make up a lot of time compared to maybe the other team doing 2 pulls instead.
23% trash on top of the Corruptors is a lot of trash, though.
Yeah.
I'm not... Where do you get that? Do you pull a 4th Corruptor? Okay, they're gonna go. No. There's no way they pull that. Yeah, okay, they're doing two separate pulls. 4 Corruptors is like a death warrant for your DK. You hate your DK if you go for a 4 Corruptor pull.
That is true, but as long as they don't die once they did their damage, right? Afterwards they can die. So I theoretically, it is a possibility. But we see them dealing with Sanguine pretty properly on their side. We see the Corruptors going down here. Oh, it looks like the Corruptor is going to heal a little bit. Oh, okay. The grip coming out of Cryptics, making sure Sanguine does not go off. And Villains just now finishing off Sancha. So quite a big difference in the bosses going down here. But Corruptor healing again a little bit for Goosy Bad, unfortunately.
Now, 16% trash. You can pull that skeleton pack with the Corruptor on top of the final 2 Corruptors here. That would be the rest of your trash percentage, but they're not going for that pull either. They're opting to just deal with this trash pack here. They do have that Horror in the back paralyzed, but because they're not going for this pull onto the top of those final 2 Corruptors, they're kind of giving up the advantage they could have gained here. Now, maybe if they are able to deal with this trash pack with less Sanguine healing than Villains, than Goosy Bad, or maybe they could like turn this into an advantage, but that's a tall tale, a tall order for sure. But they are able to deal with it almost perfectly, and they have a perfect patrol here as well, so they can run to those final 2 Corruptors probably exactly 20 seconds after. That does ridiculously close.
This is incredibly close. We see Goosy Bad fighting 3 Corruptors here at the same time because they need to get the 8% trash. Now, unfortunately, in Underrot, you need to reach 100% trash before you're able to access the last boss. Even though both of the teams have 3 Awakened mobs that they're going to be fighting with the last boss, the percentage of them is going to be wasted because of the 100% trash that you need for this gate to open here. We see Goosy Bad now downing the bosses. They are not 100% trash, but Villains, they are not far behind.
Let's keep
as
an eye.
Said, it's probably 20 seconds approximately.
Keep an eye on the exact timers for sure.
Yeah, and
they get ported
the
down at
Corruptor though is
14:19.
a little bit higher though. It's a little bit higher on Villain. It's probably a little bit more than 20 seconds difference. And Goosy Bad also has a single target advantage.
Dilemma going down too. That's another 5 seconds on the board. Goosy Bad got
Boralus.
ported down at 14:19. So let's keep an eye on this here. 14:39, that's 20 seconds behind, but it's now a 15-second timer. Goosy Bad going down at 14:42, so they are now exactly 8 seconds behind Goosy Bad if you look at those death timers on the board. This is ridiculously close. Now the DKs, with all of their cooldowns up, do have a ridiculous amount of burst damage for the boss. They might be able to deal with the Awakened mobs better, so they're not necessarily too far behind here, but you have to engage quickly. You can't just sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, so they didn't commit the battle rest here, which in the end only would have saved them 2 seconds approximately because they needed to wait for the gate to open anyway. But now they do have a battle rest in case something does go wrong, but they don't want to have any sort of deaths because this is so incredibly close, and right now they do have a 15 seconds advantage, which might be the one thing they need. And now we see the Bloodlust being popped as well for Villains here. They need to try to funnel as much damage onto the boss as possible, but it looks like they did focus down Samrak first, so definitely used a lot of their single target damage to focus down that boss. Well, that Awakened mob, sorry. While Goosy Bad, they still have the blood up, but now they are fully single targeting with their double hunter comp. Definitely do have a lot of potential to just nuke that boss really quickly. It is tyrannical, keep that in mind as well. Snap going down! They have a battle rest.
Bathing in the pool. He was just bathing in the pool from those spores, and he goes down to just the overall AoE damage of the fight. And because your tank goes down, Dilemma then instantly goes down to the melee damage from the boss, the Blood of the Corruptor, Void of Her Mouth here. And that's going to be a full team wipe for Villains, all but sealing this game and this series for Goosy Bad. With all of the Awakens mobs dead, this double hunter comp pumping that single target damage, there is nothing stopping them from securing this series and taking a potential tiebreaker match with Complexity Limit for that 3rd seed for the global finals later this year.
Wow, and I mean, just imagine how much pressure there must be on Villains there, because obviously they are not expected to win this game at all. Goosy Bad, the clear favorites in this matchup, and all of a sudden they're in a game 3, and they're probably watching the stream, so they know they're even ahead at some points in this dungeon, and the amount of pressure that has to be on them, definitely insane. So the fact that they have a mistake there last boss at the very, very end, definitely understandable. But yeah, Goosy Bad, they are going to be the ones winning this matchup here unless they have any more mistakes, but should not be as they're finishing off this last blood. And they're going to be moving on 2-1 against Villains.
That's right, and Goosy Bad, after having a very early wipe throughout Dranos, pulled it together, kept the pace, stayed in the fight, and Villains just unable to survive at the very end there. Just the one death.
Yeah, things spiraled out of control very quickly for Villains. Unfortunate that they weren't able to get a battle res out with 2 Death Knights in the group. That's normally something that their composition should be able to recover from, but it's, you only have a window of like 1 or 2 seconds to get that res out, and they just weren't quite able to get that out. Goosy Bad taking the win here. That is going to propel them to at least tied for 3rd seed. If they can win their next match against Ethical, they will be in 3rd seed ahead of Complexity Limit. If they lose to Ethical, then we will be playing a tiebreaker after the grand finals today between Goosy Bad and Complexity Limit for that 3rd seed.
That's right. So a lot of going to be on the line, and kind of a breath of relief as well here, Nagura, for Goosy Bad, to make sure that they can at least be in a position to tie for better seeding.
Yeah, definitely. In the end, they would have made it to the global finals anyway, right? But getting the number 4 seed means the very first game you have to play against Method EU, which of course is incredibly difficult. Now, even if they do get the 3rd seed now and manage to snatch it away from Complexity Limit, they would still have to end up playing against Perplex, I'm pretty sure, which is also a hard task. But overall, it's still a better option compared to Method EU, right?
That's right. You don't want to be facing up against them at the very beginning of the tournament. And, big kudos as well to Goosy Bad here, just staying in the fight after the very beginning of the dungeon, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, they played phenomenally. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the dungeon. You really, when you have that mistake right at the start of the dungeon, it's incredibly difficult to, clear your mental space, be like, wow, that sucked. Somehow we're going to have to come back into this. And they were able to do it. I mean, those are the only 5 deaths they had the entire dungeon. They played clean and perfect throughout the rest of it. Maybe a couple ticks of Sanguine Healing on one of their AoE pulls, but you can't really complain about the way they pulled. And somehow, I want to point this out too, somehow having a catastrophic wipe at the start, 2 DPSing the first boss, their time was only 30 seconds slower than their other run in Underrot earlier this weekend. What's up with that?
Yeah, they really pulled it together, Danos. And let's go find out why.
Well, let's actually instead look at exactly what happened in that first wipe, because it was not immediately clear. So we're going to get our spectacles on here and investigate just exactly what happened in this first pull. So we heard some speculation that it might have been the Harrowing Mask cast. In fact, it was not. In fact, it was just them stacking up for Shadow Meld and then a Quake coming out and getting everybody. But they couldn't exit their Shadow Melds yet because the mobs were still next to them at that point. So they all died there, except for Yips, who was a little farther forward. He was able to get the battle res out onto Hunte. They took the res, mass resed, then Anarchy died to the next Quake that came out right at the start of the boss pull, so he was dead right on pull of the boss. They tried to reset the boss, they pulled it out of the boss arena, but they couldn't quite get it far enough to reset. And then at that point it was stopped moving and not cooperating anymore, and they were just like, you know what, this thing's already at 7% health, let's just kill this thing the whole way down. That was all that went down for them, but it was rough at the start of the dungeon there. They lost quite a bit of time to that sequence of events. And really quaking, for an affix that we talk about since it's been nerfed as a fairly good affix to be active in these keys, one of the ones that's less impactful, here's an example of it showing it still has some teeth.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much, Sherlock Knows, for that lovely, lovely clip. And, couldn't said it better myself. Goosy Bad having their issues, having their mistakes made early on, but they are going to move on and face off against Ethical in the lower finals. And Ethical has been such a strong team throughout this tournament, Nagura, trying to step up to that level of Method NA, not quite being able to do it in the upper finals, but they want to be able to get some redemption here too.
Yeah, so Goosy Bad against Ethical, gonna be a hard task for them. I mean, considering they just barely managed to get a win here against Villains. It's gonna be difficult because Ethical, they're just incredibly clean and they're consistent. Of course, they did lose a series early against Method NA, but not because Ethical played badly, just because Method NA pulled out these insane strategies that no one has ever seen before and just beat them on pure, just faster strats compared to them. Ethical didn't really have any mistakes. They still had 0 deaths, completely clean run, completely well executed their strategies, and overall, it's going to be just incredibly hard for Goosy Bad to match up against that one.
Do you think it's also going to be more difficult for Goosy Bad to beat up Ethical as well, Zyro?
I don't really see a scenario in which Goosy Bad could beat Ethical, but I also didn't see a scenario where Villains was able to keep this series as close as they were. So I think anything's possible right now.
All right, Dranos, you on the same boat?
Yeah, I'm hopeful for our friends at Goosy Bad. You know, I think that they have really had a lot of confidence coming to this tournament, deciding they'd rather sleep than play the first match since it was double elimination.
Oh my gosh.
So, you know, that's as long as you know that you're only going to lose once, and if you're like, you know what, we're not going to lose at all, you're allowed to just do that. So, really bold strategy from Goosy Bad. Let's see if they can take it all the way to the end of the tournament.
That's right. Well, if they do, that means they're not going to have to worry about playing against Complexity Limit for better seeding, and that might also be a breath of fresh air as well, Zyro, not having to play them again.
Yeah, they're playing
right.
playing that important tiebreaker match for the for the privilege of playing against Perplexed instead of Method EU. Boy, I can't wait for that one.
All right, we'll see as we're gonna get our teams ready for the lower final. But first, taking a quick break. We'll be right back with more MDI action. we're back with our lower finals as Goosy Bad just took down Villains to meet up with Ethical to see who is going to fight up against Method NA in our grand finals. Hello everyone, I'm Jack and joined right now by Dratnos, Tettles, and Zyronic. And as we start looking at this, right off the bat, Tettles, the game of chicken began with banning maps.
Well, I think the loser of this game of chicken seems to be Goosy Bad, unfortunately, because I turned my eyes to the MDI Discord, and the members of Goosy Bad are pinging the members of Ethical saying, "You guys practice Waycrest Manor?" And now I turn and I look at the team of Goosy Bad, and they are fielding a Fury Warrior, meaning that I don't believe that they have practiced Waycrest Manor.
Oh my goodness. This one is going to be great. Of course, each team is able to choose which maps they'd like to ban, and sometimes, Zyro, each person's just very, very brave as to what they think their opponent's going to ban.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
hopefully.
we saw a little discussion there. Ethical adding the Goosy Bad boys say, "Hey, you practice Waycrest?" And yeah, well, leaving it open.
It's responded with emotes.
This will be the third lower finals in a row where Ethical doesn't ban the map that the other team was really hoping they would ban. Against Complexity Limit, 2 times they just had a Siege of Boralus that Ethical was shaky on, but not as shaky as Complexity Limit. So let's see if the same thing happens here in Waycrest, where neither team has gotten all that much practice in this map, I'd say, but Ethical definitely are fielding a reasonable composition here, which is more than can be said for Goosy Bad.
We have not seen Waycrest Manor being played this weekend whatsoever, so teams are ready to go. A little bit of off meta coming up on the side of Goosy Bad as we are getting ready for Waycrest Manor.
Looks like a false start.
Indeed it is. That's a false start. We'll be going back out and going back in again to reset the key in a second here. So that's not going to go through.
How do you think the Fury Warrior is going to look?
Angry?
Enraged?
Furious?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have got to be stopped.
You were setting him up for it, okay? Come on. You're setting him up for it. Battles, you do this thing, okay? You brought this on yourself. I would have loved to see a Dispree, Syro. I don't know about you. I was on board.
Hunte really fulfilling the class fantasy of the healer, doing what his team wants him to do instead of what he wants to do.
Yep.
Just being forced to be the meta slave, play the Mistweaver monk when he really wants to bring out that disc priest. But of course the Chad DPS players, yeah, I'm gonna play Fury Warrior, I'm gonna play Demon Hunter. Just man, you know who's the leader in this group, right?
Chad
Not
Yips.
Hunte.
Someone's got Chad in his name, dude.
That's right. That's right. He's afraid of nothing. He's got the swagger as well.
So for necrotic.
It's the naming
Everybody's
convention.
afraid of necrotic.
Like half these MDI players have adopted this naming convention of just naming their dwarfs Chad.
Oh, it's because he's a dwarf.
Yeah.
That's okay. That makes more sense.
6 weeks, Tettles. 6 weeks.
I don't know.
Well, let's talk about these affixes for a moment. And why, Dratnos, we have not seen this dungeon been played all weekend.
So we've got Bursting and Necrotic in combination with Fortified that make trash pulls extremely, extremely dangerous, especially for the tank. That combination of bursting stacks on you while you still have Necrotic stacks, if you're unable to kill everything at the same time, which is made harder because it's fortified so they have more health, is just so brutal. That's why we're seeing the dwarf tanks from both teams, which you'll see in a moment, because they can Stoneform off that Necrotic, but that's only once every 2 minutes. That is not enough to make this easy. It is still going to be a difficult slog for both of these teams. Goosy Bad are just playing their live key mains, and that is gonna probably, to me, indicate that they are gonna try and pull slowly, 1 pack at a time, and hope that these affixes kill Ethical for them.
Huh.
Many times. Many
a
times.
dungeon with a live strategy in the first match of a lower lower finals match. Has anyone here done that? Raise a hand. I've done that. I did that in Dark Heart Thicket.
You?
Me, I did that.
That's right. Hey, man, if it works.
In this economy?
Well, let's be honest. My team won because the other team threw. We didn't win because
Exactly.
we were good.
That's what Goosy Bad is looking for here as well, right?
True, actually.
Zyra's just washed up, just living off memories at this point, purely just waiting for Warlock to become meta
Boom
again.
can give me 3 days and I'll be higher
Thus,
IO
he
than
begins to shame all
66%
Warlocks on MDI
mastery on my
broadcast because
mage.
he's jealous.
Get at me.
Look, a fun game to play with Zyronic is just see how many sentences it takes for him to mention either complexity limit or that he was in the MDI.
Okay, Terry.
The record is like 3.
Oh my god. Well, would you look at that? The
Alright,
game
I'm
is
leaving.
starting. Woo! Take it away, boys. Waycrest Manor.
I didn't realize I was gonna have to cast this one with you, Zyronic. All right, I should have been listening to you. Okay, so we're into the first pull here. Goosy Bad pulling these soul essences, whereas Ethical are just mowing their way towards the first boss here with a much larger, more aggressive pull with these 2 DKs. Goosy Bad, no Death Knights, is not going to be able to utilize that massive DK burst like Ethical will be able to do.
Oh yeah, and the double unholy DK is going to be a lot of single target focus damage on Selena. Already down below 40% HP there. Wow, the burst damage from them there. Did they even get the soul manipulation there? Whoa, Chompy! Oh, whoa!
No! Oh,
Going down.
Oh no!
Can they get the battle
They got the
res in
B-Res coming out. How are they still alive? How are
wow.
they? What is happening here? I'm shocked that they were able to live through that
Chompy.
battle res. Chompy, yeah, that runic mark exploding does
Wow.
manage to live though. Oh, and he gets the jagged nettles. Right back up to full though. My goodness.
Yeah,
Look at that from Ethical, though. We just saw from Goosy Bad's match against villains how quickly things can go south if the tank dies, but look at how fast they get that battle res, and look at how composed they all remain there. They know even how bad it is when the tank dies instantly. You get that battle res, you accept it quickly, you know, you're instantly thinking, okay, what do I need to taunt? You know, what does everybody need to do to survive? If we can just live for 15 seconds, we can get ourselves back into this. And great job by Ethical recovering that pull. It looked like 99% to be a wipe to me at one point there.
I mean, that should have been a wipe. For 90% of the teams that play in the NBA time, that would be a wipe. But they're just somehow able to barely pull through. So many players just barely dropping below 10% HP and being able to heal up be able to be healed by Chompy. I mean, the wherewithal to know exactly what to do in those situations. Even getting the jagged titles like you saw in Chompy there, being able to heal himself up. Just barely able to squeak by the skin of their teeth. Great play from Ethical there.
All right, and we've got 2 warriors competing for damage on the side of Goosy Bad here. Cryptic's playing the Fury up against Yips's Prot. We'll have to see which of them can do more damage over the course of this dungeon.
I'm actually curious, what kind of corruption do you think Cryptix is running? Just Twilight 3, you think? T-Dev 3?
Cryptic's, so yeah, Fury procs quite a lot of Twilight Devastations. They also scale fairly well with stats like Critical Strike, though.
Ooh.
So it could be some Severe. Let's go take a look
Yeah, he's
in our
stacking Severe.
MDI companion. Yeah, Severe. So Severe has this strong interaction with the Cold Steel Hot Blood traits that they stack. And it really, especially in cleave situations, and that statistic and that trait are at their best in 5-target cleave, which is going to be their team's plan anyways in this dungeon because they're not using those 2 DKs. So I think that is going to be the best build for Cryptix to go for on this Fury Warrior.
Yeah, and you think Kevin's running the Blood Barrage as well, as you like to call it?
Yeah,
More than
the
likely.
old Blood Barrage, yeah. You know, even if you're not pulling as massive as Ethical is, Blood Barrage is just, it's such a good combination of effects in Mythic Plus in general. That I think you can justify it even in pulls of this size.
Yeah, we'll take a little bit of an education moment here for people as well, because the first time I heard Blood Barrage, I'm like, that's not a Demon Hunter ability. Of course, that stands for Blood of the Enemy plus Fel Barrage. And then usually on top of that, they're also running Miraculous Fang as well for the extra AoE damage, right after they pop their I-Beam for the Furious Gaze Haste as well, just for a lot of that burst AoE damage. So that's why you're going to see Demon Hunters topping the meters at the start of almost every single AoE trash pull. But hold on here, look at this pull from Ethical, pulling just about everything in the courtyard, minus the Soulbound Goliath, taking it a little easier than what they normally do, and that's probably because of that bursting affix. They really want to make sure people don't go down there.
And the Necrotic as well. You're just, you know, your tank is going to be under so much pressure there, and it, you know, you don't get that reset if you're still in boss combat at the end there, that free reset. Whew, Skylark's still taking huge damage here, even without the boss. Does manage to reset his stacks, but still under a lot of pressure here.
Oh yeah, nice pull from them. Of course, the Soul Fetish Thorn Guard, nothing to worry about when you've just gone for that massive AoE pull. I hope it could be nothing to worry about. Don't want to cast a curse him. It is going to go down in that stun, so they'll be totally fine. Goosy Bad also dropping low after that AoE pull just from the bursting stacks, but looks like they're going to be totally fine. But it looks like they didn't go for quite as big of a pull, right? They're lower on the trash percentage as well, but they're
not that much lower,
not
though.
Not that much. But they're going for
Their
the
trash
Harley
count,
pull.
like, given how much smaller they're pulling, how many more pulls there are for them in this dungeon, they're actually really close here in terms of the amount of bosses they've killed and the amount of trash count they're getting. This pull does look like it's going to be a little bit slower for them. But the thing is that with these affixes active, the long pulls have so much extra setup time. Oh my goodness, Yips is dead.
He just died to the bleed from the Gorger.
That's
went down to it.
That is rough. And I think that when the Gorger leapt to him, it may have reapplied Necrotic as well, which is a brutal combination of events there. He's going to run back. Meanwhile, Ethical fighting the Soulbound Goliath all by itself. Fortified boss. No extra trash on it. Shouldn't be too difficult for them. And yeah, they're doing a pretty good job here. Ethical's Waycrest has historically looked pretty great. So even with this more difficult combination of affixes, I think this is still a pretty strong home field advantage for them.
Yeah, and I think, let's be frank, honestly, like, the fact that Goosy Bad clearly stated in the Mdi Discord that they haven't practiced this dungeon that much, and they're kind of memeing a little bit, not necessarily memeing because these are main characters that they play on live, so they know how to play them properly, even in the MDI setting. They're doing a good job of at least keeping it close here. I mean, they're and that's kind of really all they need to do, right? If they can keep it close enough to the point where Ethical makes a mistake and Goosy Bad can get back into it, that's kind of best case scenario for them here.
Yeah, I don't think Goosy Bad has a realistic hope of beating Ethical without Ethical making a mistake in a map where Ethical is practiced and Goosy Bad is not. And I think that Goosy Bad is making a reasonable decision here to just, play stuff they're comfortable with, given that they have no practice in here.
Oh yeah.
This is part of the disadvantage as well of being the first team, like the team from the far part of the lower bracket. When you've been slogging through the lower bracket the entire way, literally from the first possible moment Goosy Bad dropped to the lower bracket, you just have so little time to prepare for the lower finals. Ethical had a match to prepare their strategies and, refresh themselves. And if Goosy Bad had been in that position, they probably would have chosen to spend that time just making sure that their Waycrest was going to be a little bit, they would have gotten that first 30 minutes of practice, which can be pretty valuable before they start hitting those diminishing returns. And then they would have, at least if they weren't planning to ban it, they would have at least been able to do that. But because of their positioning in the brackets, that was not an option for them.
Oh yeah, this particular lower bracket setting, going from the semifinals to the finals, is pretty brutal. The fact that you have no practice time in between is pretty mean. Now, of course, the admins are really nice. They ask you, hey, would you like a break before your next match? But that's about all you get. You get like 5 to 10 minutes, and then you're just back into it right away. There could be something said about, maybe holding momentum of kind of being in that competitive environment, but realistically, the fact that the other team has had more time to practice, like you mentioned, should be a greater advantage than, being in the mindset of being in a competitive situation.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Although on the other hand, Goosy Bad warmed up. They've been clutching the last series just before this, whereas Ethical had that kind of series to cool down and said that could be an explanation if something goes wrong for them, what happened. True. If we were trying to come up with some rationalization for why teams wipe.
Yep, big pull coming out for Ethical here. This is the typical pull with the rest of the hallway plus all of Rawl's room on top of Rawl. Perfect situation for the double Unholy DK, but gotta keep an eye on the healing here. Once those bursting stacks start to go out in the group, the DKs are gonna pop their AMSs to remove as many bursting stacks as possible, and the Netherwalk will likely come out from Arrow as well, and it looks like it's gonna be just fine for them, and the Unholy DKs are able to make quick work of everything, but man, the DK can pump out some AoE damage too there, huh?
The DH as well, you mean? Yeah.
The DH, yeah. Sorry,
yeah,
that DK.
That Blood of the Enemy Fell Barrage combination is extremely potent, and it has so little setup time compared to what the DKs have to do. The DKs are like, oh, I've got 7 cooldowns to pop and 30 wounds to apply before I can do damage, and the DH is like, I'm I-beaming, let's go.
Oh yeah, get it. And you can see just how quickly this fortified boss dies once the trash is dead with that Unholy DK single target, right? They just are able to just murder the boss with that Festermite stacking and Army of the Dead pod. They just have so much single target focused damage after the AoE goes down for quite a while, making quick work of this Rawl here.
Yeah, all of those bursting swords exploding onto the boss as well really does have a huge benefit here. Especially on these fortified bosses that they can melt so quickly that you can just, oh my goodness, Arrow is popping a Lightfoot, popping a Netherwalk. He is bringing some maggots into this pull. He's line of sighting now. And they are bringing the maggots all the way into Skylark there, making sure that none of them stand too far away casting Spit. And they are now going to be killing these off with the end of the Rawl pull here. This is a great adjustment here to make sure that you're not being too inefficient and fighting a boss all by itself.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are going to have to single target this Runeweaver down afterwards. Little bit of an inefficiency there, right? You would like to see that pulled in maybe a little bit earlier on top of the boss so they could fully cleave it down to the end. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be like a 10-second time loss for them. And when they're this far ahead of Goosy Bad, they can kind of make those tiny little adjustments as well. So not too big of an issue from them there. I'm curious to see what their plan is going to be here for this obelisk room. And as expected, they're going to go for this double obelisk setup. Arrow going to the courtyard to pull this one obelisk mob in the middle. He'll meet up back with the group who is pulling the other obelisk in the kitchen, and they'll deal with both of them at the same time.
Yeah, this is a really good adjustment to... It doesn't take that much longer to kill 2 awakened enemies at once than it does to kill one of them. You know, it is slower, but it is much faster than fighting each of them individually at their obelisk. So in a few of these dungeons, it can be a very efficient play to just fight 2 of them at once. We've seen teams have different answers with how you should cleave these. Some teams decide to even cleave, just kill both of them at the same time, and then go back out to the real world. Other teams have focused one down, and then dragged the other to where they want the exit point for the portal to be, which is often downstairs, you know, past the cellar portion of trash.
And of course, whenever you do go down to that cellar, somebody has to open the door from outside, so gotta make sure that was done in advance, and it looks like they probably have it done already.
Well, what you can do, which we've seen some teams do, is you have somebody like meld off and then go back out through the portal and open the door. But yeah, it looks like Ethical pre-opened the door, which I believe to be even better as a strategy than having to send somebody doing that.
Yeah, sick door tech coming out of Ethical here. Love to see that in the MDI, and probably gearing up to do a large dungeon pull, which means they'll be able to skip those Gloom Horrors later on. Well, actually, not quite sure yet. If they end up finishing off this Awakened mob here, they're gonna go for dungeon pull. But no, they're gonna pull the Waycrest room, not needing to pull the dungeon because their trash count is already pretty high.
Yeah, they will be getting those Gloom Horrors later. Maybe onto the last boss, although my suspicion is that they will kill them by themselves, given the active affixes and how much danger they present.
Goosy Bad has not pulled a single Awakened Obelisk yet, and they are down into that dungeon. Yip's dropping low, but the bubble is applied to him, so he should be totally fine and Hunter able to heal him back up. But with no Awakened Obelisk pulls, you think Goosy Bad's just going to go for a 4 Obelisk here somehow?
Well, you ever just forget to activate obelisks? You know, you're doing a dungeon, you didn't put up an MDT or whatever, which is, I think, the position that Goosy Bad is maybe in here. I see a post from them in the MDI Discord that says, anybody got a route? And that might be just what's happening to them here, is that they might not have really thought about activating those obelisks. As you can see, they are now going back up the stairs towards the obelisk.
Well, I've heard that there's somebody who posts routes on Raider.io every week, so they can go check that out if they really need one. They even post expert and beginner routes, so if they're really not familiar with Waycrest, they can go for the beginner route too.
They're definitely doing a lot of running around in circles here. Looks like they will be eventually activating those same 2 obelisks. It is possible that they could try to 4 obelisks to make up time with Ethical. You know, that's a difficult proposition on that last boss. It is fortified. They do have a Fury Warrior. Fury Warrior bursts on 5 targets. That is kind of the dream for them.
Those slavers won't get touched at all, though.
Yeah, well, it'll be whatever target is farthest away, which might be the spider, given how the mob's path. But yeah, Fury Warrior, for those who don't know how this spec works, they deal phenomenal damage to 5 targets, and the 6th target is completely unscathed. It just takes 0 damage, basically, from a Fury Warrior, so they are really happy in live keys where you're able to pull that small sometimes, although even in live keys, that is a liability for them. In the MDI, that is the main reason you don't see more Fury Warriors, is because they just turn off completely in large pulls. But if you've not practiced the route, if you don't have any large pulls planned, all of a sudden that liability is gone. And if you're a main Fury Warrior and you've not practiced the route, that's why Goosy Bad ended up choosing that spec.
Chad Yip now running for his life, but door closes in his face.
The door has closed. And as we all know, ghosts cannot open doors here. They will have to send somebody back outside to do that. Whew. This is a brutal turn of events here, as the door has proven to be slightly better than Goosy Bad.
The door tech not there for Goosy Bad,
making their way, making their way to the last boss. And after they've beaten that door, Gorak Tull should be pretty easy for them. Look at all these slavers. They are just pulling the slavers right onto this last boss here. So here we go. 10 mobs all at once, 2 awakened enemies, 1 of Gorak Tull, 1 of the ads of Gorak Tull spawns, and 7 of those horrors.
And this is the ideal comp for the situation, right? Double Unholy DK. This is the same sort of strategy that we see from a lot of our teams, just bursting down all those Gloom Horrors and just dealing with the Blood of the Corruptor instantly from that massive burst from the Unholy DK. And the DH as well, running the Blood Barrage, just massive AoE burst damage. Only have 20% of Void River Mouther to deal with, and they don't even have to worry about the interrupts of Void River Mouther. They've got a triple melee comp, so they can just evenly cleave that down at this point. And with that the major difficulty is gone.
20 seconds.
It was just instantly done with. No issues whatsoever for Ethical here. They clearly practiced. They lied to Goosy Bad. Unbelievable. Gamesmanship.
They're going to be here at 100% trash count with Gorak Toll falling quickly, and this is going to be enough for them to secure an early 1-0 lead in this series here, putting them in position to go and challenge Method and A for that rematch. And of course, if Ethical wins, we will also be getting the opportunity to have a tiebreaker at the end of the day between Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad.
Oh yeah. And we know they're practicing hard for that match right now. Let me check my battle.net really quick. I'm fired up is in the battleground. Interesting.
Oh, very interesting.
Battleground?
The Hearthstone Battlegrounds, I believe, yeah. Fired up a well-known connoisseur of that. But Ethical, a well-known connoisseur of victory here, taking a early lead in the series 1-0.
Only a single death with some very, very nasty affixes. Ethical getting that 15-minute Waycrest manner. Really well played here, Titles.
Yeah, Ethical definitely... Okay, so 15-minute Waycrest manner with Necrotic and Bursting. That is exceptionally fast, I feel like, for that. They looked very scary at the beginning with how that Bursting played out. We're able to drive it home, though.
Yeah, and that's the really big thing that we're going to be watching for. And probably one of the coolest things is when you're seeing this team that's saying, yeah, we're going to practice for this dungeon that nobody else wants to run. We don't think anybody else is going to prepare for.
So
I think having great depth of dungeons is such an important thing.
I mean, that's what the European teams did last weekend, right? The Perplex, the Method use, Deplete from Beyonds. They would just, like... It doesn't matter what they ban in a series. They ban the stuff that they believe that they're the worst at, but they practice everything. And then whenever there's a team that's very clearly not played something like Waycrest Manor, then it throws them in a very poor spot because you have something like this where it's like, oh, I guess we're going to play for fun.
Yeah, let's start talking a little bit more about some of that routing differences that we saw too.
I don't think we need to really hit on it too much. But what we are going to see is we're going to see like what Ethical was doing really well. So some of the major things that I liked about Ethical's route, I liked how they played all of the trash into the first boss, even though it is Necrotic and Bursting. Skylark was the only person who ended up going down. It was very close for him to being able to survive. The reason that they're able to do this is because they push the first Witch fast enough to where they're able to get out of that healing reduction phase. In addition to that, they played double Obelisk together. I know we hit on it every week, but 2 Obelisks at the exact same time is just so time efficient, which then allows them to play Blood of the Corruptor and Void River Mouthier with all of the Gloom Horrors at the very end. That is probably the scariest pull I've ever seen, but Ethical was able to do it and make it look seamless.
Absolutely, and having the extra, I guess, furniture that N'Zoth puts up in those end boss rooms, like of course you'll have the obelisks, but every end boss room is always surrounded by these little like trays of candles that are floating around in the air. And we did see Chomp on the side of Ethical hop up onto those candles, and again, it's a snap spot. It's a path of it's a no path available spot. So he's able to stand up there, stay within wave crane distance, spin, and then he doesn't have to worry about any of the Gloom Horrors jumping all over them. So very great plays there by Ethical, taking that early lead, and it also is going to put us into position to talk about Tol Dagor, which Dradnos, Ethical is still really, really good at.
Yes, they are. Ethical's Tol Dagor has been a canon perfection so far, from what we've seen from them pretty much forever. Now, other parts of the dungeon have caused them a few problems, but they've caused everybody a few problems. Yeah. It is unique among teams to have cannons that good, that consistently. So that is a very scary thing for Ethical, or for Goosy Bad to be coming up against here in Tol Dagor.
That's right, and, goes to show how well they've been able to prepare, and at this point, there's not really any affix trouble that is too much of a pain, Zyro. I mean, you'll have, like, Jess Hallis's room, sure. We've had, different wipes there by different teams, including Ethical a couple weeks back. But at this point, teaming Volcanic, not going to be a big issue when you have cannons to take care of most of it.
Yeah, and I think a fair point to make here as well is that if you look at the time trial times for Toldegor 2 weeks ago for the second cup, yeah, it was sanguine, but we know as well that Goosy Bad has a solid strat in here as well. They were only 20 seconds behind Ethical in this dungeon. They had solid cannon work as well. So it's not as easy as saying Ethical should win here. This is going to be an incredibly close match as long as they've kept up with the practice here.
Yep, and I think we know that they have, and most of these teams at this point, Titles, are just running that same Vengeance Demon Hunter plus the Hunter composition to make sure that cannons are never going to be an issue.
Oh yeah, like the hardest week by far was that Sanguine Toldegor week, and once you've been battle tested through the depths of Sanguine Toldegor, anything else is kind of free.
I was gonna say that's week 2's time trial, I think it was.
Yeah, it was America week 2 time trial.
Once you go through that, I think if I'm not mistaken, Zyro, at the end, Letty was like, "I like Toldegor now."
He does. He likes it a lot.
Yeah.
That's a hot take.
Well, the thing about it, and it makes sense as well as a tank player, right? When you're playing a warrior, most of the time you spend is just kind of rounding at mobs. DH is a lot more utility, and you play DH in Toldegor just to kind of have that extra control. That's probably a lot of fun to swap from playing warrior all the time to swapping to the DH and having like way more control.
Because Vengeance does the cannon solo. Like, basically, they are in control of the whole entire dungeon by themselves. They just are like, all right, yeah, follow me around, we're good to go.
Yeah, and it's interesting to start looking at, kind of the return of tanks being more in control of their surroundings. I mean, we looked at Legion as well, Zyro. I mean, when you're competing, it's like, hey, just grab the Blood DK. They're moving everything around, mass gripping everything around, and now tanks can have more control rather than just being another pseudo DPS like warriors.
Oh yeah. I think this is probably one of the more interesting dungeons just because of that fact that the tanks play such a crucial role here in actually keeping things stacked just for the cannons, or just the general control. There's a lot of very specific movements that they have to pull off in this dungeon with that Vengeance Demon Hunter. So it's interesting to see that that's kind of become the norm for dungeons like this. We even saw the Vengeance Demon Hunter being taken out in Siege 2 weeks ago as well by Lighty, just to go for that massive pull. It's like a 50% trash pull. I'm curious to see if they'll have that particular pull like ironed out and even better for the global finals, because I feel like that's something that teams could look at adding to their repertoire.
Yeah, and we've seen this just a number of times where that Sigil of Misery, Sigil of Chains combo, just grabbing everything together, keeping it in place for such a long period of time. Like, I love the Vengeance Demon Hunter kit. I wish we saw more of it.
I love Vengeance too, man.
It is a lot of fun to play as well. Yeah.
I play with it on live, and it's just the most fun tank to play with.
Yeah, they won't yell at you, Tettles, whenever you drop trees.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, do they really?
Sometimes. If they
actually, yeah.
If they're okay, so they're playing a Gluttony Vision build most of the time on live, but if they're going to lose their mitigation at some point, like, I have to hold trees for forever.
Gotcha. All right, well, no trees onto this one. Just Toldegor, just the prison, as Ethical is up 1 versus Goosy Bad.
Oh boy. Massive AoE croc pulls coming in from both teams. Bloodlust pop from both teams as well. You're going to see the Unholy DKs bursting up to the top.
Hunte.
What is going on? Sitting in the Eye of Corruption, dropping to 14%, but able to equalize himself with that Way of the Crane. That was a scary moment for Goosy Bad. You really don't want to be blowing your battle res this early. Look at the damage though. Cryptics, 6 million DPS?
Wow, he is off of that Fury Warrior and back to doing damage. Cryptics at the top of those meters by a mile. Nobody else even showing up on the details here. It's wild.
Kevin has to just... There's no way he didn't run Blood Barrage. Oh, he's playing Hunter.
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing a Demon Hunter and thinking it's a damage.
Dude, ironically, you could play Blood Barrage. Barrage is the Hunter ability you could play.
Yeah, you could do that, but...
It would not be good, but it would be allowed.
Not a good idea.
Anarchy gets hit by a Sand Trap there, taking quite a bit of damage.
Unfortunate.
Does survive, though. Those Sand Traps, it's a really unfortunate feeling. You get hit by the Sand Trap, and you're just not in control of your own destiny while you're in that stun. Just gotta call for the healer to save you.
Yeah, one heal. That's the call, right?
Yep. Luckily, Hunte just completely does whatever his team tells him to, and able to keep Anarchy up there through that stun.
I feel a little bad for Hunte. We were in that Waycrest Manor. His team is all playing their live characters, having fun. He's sitting there on the monk. Then the key's over, right? Everyone else leaves the group to swap characters for Toldegor. He's still playing the same character. Still in the monk. Only one in the group. Poor dude.
Yeah, it's a really tragic tale on the side of Goosy Bad. Another tragic tale, though, is it looks like the Sand Queen, is Ethical going to be able to beat this next upheaval here?
It's going to be close. Tight. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, after the sand trap, we're gonna get that upheaval in a few seconds. All right, I think they're in good shape for it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna just barely beat it. Same thing for Goosy Bad though. They're gonna be really close as well. It's gonna be Sandstorm into the sand trap.
Into the sand trap.
Yep.
Oh, it's just right into the upheaval actually.
No. Yeah, unfortunate. That's just a little bit of a time loss. 5 to 10 seconds on the board for them just because of that. Single target damage not quite there, even though Cryptics had that massive burst damage at the start. Not what you like to see.
Definitely not. Ethical now making their way into the upper parts of the dungeon, or I guess into the lower parts of the dungeon. They're going to be doing, let's see how large of a pull they're going through here. We've got Melds coming out, skipping some of the trash along the way. Oh, Skylark getting some rocks thrown directly at him. Does not prop cheat death here. That's what you always want to avoid, is the accidental cheat pop on pull.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is that still an 8-minute cooldown too?
It is indeed, yeah. Last Resort.
Yeah, don't want to ruin that.
Very powerful talent for Demon Hunters, but without it, when you use it in a way on a pull that you didn't intend to use it on, it wasn't a lose pull, right? You just lose it on pull to something stupid. That is a really, really brutal event for a Demon Hunter.
Yeah, and it's important to mention that now you can't just reset that anymore. You can't reset that by jumping into a pack and killing your character. That you used to be able to do that in Legion. I remember watching Shakib do High Mythic Plus all the time. He's like, oh, well, proc cheat death. See you guys, res me. But you can't do that anymore.
Back in Legion, you would do that intentionally all the time as well, because you had this legendary that let you reset your sigils whenever you entered meta, and that happened when you proc cheat death as well. But yeah, now that has all been broken now. Still a very powerful thing though, just an 8-minute cheat death that a lot of cheat deaths, like if you compare it to something like Purgatory, right? Purgatory for Blood Death Knights, it's a cheat death, but you still have to get healed all the way back up through that. You're still in tremendous danger afterwards. For Demon Hunters, you pop that Last Resort for 15 seconds, you're in Metamorphosis, and not only do you not die to whatever would have killed you, you're just kind of immune to damage for the next 15 seconds as well. That's why we see tanks almost always pick that cooldown when they're playing Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Yep, definitely very strong. Both teams now gearing up for this big pull on top of Jess Howless here. Goosy Bad, just a slight advantage in terms of dungeon progression here, pulling less trash in that lower portion of the jail, so they're ahead in progression, and it's really going to come down to whether or not they're able to deal with this Jess Howless pull and how they're going to deal with the cannons later on, because that's going to be the major percentage difference here.
Right, generally you would say that the team with more trash count is ahead, but in this dungeon, if you can kill it all with the cannons, it doesn't matter, right? All of that advantage gets nullified if you can do the cannons in the same number of pulls and with the same speed. Now, that being said, Ethical here are killing the boss faster and have more count, so it's impossible to make the argument here that Goosy Bad is ahead at this time, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. The boss already phased for Ethical here, whereas Goosy Bad still has to go through a few more percent. Ooh, the Howling Fear, close to getting let off, but of course they're just letting it almost cast just to save as much time as possible. But yeah, the major difference is here, Goosy Bad opting to pull trash in at the start of the encounter here, whereas Ethical is now doing it while the boss is phasing instead. So a lot of potential problems here. That's a lot of trash that they're going through on Ethical right now.
Yeah, we see Skylark in that Metamorphosis. That is not the cheat death, that is the activated cooldown of Metamorphosis, but once that expires, he will be in danger if he cannot get some meta procs from either Vision of Perfection Major or that Gluttony talent choice that we see these Demon Hunters usually choose to play.
Yep, see good DK
Actually,
utility.
Skylark, though.
Yeah.
Skylark not even playing either of those effects. He has no way to proc meta.
Wait,
He's
really?
playing Strength of the Ward and Spirit Bomb. He is here to do some
He's
damn.
spirit bombing? Wow.
Oh, yeah.
You love to see that. That's how
Yips is playing Anima as well, so also does not have access to Vision, but does have the Gluttony procs to get him into Metamorphosis a little bit extra.
All right, then. Different strategies coming out from the Demon Hunter tanks here. And I wonder if that's because of maybe their familiarity with the Vigilance Demon Hunter builds. Like there's a potential where one of them just picked up a cookie cutter build and runs that because that's what they know to run with. And the other tank is like, I'm going to tailor make my build here. Like I'm going to play Spirit Bomb because I want to push out more damage and I know I don't need to have the other option available. I'm not quite sure really what the choice is there.
It's actually, there are so many differences in these two teams' DH gear as well. So Yips is playing that Lingering Psychic Shell, a defensive trinket as well, whereas Skylark is on Marektha's Fang, which is not only an offensive trinket, it's kind of an anti-defensive trinket as well, because while you're channeling it, you're just, you're susceptible to taking damage and you're not doing anything else. So a very, very different choice here that I believe leaves Ethical favored in terms of how much damage their DH is going to do, but leaves him a little bit more likely to die as he doesn't have access to all those powerful defensive options.
Yep, and we'll have to see if that actually ends up paying off for them later on, because you could definitely, well, what would you use the Psychic Shell on, right? I think the major damage intake you're going to see in this dungeon is maybe like, I don't know, a Spirit Breaker, but you have a Hunter Taunt for that.
Yeah, I think it's a heads-up play by Skylark as well. You know, these things like Gluttony procs, they're not reliable, right? Like, in a live key, you're going to get them a lot of the time, some point during an important pull. In an MDI setting, if important moments are 20 seconds long, Gluttony is not reliable to have a proc in that time frame. And I think that this is a very heads-up play by Skylark to just be going in on this offense and saying, look, if I can't survive without getting a meta proc, I need to find a different way to do this because I can't rely on that in the actual tournament.
That being said, dungeon progression, very similar for both teams. You got to remember that extra percentage on the board doesn't really matter too much unless for some reason Ethical is going to be skipping the last trash pack right after Knight Captain Valeri. But I don't think that's really going to be the major differentiator here, right? They're probably going to be pulling more trash into the cannon on the side of Goosy Bad just to make up for that extra percentage here. Fear Guy now down for Ethical, and they're going to be setting up their cannon pull, which we know they have done a very good job of doing here. And without Sanguine here, it's really just going to be a matter of whether or not they keep everything stacked for all 5 of those cannon shots.
Yeah, whereas Goosy Bad have to pull more trash here. They have to pull 13% more than Ethical. Whew, math nearly got me again here in this cannon section. And there goes Ethical, firing off their shots here. A little bit
Riot Shield going off, though.
Yeah, Riot Shields there are a 75% magic damage reduction on both of those officers, which means that they do have 1 extra cannon shot, though, to hit them down, and they will have to finish these off. Individually, not a huge time loss, though. Yips, the Corruption Slow coming out. The meta procs. Actually, no, the meta activated by him. Now he's affected by handcuffs. And look at him just waddling over there.
Run!
The Corruption Slow into the handcuff does make it outside okay. Still has access to that cheat death as well. Sigil of Misery, going to be the first CC used. Look for the Sigil of Chains into the cannon shots coming soon here on the side of Goosy Bad. And it's all going to be about, okay, so there's the Ring of Peace. Sigil of Chains coming out. Everything gets yoinked together. Here comes anher shot.
There's one
3
officer
more
in the
shots
back
for
not
Goosy
getting hit
Bad.
for them.
Indeed, yeah. That's okay, though. They can kill that thing afterwards. It is now taking damage as well. And it's a pretty good job here. 1 more shot on this cannon is going to just finish off that low officer. And they have 1 officer to kill by itself. But all in all, fairly good.
Not the worst, not the best either. And I'm not trying to make a reference to a TV show with that. But yeah, it was a good job, but they needed more trash percentage from this pull, right? That's what we were talking about.
They're going to need to return to the prison here. And you can see, are they going to pull this into the second cannon? Is that what we are going to see today? Unfortunately, in the midst of that, Yips lost his cheat death, so he is a vulnerable demon hunter. No meta, no cheat death available, whereas Ethical are pulling Knight Captain Valerie.
Like we mentioned, cannon shots for Ethical, they're clean, they're crisp, they're moving on. They're already on Valeri, and they have that 13% trash left on the board, but we know that's going to be completely taken care of by the 2 final Awakened mobs with the boss, and the trash by this final cannon after Knight Captain Valeri, so they're set. The rest of the dungeon is right in front of them, whereas Goosy Bad has to backtrack for the rest of their trash percentage, which they then have to somehow find a way of grouping on top of the rest of this trash percentage, which is around the corner. So they're going to have to do some line of sight in here in order to gather all this up, and that's going to be difficult to do.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge test for Goosy Bad here. Their dungeon could be over right now. Even if this works, they're still going to need something to go wrong for Ethical, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yips, in this unfortunate position where he's trying to line of sight 2 sets of enemies coming from different angles, he's going to die.
Dead. He's down. Nothing.
Kev goes down as well.
That's
Hunte as well.
whip.
Cryptix needs to hit a battle res onto Hunte, but Hunte immediately releases. And that entire team is going to be dying at this time. That is the end, I'd say, for Goosy Bad. Unless Ethical has a horrific sequence of events here, they should be able to secure the win in this series at this point. Goosy Bad just so far behind. And really what cost them, I'd say, is the meta. The fact that Yips used both meta and cheat death on that first cannon pull. He needed to have access to one of those for the second.
And I want to say that Toldagor is a dungeon that we've seen some teams have an issue in the past with, but really it hasn't been that big of a deal this year for most teams. This isn't 2019 Method and Aether fighting against. This is Ethical, a team who's had no issues in Toldagor pretty much at all this year. So I don't really know what to say. I mean, like, you would have to assume that that's just going to be all she wrote for Goosy Bad.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Goosy Bad departing the tournament here, except they will now be obligated to play a tiebreaker match against Complexity Limit. If you're a Complexity Limit fan, you may be cheering for this fact. As a result, this means that Complexity Limit can try and defend that 3rd seed one more time against Goosy Bad in a rematch here. Although it does mean that they are going to have to stop playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Oh, yeah. Actually, one sec. Oh, he did stop. Oh, maybe.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Things have gotten serious here for I'm Fired Up.
Yep.
Ethical slaying this last trash pull now. 97%. They will just be pulling this last boss with those 2 awakened enemies, and that will get them their 100% count. Always a bad feeling when you get to Korgus and realize you're behind on count, by the way. This is a boss fight where when you get here, you've cleared all the trash back for like a minute's walk back, and if you are short on count, it is such a long walk. I've lost so many keys in this stupid dungeon as a result of being like 0.5% short and realizing it after Korkus goes down and 1 minute on the timer and you just don't have enough time to go get it.
I feel like you almost... Whoa.
Here he goes down on the side of Ethical.
They have a battle res available, but that's going to be a little bit extra time on the board for them. And not having that hunter alive for this cleave is incredibly dangerous as well. They need to get these awakened mobs down as quickly as possible in order to mitigate any potential problems for them here.
That was a spider cast that took him down there. And Skylark now going low, but does still have cheat death available. So even if he were to proc there, it would actually just be a damage increase as a result of that Twilight Devastation that he is playing.
But maybe he wanted to proc and his healer didn't let him.
Look at Skylark just popping off here as well. Skylark also playing that Twilight Devastation that Yips is not playing. Yips is on the full versatile build, and yet it wasn't enough to save him.
Yeah, that
Skylark's
playing damage coming in hot on this AoE pull with Bloodlust.
That does kind of own.
Kind of epic.
Indeed it is. Ethical taking down these last awakened enemies, just have Korgus standing between them and the grand finals.
Wow. Able to mitigate again. Dude, Ethical has been playing incredibly well this series, right? Having these potential problems where a mistake is made, but they're able to somehow stay alive, battle res through it, and live. Like, for instance, in that Waycrest Manor, a tank going down there should just about always
on the first
be a wipe.
pull.
That was incredible.
It looked so bad. And Ethical's had like 3 deaths this entire weekend. All of them have been potentially very scary, and all of them have been recovered from very well. And also 3 is just such a low number of deaths to have over an MDI weekend, but Ethical are they're playing out of their minds, you know. We saw them against Method and A earlier, and they had these 2 great looking runs, and like, maybe they're a little bit slower than Method and A, but it's not by much, and their consistency, I think it rivals or may even surpass Method and A's.
I mean... That's a tall order.
Method and A has also been extremely consistent, to be fair. But.
I mean, it's hard to compete with Method and A right now. They're absolutely ridiculous. The upgrades they've made this year have made their team so much better than they were last year. They've been ridiculously consistent on top of that. I don't think that Ethical is quite to the level that Method and A is, but they're getting pretty close.
And they're going to have the opportunity here to try and replicate what Perplexed did in the EU Cup last weekend, and try and, you know, right at the end of the season, just fire a warning shot across his Method NA's bow and win this this tournament here in the grand finals in that rematch.
Oh yeah. 15% left on this Tyrannical Overseer Korgus. It would take a quadruple blast for them to go down at this point, and even then I'm sure Champa could heal through it, because he's just that much of a madman after healing through that Heartsbane trio last dungeon. Great play out of Ethical to take the series 2-0. And you got to hand it up to Goosy Bad, too. They played great this tournament to put themselves in this position for this Tiebreaker series as well.
Yeah, we will go right ahead.
Ethical does take the win, and Goosy Bad falls as Toldagor gets completed in 15:29. Congratulations to Ethical. And, you know, credit where credit's due, as you mentioned, Zyro. You know, Goosy Bad started this at the very, very bottom of the bracket and was constantly facing elimination in every single series that they played, Tettle. So to make it this far, to force the tiebreaker between Complexity Limit and themselves, it's always a good testament to their, you know, endurance and their stamina.
Oh yeah, and I don't think either of these teams had the most insane amount of practice this weekend just due to external factors. So I wonder how they're going to match up against one another in this rematch. I know we did see them play earlier on in this morning. I believe they were the first match of the day. But with a lot amount of time between now and then, the map pool may favor a different team. It'll be interesting to see who comes out victorious in that tiebreaker between Goosy Bad versus Complexity Limit.
Yeah, and Goosy Bad will at least be able to have a bit of a breather now, as they've been playing, you know, constantly, like almost every single series of the day, really. So they get a bit of a breather, start prepping, and hopefully, Zaru, your boys have been prepping as well? Question mark?
Who knows, dude? I don't know anymore. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Oh boy, they cut him off because he's been leaking too much inside information.
I'm not leaking anything. Listen, it's the Battlegrounds prep tech, all right? Just like the door tech, you saw that paid off for Ethical here. They had the door tech, Goosy Bad didn't.
Fancy door tech, Ethical moving on, and they will be facing up against Method NA for our grand finals. And a lot of credit for them as well, Dranos, as they have been playing extraordinarily cleanly throughout.
Yeah, Ethical really just putting these good runs back to back to back. You know, they do not have these wipes happen to them. This is not a team that wipes anymore. This is just a team that has like 0 or 1 deaths per dungeon, and that is a very, very good place to be in.
I hate.
Start breaking.
I was about to say I hate this. I was about to say I hate this map pool next for Method NA, but yeah, we could definitely look at what Ethical did right in Toldegor, and this is why I actually think that their Toldegor is so pristine, because we talk about just what they do right with the cannons, but it all starts with this first pull in the dungeon. They blow up Sand Queen. By the time their trash dies, the Sand Queen is at 67% before the first upheaval, which is just a wild amount of damage that is going into that boss right before she even does her first upheaval. Then they do this miraculous pull into Jess, where Sigil of Chains and Sigil of Silence is used like to perfection to make sure that those Sea Speakers are not casting their Salt Blast, they're not casting their Watery Dome, because since the teams are playing Alliance, they don't have access to that Blood Elf Racial Arcane Torrent to be able to purge off those Watery Domes, so they need to die within the duration of that Silent Sigil, do it perfectly, and then Skylark just is able to group up all the mobs, and Arrow fires the cannons, and again, Ethical just looks miraculous in Toldegor, and it is a work of art every single time we see it.
That's right, and results in them going back for another rematch, another bout with Method NA. And take a look at this journey as well with this bracket, as Goosy Bad in red at the very top of our quarters drops down due to a forfeit and then fights their way up through the bracket to get that third place completion for the day. And like we mentioned, because Complexity Limit fell short, as Goosy Bad took them down, they're going to be rematching after our grand finals to decide who gets that third and fourth place seeding respectively. So then we'll be able to look at, are they facing off against Method EU? Are they facing off against Perplexed? Some might say it's not that big of a difference. Stratnos, what's your take on it?
It is a big difference, I'd say, still. Both teams are extremely strong, but if you told me that, you got paired up against Method EU in the first round and you beat them, I would not believe you.
Yeah.
And that is, it's very difficult, but a lot more believable against any other team.
I think it's really funny that Goosy Bad accidentally forfeiting the first round because Yips was asleep allows them to fight this tiebreaker match, because they were able to face Complexity Limit in the lower bracket as early as they did.
This is so five-head. This is just such a huge tactical move from them.
It was not a tactical move, he was asleep.
No. Check this out. You go down to the lower bracket because you know that you need to send Complexity Limit just out of this tournament in 5th and 6th. Because if Complexity Limit gets sent to the lower bracket but wins that match there, if they got a different pairing and could have won that match instead, then they would have avoided this tiebreaker situation. So yeah, Goosy Bad they're operating on a different level from us. They're playing 5-dimensional chess here, and we are just sitting here playing tic-tac-toe.
You think it was just Yips knowing that his team wouldn't go with it, so he says, you know what, I'm taking this into my own hands.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Sleeping in.
That another level on top of that is that you need to game your team in addition to the other teams. You got to play around what they're going to think.
So Yips is truly just a mastermind. Everybody else on his team has a goose brain, but he's actually just the 5-head.
He's just thrown them on his back and is just running to the end of this tournament.
Well, they don't call him Chad Yips for nothing.
Oh my goodness. What is wrong with you guys? We're going to be taking a quick break before our grand finals between Method NA and Ethical. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with more MDI action. for our grand finals as Method NA and Ethical get themselves ready. These 5 groups of friends times 2, it's 5 per team, have been on quite a big journey, and at this point, Dryanos, we've also got an opportunity to share our experiences and share, the screenshots that everybody's been sending in with the MDI screenshot hashtag on Twitter to see where, everybody else has been.
Yeah, the keeping up with the level of friendship from Method NA and Ethical is a difficult proposition, but I think some of these screenshots might be able to do it.
Might be, indeed. And, it also kind of reminds me here, Zara, we should have been taking like some screenshots mid-game and see what kind of action angles that we could have gotten there, because last week, of course, we did have the opportunity to start getting some action angles, and now it's all about the friendship here.
Is that a player standing next to an NPC?
No, that's 2 players.
That's 2 players.
It's 2 players.
Yeah,
I think they use reflecting prisms on those
that's gotta be what it
Sethraks.
is.
Yeah, but they want to be a Seth. They're basically making a statement saying that they want Sethraks to be a playable race.
Wow, Settles, just put words in their mouth, all right?
Nice.
My goodness. I'm down for snakes. You down for snakes, Zara?
If they have a good racial, sure.
Come
Gotta
on.
do damn.
All right, campfire, cooking. Actually, do they have a...
This is in front of the Goldshire Inn, a location with which many of us may be very familiar with.
Is that
I'm
just
not-
you that's
I'm not
familiar with it? Why do you
with
know
it.
this?
Yeah.
Why would we be familiar with it, Dranos?
Yeah, what's up there?
It's just a common area to famous in World of Warcraft.
Really?
Do tell why?
I've never heard of it.
It's in the human starting zone, which is a very common starting zone for new players to play through.
Oh, I play Horde, sorry, so I wasn't really that
Yeah, imagine playing a
familiar
game
with it,
about
so-
fantasy and then playing a human.
True.
Ooh, I actually did play human one time. Aw, the selfie stick, and there's a bit of there's a UI! No! The UI's in the
Wait
way!
a minute.
Oh.
Yeah, that's good actually. Seeing those 4 completed quests there, that's what you like to have. Those multiple completed quests at the same time, turning them in all at once. That's the true meaning of friendship.
But are they in the same location? Like, on the map you have
Right.
like 20 different quests to all turn in at
Are
once
they
as you're
using
leveling?
Quest Sync?
Yeah, party sync.
Or
Yeah,
party
Sync,
sync, yes.
Ted.
That would be
it.
some
Yeah.
true friendship for
Well,
sure.
I mean, you're using iPatch Sync right now, so
This is
it's
an
really-
impressive screenshot as well. A lot of coordination required in game to get a screenshot looking that good as well.
Oh, speaking of looking good, this Guardian Druid's ready for a fancy feast with Harlan Sweet.
He's all corrupted up too.
Yeah, you gotta love the still corrupted effects there. When I took my screenshot with Tettles, I had to actually just put on some worse gear so I didn't have the corruption visuals on me.
Took mine off too, yeah.
You don't need to wear it at all, Tettles. Come on.
I need as much help as I
They're
can
not
get.
really good friends with that imp though. Look at it all the way off in the corner by itself.
I know. Well, they have
Jeez.
one on top of the food, I'm sure that they just kind of like flicked it away, and now he's off to the side.
Wait,
hanging
yeah,
out with the
what are
gold
these
statue.
2 imps doing there? That's a mystery.
It's hanging out, good social distancing. Make sure that everybody's wearing masks. Very
You
important in this day and
I was
age,
gonna say it too.
And listen, I beat you to it. All right, Zara, I beat you to it. That's what you got to do when you're hanging out with your friends. Oh, what is this? This is a lot to unpack here.
That's the Druid Legion flight form that allows you to have somebody ride you, and then there's some corrupted person using a toy on
A
top
lot
of
of
them.
toys. Are those Warglaives in the back? On his shoulders?
No.
They might be.
Is that choke?
Yeah, those Demon Hunter Warglaives, that's one of the artifact appearances.
Oh, okay. I was wondering. I was like, they didn't look like they were, Illidan Warglaives or something like that. So wasn't quite sure what we were facing up against here. I love that owl though.
That's a nice one.
Oh, look at the friendship.
This is after N'Zoth dead as well. You can see because it's the Chamber of the Heart, but not all the NPCs that are usually there are there, and there's that gateway.
Who's that person right in the front middle? I see a guild tag on Oh, this is from Friday night when we were giving away
skip.
mounts. Of course, this is the Friendship Dragon here, which Jack and I both participated in. We give away N'Zoth mounts to a bunch of people. We're up to something like 500 or 600 now over the past month.
Yeah,
good time.
we've only been going on for a month now. So twice a week, Zyronic and I trade off. He takes all the warlocks and mages. I am a friend of Boomkins.
For the Boomkins, there we go.
There we go. And speaking of, friends with benefits, friends with Boomkins as their guild's getting started for some raids. Looks like they're in Hive Mind's room.
Yeah, we missed over there one where 2 people had the invincible mount as well. So lucky.
Oh, I didn't see that one. I didn't see what the mount looked like.
Right, impossible to see actually.
Yep. Oh, I like this one.
This is wholesome.
Yeah. I think
No,
this
this is what we'll be doing soon. We'll go hang out at the beach sometime when everything is when we're allowed to.
Man, please, I'm ready.
At the WoW beach. Let's all go to Gadget Zan. It'll be great. We can do it together.
Ooh, we got a nice transmorph here, or is that just a transmog that looks like that Naxxramas boss?
I was gonna say.
Could be. I think
Is
it's a
that
transmorph.
the king and the queen?
Given the face.
Yeah.
Given the face, I think it's the it's
It's
the
the Transmorph
yeah.
Beacon, the great toy that was supporting the WoW esports last year. Excellent. That is an Axe boss, like you said, right?
Yeah, Instructor Vesuvius, I think.
Ah, always needed a good teacher. It's always important to have good teachers.
Definitely, you did. Yes.
Good old train, as you do. The problem is they didn't choose mammoths, so I think they're doing it wrong.
Yeah,
Well,
Horse Train. This is the only mount that's available on the Alliance side, so this is the best thing to do.
Is this in classic, maybe?
Maybe. No. Look at the architecture on the building in the middle
You're
there.
right, there's
That's,
one pretty new.
that's not classic.
Yeah.
Those are some high def pumpkins.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. That pumpkin has 2 or more polygons. It is retail WoW.
Kalandra, hungry for egg/boulder?
What? Who is that?
Egg or a boulder? Sloot, you're back.
Kalandra, a moderator in the chat, I think.
Sloot? Is that you?
He's back.
Sloot, come
Missed
back.
you.
He's been banished to Torcast.
It's not about
not about-
completing the key. It's about the friends we make along the way. Actually, I think that was Goosy Bad's slogan in their last series.
I love this, but I'm also curious. There's 6 text boxes. Oh no, there's 5 text boxes. I'm just
One
bad at
drop
counting.
of math.
Okay,
automatically
but they had to use it. They had to coordinate all of it at once.
One for each finger, sir.
Conceivably. Yep, I know.
Another one. There's 2 of them.
Hey,
That's the same screenshot.
the perky pugs. Yeah, but this one's a little bit like more ground level. There's only
True.
A small amount of corpses around. Absolutely, big shout out to Holy Zaria and the perky pugs. She's handling all the behind the scenes, make sure that we have our volunteers ready to help everybody out and setting up all the charity work with St. Jude. And keeping Zyronic in line, of course. That guy.
More warlocks and mages come to me.
You're just hoarding all of them.
I'm keeping all of them.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for submitting and participating in the MDI screenshot. I wouldn't even say it's competition. Our event. A lovely event that we had. And I think my favorite was probably the one on Aquasur. Everybody coordinating together for the chat boxes, getting themselves prepared for it. The dream. And now as we start transitioning ourselves and getting ourselves ready, let's start talking about Method, NA, and Ethical. This is, again, just another rematch, another chance for Ethical to try to unseat the kings of the American region, Tettles.
Absolutely. And if there's any other time to do it, I think now would be the best time. The first match is on Freehold, though, which we saw earlier in the day, and we saw Ethical have some mismanagement of Sanguine inside of that, so they really need to make sure that they get their Sanguine perfect. That would allow them the best opportunity to be able to compete versus Method NA in this dungeon.
That's right, we will be starting it off with Freehold, as we are going to be having a ban coming in for both Motherload and Atal, so pretty par for the course of what we've been expecting here, Dratnos.
Yeah, well, but also Motherload banned by Method NA. Motherload has been a map that I have thought of as a Method NA strong point. I think it is also a pretty strong ethical dungeon historically, although this was one of their worst looking maps this weekend where they had 16 deaths in a match against Complexity Limit, where this is the map that they lost. So a surprising ban for multiple reasons coming out of Method NA. Ethical banning Ataldazar means that we still haven't seen this all weekend. Our last chance is going to be in the Tiebreaker series, actually, between Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad.
Ooh, that's right. They do have that scheduled for them, so we'll see if they've been practicing. We'll see if they're going to be ready to pull it out. But first, we've got Freehold, and at this point, I think, what was the last time that we had out of Method NA? It was
Very quick.
11-23 was it versus Ethical earlier. And this is the dungeon we were also talking about, Zyro, that it was like Ethical didn't play badly, just Method NA being Method NA.
Yep, I mean, that's just kind of the norm right now for the North American region. Method NA is just kind of on that next level. The only time they've ever dropped a map is when they've made such a large mistake that the other team was just somehow close enough behind to take advantage of it. And I think we're going to see similar things here. It's really going to be all eyes on Method NA. If they pull off their strategy, they're just going to win. That's how good they are right now.
All right, well, let's see how this game matches up as they're getting it together in Freehold for game number 1.
Interestingly enough, so Lighty gets that life cocoon while he's grouping up those mobs, while Skylark, definitely a little bit more aggressive of an approach, runs ahead even before his team, and then doesn't even tank them at all. He immediately just jumps up there. Chompy goes down though. The battle res is coming out. Skylark pops that lingering psychic shell. Chompy ends up accepting the battle res. Skylark needs to get an immense amount of healing right now before he gets so far into Sanguine that it's impossible to get him out.
It is going to be the life cocoon, though, that does provide that for Skylark. He's still in quite a lot of danger, though, as Method and A are already done with that pull, and onto Skycap and Crag. Ethical, though, look at that. Oh, that is not what you want to see. So what has caused this problem for them after this has started to go wrong is that players are standing between the Sanguine, like there's Sanguine between them and Skylark, and so when the Enforcers toss Skylark at those other players, then everything paths through that Sanguine. And that is what has caused some of the Sanguine healing woes here on the side of Ethical that are going to lead to them engaging this boss dramatically behind when Method and A was able to do it, but Yoda goes down.
Did he get hit by Sharkbait into Sanguine and died?
I believe that
he talks all that trash about me getting hit by Sharkbait?
He may have indeed pulled a Tettles there.
That is definitely pulling a Tettles. I have died to that bird an extraordinary amount of times, and it kind of tilts me at this point.
Yeah, I think they're going to get Poop and Melee again here. Yes, they will. And the entire strategy here for Method NA is going to have to be adjusted on the fly. They're doing a good job of avoiding this being too bad, but that is going to cost them their battle res and allow Ethical to really catch back up here a little bit.
How do you feel about Yoda and Arrow being on those hunters? So Nagura and I were talking about it, and we suspected that it came down to the fact that both of those were the rogue players for their teams, so they're very aware of how to do the rogue job.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think that also, like, Shakib DK and Lip DK are not necessarily mains of those two, but they are, like, second most played specs.
Okay.
Whereas Yoda, I would say, is, like, you know, rogue, DH, and then hunter.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. I feel like Lip would... I feel like Lip and Ere would be more likely to play hunter.
Yeah, I mean, they both do, of course, play hunter and DK.
True.
It is definitely an interesting decision, you know, when you have the kind of who is going to multi-class in this map to what. Both these teams could certainly field this composition with any of their DPS players playing either of these classes. Shape, though, down on the side of Ethical.
Yeah, both of these teams have a large repertoire of characters that they can play. Like, just all of these guys are immensely good at multi-classing, so... definitely kudos to them for being able to pick it up so quickly. Method NA and Lighty is positioning to be able to do just the most insane pull that we've ever seen. Like, we watch it every single time, and I just still do not understand how they are able to pull this off.
Yeah, this thing has taken Lighty to 1% of his health last time. It almost killed them the time before. Let's see how it goes this time. Everything's looking okay so far. Rally overlapped with some defenses from Lighty, but Shield Wall remains available here. There it is, used right now. Once that Shield Wall expires, Lighty is going to be in danger, and this pack is not all dying yet, but you can see Shakib ascending the damage meters there, blowing all the cooldowns at once. Look at that. That is flawless execution from Method NA. Great job by the Death Knights, saving their cooldowns until the end of the pull rather than the start, because if you use it at the end, then you get that huge benefit of that Sanguine Grace period. Everything is dying within that time.
Yep, alright, so now Ethical, they did give a little bit more focused damage to that Crusher. There's going to be a full health Buccaneer, I believe, that is getting stuck out in the very back, but Ethical should be able to pull that Buccaneer and Scrapper into Jolly and Raoul, whereas Method NA has already started on Jolly and Raoul and had them down to 70%.
Yeah, just look at that. Look at the difference in what's happened with Sanguine here. For Ethical, there's a long trail of Sanguine where they were kiting. For Method NA, there are like 20 stacks of Sanguine on a pixel of each other. Great work from them, and great discipline and knowledge from the Death Knights to save their damage cooldowns for the end of the pull.
I think it comes down to when Yoda and Arrow both get back from doing their pig RP, because Arrow is getting back like 10 seconds later than when Yoda is getting back, which it looks like it shouldn't make that much of a difference, but whenever it comes down to, oh my goodness, the whole entire
Method and A, 4 of them getting hit by that swirling saber. That is a rough thing to have happen. Yeah, they did. I mean, it was worth. You got to stand in the haste buff. They're going to get through here. 57% on the trash count for both teams. Method and A about half a boss ahead here, but it is only a fortified setting. Half a boss will not be enough to mean there's a victory if something goes wrong here. And you can see Yoda already has made it here and is already... Oh, player's getting yoinked back out of there from that harpooner. Already doing that pig RP, though.
Yeah, so you can actually put that pig as your focus, and then you can bound with interact with mouse over, and you can just like hover over the pig focus and just like spam the button that you have bound to interact with mouse over, and you can complete the pig immediately. It's insanely good for dealing with this.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here of managing all of these different components. Let's see now. This is going to be one of the few remaining operative moments of the dungeon. There goes the Ring of Peace. Everything getting separated. Ludwig von Tortollen, though, is healing to full, and J.B is reverse healing to dead.
JB is dead. They don't have a battle res.
Well, and he could release now because they're not in boss combat.
But he can't get back.
He can't make it back to the ring because he'll get food thrown at him once he gets close to the ring, but not within it.
So,
as we've seen claim lives in other teams before, and it looks like the strategy is going to be J.B's got to wait. He's got to wait for this pull to be over, and then he'll be able to release and run back.
So we do know that Yoda is running that. I think he's running that healing. Okay, no, he's not running the healing ring. He was running that somewhere else. I think they were playing that maybe in Motherload. Whenever somebody was kiting obelisks.
Yeah, that was a Method EU thing. We saw Ramping playing that in Freehold as well.
Yeah.
But we have not seen it out of Method and A except for when... I'm not sure we've ever seen it out of Method and A.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is
Light is
definitely...
looking like he's okay, though, health-wise. Just the Spirit Mend and his own general
Yeah, he's got to be careful, though, because if you watch that Grievous, it's just going to start ticking up on him.
Oh, that's true. He is stuck in a 4-stack of Grievous. Ludwig is 15% HP, though, but... JB just
releasing. Has to be careful, though, to not get near the Ring of Booty while this is still active.
Yeah, no.
I mean, you need to release eventually, because you need to avoid having the... But, because you need to run back eventually anyway. You don't have a battle res. So he is going to get back now. Good job by J.B. I mean, he could have released earlier, but he would have just had to wait anyways. It was either wait while dead or wait at the start of the dungeon. He's back now with his friends.
Yeah, Ethical on the right-hand side of your screen is now going to be down in Ludwig here momentarily. But even then, even with that blunder there, Method and A did such a good job of being able to recover that they're still in the lead.
Yeah, Method and A, they're in the lead, but by a much smaller amount now. If something else like that happens, they will be behind Ethical for sure. As Ethical getting ready to do this same pull that Method and A has just started. Method and A carefully dragging everything into the Ring of Booty here. And they will be pulling Trothak with all of this.
Oh, Ethical does a bigger pull here, by the way. I think.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure Skylark grabs the patrol, even if it's at the bottom of his pat. That's why you saw him take so long to be able to grab all that stuff, because he has to Lightfoot and just group up everything.
All right, Method and A, pretty good job here. Trothak not getting Sanguine healed. That is the most important thing. Anything else gets a couple ticks, that's fine. Trothak gets a couple ticks, that is a serious time penalty. Ethical doing the same thing now with some slightly more mobs. That will lead to slightly more Death Knight DPS on the side of Ethical. And you can see those two DKs ascending on the meters there. Ring of Peace comes out.
Ring.
Great positioning on that ring by Chompy. And that is exactly what you like to see. And they have blown up all that trash. 91% now against Method and A.
4% enemy forces count.
Well, they were actually behind by 2% as well before the pull.
6
so 6% better on the pull there for Ethical. And they are... pretty close here. So does that mean that they don't need to do that second Ravager pull?
No. Okay, so 91% is not, you don't need to do the second Ravager pull. The first Ravager pull gives you 10%.
Okay, so yeah, whereas Method and A needs to go and tag the back Ravager pull in Harlan's platform.
Method and A does have 3 yellows that are with them right now, so do they still need to tag the back Ravager pack?
Let's find out.
Whitey
89,
is getting really
90.
low from a shark right now.
Those sharks are pretty nasty.
Monka S point right shark.
Lip getting oh my goodness. He's gonna be alright.
Okay, so 90%. So I don't think Method and A also needs it, because that Ravager pack is 10%.
Yeah, so we'll see now. Method and A kills Trothak 17% ahead of where Ethical is. Both teams with 2 deaths on the scoreboard, so the death differential will not be impacting this game unless something further happens. Method and A making their way over here. It's all going to be about the execution of this last boss platform. Method and A, right now, if they do it perfectly, they're going to win. But if they make a mistake, they will open it up to perfect play from Ethical, taking the series from them, or taking the game from them.
All right, so Method and A
now.
has to wait for that command or that officer to get in a better position since they don't have a distract from a rogue.
And the officer patrol should be the same between these two teams, right? That's on a global timer, I think. So that is going to be something that will help out Ethical because they are not going to have to do that same wait when they get there.
Did you see how they did this? So Shakib gripped one of the mobs. I assume it was probably the oarsman right on top of the other pack, and then Yoda drops his binding on the far 3 to be able to keep them grouped up so that they had no problems with their painful motivation cast. Where if you look at Ethical is having problems because they didn't do it the same way. That's going to be a full health Buccaneer and a full
they have
health.
to. I think what they've done here is they've interrupted one Ravager, and they will now be killing these ones with the second Ravager's cast. But you're right, that is nowhere near as efficient. What is Ethical doing now, Tuttles?
They're going to meld.
Okay,
This is not great.
All right, this does make sense. Yeah, so that second painful motivation cast is going to go through now. They're at 100% trash count. They need to get the Shadow Meld off, and they do manage to do it successfully. Meanwhile, Method and A have started Harlan Tweet. J.B is on his kite path. Ethical will be doing the exact same strategy here. Skylark, though, needs to get to full health. Of course, his health is something that they do need to be careful of in this Grievous environment. If he were to pull this boss with 80% health, that could easily mean that he would die rather than pulling at 100% health without that Grievous starting on him. And there's no way, I don't think, for Ethical to make up this damage difference here without something going wrong for Method and A.
Absolutely.
At this point, all eyes are on Method and A. Will they be able to kill this boss with that kiting strategy being executed by J.B? Really the most important spot for them. Somehow an Iron-Tide
Where did this
Buccaneer has
Buccaneer
joined
come
the
from?
party. Excuse me? What is that thing doing there? That could be a
Did
problem
JB
as well.
pull it and it gets snapped by healing threat?
Maybe. That's certainly one possibility. JB now doing his kiting path here. They gotta watch out for Harlan, because if Harlan gets healed up by that Sanguine, that will also be an opportunity for Ethical to get back in here. And Lip and Shakib are in Grievous as well. They do have Death Strikes. JB getting
Corruption slow.
Corruption slowed by the dot component of the Cannon Barrage. Lip getting fairly low on health here. Ethical catching up here in damage as well. If Lip goes down, that will be another 5 seconds assessed against Method NA. He does have Death Strikes. He does have Spirit Mends. But Lighty is also in Grievous here and ticking down. Harlan, though, taking double damage now below 30% health. They just have to hold on a little bit longer here.
One death strike, one death strike.
If they can survive for a little bit, J.B, I think they're going to do it here. Yeah, they're going to be okay. This was very close, though. Method NA taking this. Game 1, not a perfect run, but it is going to be just enough to take down Ethical.
Yeah, not a perfect run on either side, really, but Method NA still keeping their dominance in Freehold as they take game number 1 there. You just can't beat them here, Zyro.
Even when they make these tiny mistakes, they're just so good at mitigating the problems, right? Mitigating the damage that the mistakes make. Even at the end there, even though it looks scary, even with the 4 stacks of Grievous on everyone, the Death Strikes weren't coming out. They knew they were fine, and on top of that, they have to be careful with their healing so that they don't accidentally rip aggro on one of those Kited Awakened mobs as well, right? Even that little change at the end there with the Corruption Slow, usually we'll see JB in previous weeks kite around the Council of Captains room instead of doing what he did. Because he had the Corruption Slow, he said, you know what, no, I'm going to transcend right now, and we're going to just go back around the circuit again. Just opting for the safe play there. Interesting to see just that on-the-fly choice from him as well. These guys are so good at just coming up with ways to stay alive on the fly. It's hard to deal with that.
It is, and it goes to just how much they've been able to optimize and even just learn from other people as well, Titles, for that kiting path and know here's the other pitfalls and here's what's wiped other teams in the past.
In addition to that, ripping healing aggro is something like ripping healing threat and making those awakened mobs snap back to like the group is something that we've seen happen a couple of times. So just the presence of mind to know when they should be healing versus when they're not safe to heal is just lights out for Method NA. Ethical put up a pretty good performance in of their own, though.
That's the thing is, Ethical put up a really big fight here, Zyro, throughout the game. Let's see what you got for us.
Yeah, and I think the story of this game was just all in the healers, right? Yeah, there were a couple deaths from the DPS players, but the real important deaths came out of the healers. Chompy going down in that first pack, making it so his team had to kite it out, didn't have the way of the Crane healing and damage, just really unfortunate timing from them there. But then JB trading it right back when they're on Ludwig von Tortolan, and I heard you guys talking about it as well, with no battle res there, and no way to release because you'll get food thrown at you. They just kind of had to find a way to deal with that mob by single targeting it down. They couldn't even afford to pull extra trash on top of it, because if their tank gets into Grievous, if their DPS get into Grievous, they're going to be in danger. So they lost a lot of time giving it right back there. But I think the really important thing is the fact that both of these healers were able to kind of suck it up, get back into it, and not tilt, and go on to pull off that kiting as well after making mistakes. It just kind of shows the mental fortitude these teams have to be at the top level of play, even after making pretty crushing mistakes like that.
Indeed, and, that's going to be one thing we're looking at as we start angling towards Junkyard as our next dungeon here, Dratnos. What kind of mistakes are being made by the players, and what can be done to make up for it if there are any errors?
Yeah, Junkyard is a volatile dungeon. We've seen a lot of teams make big mistakes in here. One team we have not seen do that is Method NA, though. I don't think we've also seen it be too bad from the side of Ethical either, although their run against Limit in the tournament was quite a bit slower than their time trial run. So their time trial, 13-minute run, their run against Limit, 15 minutes. Method NA, meanwhile, were able to get within 20 seconds of their time trial run in this raging Junkyard environment, which is very, very scary. A lot can potentially go wrong in here. We will get to see just how practiced these two teams are in here. I'm expecting clean runs from both teams, despite how dangerous and challenging this dungeon is.
That's right, and, I'm with you on the cleanliness of what our expectations are, because at this point, Tettles, we've seen so many dungeons from both of these teams, and even though Ethical has usually not had the better side of their matchups, they have put up such close fights that they're always in striking distance if Method NA blinks.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they've had a full wipe this whole weekend.
Yeah.
They are a very good team, and they would be able to capitalize on Method NA making any mistakes. And if it were to happen in a dungeon, it would probably be the Yard, because we have seen very many wipes out of Raging Junkyard over the course of this MDI.
I want to talk as well about how difficult this particular map pool is for Ethical to face up against against Method NA, right? I misspoke, but there are members of the guild on that team, so you know what? Same thing anyways. Motherload.
His obligations.
Motherload, man, we've seen Method NA have ridiculous times in Motherload. That's probably the worst dungeon for Method NA, so of course they're going to bet on that themselves. Freehold, we know how ridiculous Method NA is at Freehold. 0 death runs all the time, super clean for them. Junkyard, first 0 death run earlier today of all year through these 6 weeks. Talazar, we don't know what Method NA has planned, but because we saw what Method EU pulled off last week, you don't want to see what they have planned there, so Ethical banned that out. And then of course, the Sub 18 Toronto the Storm earlier today. This is just, there's such a ridiculous team to try to match up and plan for maps against that you're kind of going to lose regardless of what you pick.
Ethical was probably hoping that they could see a Siege of Boralus or Toldagor in the finals, because that would help them out in terms of just map pooling and forcing out bans, because at least they would have at least be on even footing in those couple of maps. But without seeing either of those, yeah, I feel like they're at a disadvantage come all of the maps in the series.
It's so interesting as well.
Very interesting that we're going to be getting into game. Take it away, Dranos.
Absolutely. I was just going to mention that Motherload was banned by different teams the 2 times these teams have played earlier today, which is kind of an interesting place to be in. But we are going to start off with this Junkyard. And we got both teams on the same mirrored composition here that we've seen a lot of teams go with here. Double Death Knight, playing that Demon Hunter in Junkyard in particular, has been a common thing to see, as they have that unparalleled ability to make use of those shock bots. And they bring that magic damage amplifier for not just there, but for everybody else's shockbots too.
Did Skylar grab a shock bar? Or did he grab a welding?
There's a welding there.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought he grabbed, and I thought that somebody else walked up and grabbed the shock. Hey, whatever. If somebody else is grabbing the shock that's in that area, it makes sense for him to grab the welding. Method NA has already dealt with their first pull. We know that they bloodlust this first pull because they need bloodlust immediately.
Ethical, though, has gotten a grasping hex going off there. You can see the entire team rooted there. Does manage to escape. Way the Crane actually, I think, making Chompy immune to that as well. Airy taking a huge hit, but look at how quickly Chompy's Way the Crane just heals everybody here. Everybody's just getting ticked down to 20% and then ticks back up to 100%.
Walls coming out from Skylark. Goblin Mac is at 85%. Here comes the charge smash. Everybody getting knocked back. Chompy dipping out of that charge smash right as it goes through because he was at 50% health, so good presence of mind of him. That is the Bloodlust out of Ethical, and they're going to be able to finish off this trash pack here in just a minute, but there's still a Raging Scrapbot and a Raging Trash Tosser.
Yeah, Raging Scrapbot choosing to cast the self-destruct there. Whew, they do a good job of avoiding that.
Okay.
And Ethical here, on pace with Method and A. Despite the fact that they pulled onto the first boss rather than as two separate pulls, somehow Method and A, though, has caught up at Yoda, though. 1% HP.
Whew. So the way that the reason that they are behind-ish is because they spent the time to be able to grab the shock bots. In an MDI scenario, the shock bots are only going to be like 10 to 15 to potentially 20% of your damage if you're playing that Demon Hunter, but more in the 10 to 15% range, especially if you're playing that Unholy Death Knight. So it may not be worth spending the time to go and grab those for AoE purposes solely. For single target damage purposes, Shockbot, like, unmatched, but for AoE purposes, it's not the best thing because it only hits 3 targets.
Yeah, it hits 3 targets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
huge damage, though, to the priority targets. Although, despite that, Method and A here, ahead now in terms of both trash count and the boss's health. Although these two bullies have been pulled in late by Ethical, the two that start by where Goblin Max spawned. That is going to let them catch back up on trash count. Method and A opting to just leave them be. Whew.
Dude, Chompy hit 300k HPS.
Yeah, he was just wilding out there. Every single global, he was, lay on handsing the whole group.
That is a scary pull. The ability for Ethical to be able to pull that off, just kudos to them. So now Method and A and Ethical are both down. Goblin Mac, Method and A having a slight advantage there. They are making their way into the Trixie and Nano area, hugging the right-hand side as to not pull those reinforced scrap bots, walking around the back end of the Trixie Nano area. Whitey walked to the left side. He is grouping up a bunch of trash, presumably, and grabbing Trixie and Nano, pulling them all the way back here to allow them to not run away on their casts. This is a really, really good technique that we've seen out of teams this not only this weekend, but last weekend as well. You see that shockwave come through to try to get stuff grouped up. There are the Bork Scrap Hounds in here. Very dangerous mobs. Need to also interrupt the mechanics repair. Get those blasters dead as well. Everything here is deadly. I don't think I need to say anything more.
Yeah, as we've seen villains demonstrate, every single mob in this pull can wipe you. And villains managed to show us that 4 different times. Method and A, though, have managed to avoid those pitfalls. Ethical, going to be attempting the same thing here. This is such a dangerous pull, though.
So Trixie ran away. And so Trixie will run away if she's actually in line of sight of any of the spots that... there's like 3 or 4 spots around the room that she can do her little electric slide and run on over to. Her jump start, I guess, is the ability name. So if she's in line of sight of any of those jump start locations, then she will just leave the arena and go to those jump start locations. That's why
she was... the electric slide, yeah. That you're talking, the one where she goes up in the air and has the electricity underneath her.
Yeah. I like the electric slide naming it, but it's called jump start.
I'm willing to put my money on electric slide being the name of that one. Jump start there is, I think that's when she empowers Nano. And there we go. They're going to be killing off these 2 mobs. Both teams actually somehow Ethical have caught up here. Look at this. The boss health is pretty much the same. They're still going to be a little bit behind here, but not by much. They were 12 seconds behind Method and A, as you can see at the bottom of your screen, when the first boss went down. Their boss 2 split is going to be identical, if I had to guess here. Whoa, a little bit, 1 second faster, actually, by Ethical. And we are on now to the 3rd boss room, Gunker.
All right, so now Ethical is walking around the back area towards the Gunker route where Method and A went out the front. I don't know about where they're running.
Oh, look, we actually, wow, our spectators can see the stealth.
Is that a weaponized crawler?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Tettles. That
can't
that
be
is, I
pulled
believe,
intentionally, right?
I believe that is a surprise weaponized crawler. Yes, those are. I think that's an oopsie when that one gets pulled.
Well,
There's no way that this is part of the plan, right?
there's a very low chance that was pulled intentionally, and thus now that gives Ethical a little bit of breathing room. They are 10% enemy forces count behind, but they are in a better position on the map currently. I don't believe that they're 10% enemy forces count better position on the map.
Well, if they can do it all in one big pull at the end of the dungeon, it kind of it could
doesn't
be.
matter, I guess, right?
Yeah, it depends on if they are a pull behind or not. And that is what they will have to answer with the rest of their pathing here. Yeah. Method and A, though, getting into this same kind of big pull action that we're seeing coming out of Ethical. Wow, great execution from Ethical as all of this just melts. Let's see how Method and A does on the same pull. Players kind of... This is an unfortunate confluence of events here.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. Okay. Lip did not actually get... Oh, Lip is going to die. Lip is dead. Okay. He didn't get dispelled by the revival, so he had 2 stacks of the dot on him, and he AMS just a millisecond too late because the Toxic Monstrosities didn't get grouped up quick enough. They're trying to pull all 3 at once, though, which is twice the pull that we saw from Ethical.
Yeah, Method and A yelling. Oh, J.B.
This is
yoinks
so bad.
through an existing
they're
puddle.
They're dead.
3 stacks on most of the team here. That is going to be the end for Method and A in this pull. And Ethical, a huge opportunity here to capitalize on this mistake. They may have been slightly behind in the dungeon until this point, but now they are definitely ahead. Method and A losing their robots. They're keeping this pull alive. No, they're not. Oh, yes, they are. How?
No, they're not.
Where's Shakib going?
Lip has been gripped in, and now Lip has 3 stacks, and now he's going to die
He's
again.
like, hey, guys, I'm back.
Oh,
what did I miss?
Whitey
getting it as well. A huge healing absorb on him. Does manage to get it dispelled, though, as J.B gets back in range. Dispels that poison. Those Toxic Monstrosities, though, they are large. They are certainly in charge right now, and Method and A, trying to regain control of this dungeon, do manage to take down those Toxic Monstrosities. They've gotten a lot of trash with that pull, but in no universe was that worth.
That would have been worth if they were able to do it cleanly. Triple Toxic Monstrosity is kind of sick.
Yes, it would have been worth, but it was not worth.
Now they have 4 less shock bots because Lighty just got that one.
Yeah, they are... Well, I don't think Shakib actually died on that pull.
Oh, 3 less shock bots.
Shakib somehow is just a liver.
Liver.
That's the term for it.
Big
One
liver.
who lives.
Wait, they didn't get the 3rd toxic... Where's the 3rd Toxic Monstrosity?
It's the little squirt bot takes a little bit of time to run from it. So it's going to take a little while to show up here and then start channeling that water into the middle of Gunker.
Where is it?
That is a great question, Tettles, and one that will hopefully be answered soon. Don't see it on the map
show
here.
up, dude.
All right, there it is.
Okay, so there is a remake policy if the boss doesn't spawn.
It was they killed those monstrosities so far away that the squirt bots just had a long path to travel to get here.
I couldn't see where it was walking. I don't know. Probably because it was so far, it eventually showed up, though. All right, so great news for us. Gunker is about to go down on the side of Ethical, though. Method and A is very far behind.
Yeah, they are now half a boss plus 30 seconds behind where Ethical is at the same trash percentage. So Ethical, they're not actually a wipe ahead here. Somehow Method and A is not a wipe behind after having what was pretty close to a full wipe. I think it's because they've been pulling more quickly, they've been doing the bosses a little bit more quickly, and they were able to salvage that pull, right? They didn't full wipe to it. They kept it going, and they didn't have to go back and pull the monstrosities from 100% again.
That was a good move by Shakib to be able to salvage that pull.
Yeah, that was a great play coming out from Method and A, and that's the thing about Method and A is that one mistake from them does not lead to more. They do a good job of immediately recovering as much as is possible. That 3 monstrosity pull, though, is just so nasty because you're getting just gripped around all over the place, and it can be very difficult to avoid getting gripped through the other ones that are currently casting.
Oh my goodness, Skylark is doing the world's largest pull. Okay, so he grabbed a invisible cat pack. He grabbed the pack that's at the top with the cavalry, the middle patrol cavalry, and then all of the Coil Bearer Island on the right-hand side. And this is just Ethical going for broke.
Ethical throwing everything they have at this game against Method and A. They want this win so badly here. And look at how well this pull is being executed for them. Those cavalry under control. They're going to get to their 100% trash count from this pull entirely. Great work by Ethical executing a big pull here. And that is the kind of pull that you need to be able to do to beat Method and A.
It's beautiful. I love it.
Let's see if Method and A is able to do the same thing here. But yeah, Ethical, great performance from them. They're moving into their last obelisk, and after this one is done, they're going to go into boss here. Tettles, though, it appears they're at 99% count. I think they're going to be going a little bit over count here.
Well, it was either go a little bit over count or segment that last pull into 2 pulls, right?
Yeah, maybe the first pack that was included in it could have been skipped somehow, or maybe just somewhere they pulled something that they're supposed to be skipped accidentally.
An extra grunter or two or something. Now Method and A is running around collecting shock and grease spots.
Yeah, this is not what you like to see here. But it's important to do this. You need those robots, but this is the brutal cost of wiping in the Junkyard, is that run back to go and grab some robots. They will be setting up to try and do a big pull as well, but there is no chance for them unless Ethical wipes here.
It's definitely the walk of shame.
Yeah. Ethical coming out of that Awakened Realm. They will be fighting this last boss here first. It is all about whether or not they can kill this boss. There is an outside chance for Method and A if Ethical fails to 1 phase, but I would not count on Ethical failing anything.
I don't believe that Ethical would fail to 1 phase. Ethical dying to the triple obelisk is far more likely. All of these mobs do a wild amount of tank damage. The wreck plus the Spirit Breaker from Urgroth is just... The crux and the breaking point here is definitely going to be on Skylark. Everybody's standing in that Dark Fury, Chompy popping that way of the crane, making sure that everybody's topped. He's going over 100k HPS right now, just doing a great job of making sure that everybody's topped up. Method and A doing a pulse very similar to what we saw from Ethical, just pulling both of the cavalry packs together with all of the those coil bearers.
I wonder if they're setting up to 4 obelisk here. Based on where they're fighting this, I think that they are just going to be going straight to the boss after this.
Well, so the last time we saw them play this, 3 obelisks. They killed Samrak.
Yeah, I wonder, though, if this is an adjustment to saying, hey, we're behind. It looks like, no, they're making their way now to Samrak's portal here, so they are not going to be attempting to, beat a 2 phase from Ethical.
Look at them. Dude, they made it.
Ethical has killed that, so they just have to do the 1 phase now. If Ethical can do the 1 phase, they will force a game 3, a deciding game 3 in this series here. And Skylark getting yeeted back to the front here.
Okay,
that is not what you want to see.
He's the person who finishes the hack anyways, so that's not great, but okay, so they're going to be able to make it. Let's look at what cooldowns they have available to them. So both Area and Shape have Army. They also both have Unholy Frenzy. They have Apocalypse coming up momentarily. Arrow doesn't really have anything, so he doesn't have his meta, but he does have his Fell Barrage.
Yeah, so, that's the important part. Fell Barrage, Blood of the Enemy, I-Beam, that's enough for the damage from a Demon Hunter for this part. And you can see all of that coming out there. Arrow just blowing up, actually, on the meters here. Wow. This boss is melting on the side of Ethical here. They have 35 seconds from when they finish that hack to kill this thing, and I think that they are not only going to beat this check, they are going to beat this check with 10 seconds to spare.
There it is, Ethical taking the win, not letting Method and A get away with any sort of mistakes as they tie up the series, and they're going to push us here into a Game 3's ironic.
And literally what we were talking about right before this match and during this series, this is how you beat Method and A. You play a good enough strategy to where you can capitalize on the mistakes that they made. And Method and A played probably one of the biggest mistakes you've ever seen them make this entire season. Yeah. With 6 deaths on the board, still not full wiping to the trash pack, but, having to kite it out, spending a lot of time dealing with that. And yeah, Ethical, another 0-death run, the second one all season. Love to see that from them.
That's right, absolutely. Love to see that great gameplay, and, Method and A's tough to beat on this one, so that's just what they're forced into doing, Ethical, just choosing perfection as much as they possibly can muster here, Dranos. Very well played, but it's also going to mean that Shrine of the Storm is going to be sealing it up for us.
Yeah, we're going to be heading back to a rematch, again, of earlier today when Method and A and Ethical played in Shrine of the Storm. In this dungeon, Ethical has not had a death and has played it twice this weekend. Well, they had a death right after the very end, but let's not counting that. Things were looking very, very good for Ethical in this dungeon. They lost, however, to Method and A, who did have 1 death, but 17 minutes 51 seconds was an absurdly impressive time from Method and A in this dungeon. Ethical, though, have shown an ability to improve on their previous times. They had some time. They saw what Method and A did in that series, and they had that one match between Goosy Bad and Villains. They could have used that time to go into Shrine and see if they could yoink that pull that Method and A did that was faster than what Ethical was doing. If they have been able to do that, I think that they will easily be able to compete with Method and A here if they can have a clean run.
That's right, man. End of the day, that's going to be what it's all about. And Zyra, let's just start breaking down that wipe for the side of Method NA, or near wipe.
Yeah, well, the problem with this pull is you're trying to pull 3 Toxic Monstrosities on top of each other. The 2 Toxic Monstrosity pull that we see most teams pull off is more easily doable because of how close proximity they are to each other. So by the time they start casting that consume and start gripping players in, they're kind of stacked on top of each other already, so you can run it at both of them. But the start of this pull, the far Toxic Monstrosity pulls people away from the stack of 2. Things get out of hand. They're not able to burst out their AoE damage as quickly, and Lip goes down. And it turns into this game of tag where once the damage is gone from one of the DKs, you just have to kite it out. Shakib keeps the pull alive just barely by running out of range and just running away from these Toxic Monstrosities while their team comes back. But man, this cost him so much time, and it probably gave me one of my favorite moments in MDI history here is while the teams are running back, we saw Lip come down, jump down from the top of the mountain, tries to elbow drop the Toxic Monstrosities, but instantly gets consumed and dies again. I was actually like laughing for a solid 30 seconds when I saw that. The top rope bit is one of my favorite ones in World of Warcraft. Just jumping on top of mobs is hilarious whenever it happens.
Ethical almost wiped to the mass hex going out at the very beginning of the dungeon, by the way. Like,
oh my goodness.
Like, literally almost full wipe to that.
Hey, that's why it's almost, okay? That's why it's almost. But that reminded me, I was just like, the first time I went in the Junkyard, and I'm like, we can't move. Oh my god, there's a shockwave. And then...
yeah.
And then we all just got mowed down. But thankfully, it didn't happen to them on their side. Now, let's start talking about the Shrine of the Storm. Tyrannical, teaming, quaking. We've seen some... I would say lightning runs relative to Shrine of the Storm. We're talking, 17, 18, 19 minutes here, Dratnos.
Yeah, we have, out of these 2 teams, we've seen Method NA hit 1751, Ethical hit 1940 and with 0 deaths and win against Limit, and then improve that time by 1.5 minutes to 1826, and then lose to that Method NA run of 1751. Now, Method NA's run was not perfect, but it did have some massive pulls in it. That means that there's an opportunity for them to go even faster if they can do it without any deaths. But there's also a huge opportunity for wipes in any of those moments. If things go slightly wrong for them again here, Ethical could win this series if Method NA makes a mistake.
Yes.
Alternatively,
okay. I was going to say, the strategy is definitely better for Method NA and Shrine. Like, how they do the Guardian Elemental plus Runecarver Sorin is minutes, like a minute faster than what Ethical does. But, like Dratnos is saying, it basically, Ethical has to have a deathless run and just hope that Method NA has a mistake.
Or Ethical had to have decided to improve their Shrine during their, 1 hour of practice while Goosy Bad and Villains were playing each other, which it's not impossible for them to have chosen to do that, but it would have been a bold strategy, and yeah, that would have been wild. That would be wild to see.
I bet that, I'm pretty sure they were just sitting there messaging me the whole entire time instead of practicing.
Oh.
Wait, what? Hold on a second here.
Tell us you're so popular.
They definitely were not practicing Shrine of the Storm. So it's going to be the same route.
All right. I wasn't expecting some mass differences in terms of routing for a lot of these guys, but I think Ethicals kind of just have to follow that same formula. They will have that opportunity when we start talking about like global finals, for example, Zyro, to go back, look at strategies from either NA or EU to start kind of comparing. But at the end of the day, they just got to be able to make sure right now, right here, they're able to capitalize on any mistakes.
Oh yeah, and we'll see it live right now in Shrine of the Storm as both teams are prepared to go.
That's right. This is the decider match to see who is going to be our third cup champion. Shrine of the Storm is going on right now.
And right at the start, we know that Method NA pulls more trash at the beginning here. J.B bubbles himself here with the Life Cocoon. I wonder if that was supposed to go on Lighty or not.
I suspect that was supposed to go on him. No. I suspect that that's supposed to go on him. Because he's running so close to Lighty right there, if he gets meleeed, he needs that Life Cocoon to be able to stay alive.
Okay. Wow, Method NA have done that pull rapidly. They're going to pull 6 droplets now. What are they going to do with these droplets? They have a droplets and a Shrine Templar.
The Templar is in the starting area, and for some reason it doesn't snap out of the starting area. I don't really know why. So they always pull this drop. They pulled the droplets with the Templar last time we saw this dungeon from them as well.
Interesting. Whereas Ethical, they are going to be just working on this Awakened enemy after doing slightly less trash in their first pull. I think, though, that Ethical has the slight upper hand here with the way these two very first pulls line up against each other.
So, the big difference and a major time save that Method NA does, look at JB. So JB is actually not in the Nyalotha realm with his teammates. JB is actually off starting Accuseer RP. He's in the room already. He walks over there and melds there and lets his teammates just solo or a 4-man Void Weaver Malthier without him because they don't need him. Whereas Ethical goes all the way into the Accuseer room with the Malthier and then begins the RP. So that's a way that Method NA saves somewhere in the range of 10 to 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Ethical could adopt that part of the strategy, though, pretty easily. They don't need to yoink the whole first pull, but I agree with you that that part of what Method NA does is indeed better.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, and you can see Method NA now doing a snap-on, snap-off strategy here for Voidweaver Malthier to get it to quickly move to the very bottom here. And they will soon be exiting Nyalotha and fighting Acquaseer, though once again, Ethical has pulled the boss first. Big damage coming out from all the members of Ethical. Meanwhile, Lighty going around on the side of Method NA, pulling a bunch of trash right into Aquaser. Bloodlust popped on both sides here. Let's see what these Death Knights can do to all of this trash.
Yeah, Windspeaker Heldus has also grouped up on the side of on both of these teams, just making sure that they're using that lesser swiftness ward to be able to gain haste and damage. Just getting it right underneath Accuseer, very valuable. In addition to that, whenever you do get that undertow cast on you while the Gale Blast is going off, the AoE from Windspeaker Heldust, you need to make sure you meld it. You saw, who was it? I think it was Ere from the side of Ethical. He got that undertow while that AoE was going off, instantly melts. Great usage of that.
Both teams now entering the intermission phase here. 3 Aqualings to be killed by each of them. You see they always kind of start off on one of them, try and remove one from the fight. All of their melee DPS killing that one.
So this is interesting.
Off-tanking one of the other ones.
So this is interesting from Ethical. That Templar, I assume, was in a bad patrol, which is why he was so late to get in. Because if you look, he was at like almost full health whenever Accuseer phased.
Good job by Method NA here, baiting those 2 Aqualings right on top of each other.
Aryan Shape.
Ethical!
Yes. Aryan Shape went down. What happened?
That is
they got
a
hit by the
catastrophe.
Surgery Rush, but how?
That's really, really, really bad news for Ethical. With the route that we already know to be a little bit slower than Method NA's, they needed it to be cleaner, and now they are at the mercy of Method NA here. Method NA, one mistake will be more than enough for Method NA to win, assuming they don't have anything go horribly wrong for them. However, it is Shrine of the Storm. There are still 15 minutes of dungeon ahead of us that can easily wipe a team even as good as Method NA.
If there is a full team wipe, whichever team full wipes is probably going to lose. Basically, full team wipes, there's only a checkpoint at the Lord Stormsong area, and if you wipe on Volzith, you're multi-minutes behind anyways. But the checkpoint at the very beginning of the dungeon, if you get killed and have to run all the way back from the beginning, that is a few minutes run back that you have to trek through.
Yeah, that run back in Shrine of the Storm in particular can be so brutal. Method NA moving on to their very, very big pull now.
Look at this, watch.
This is Runecarver's Sword plus the Guardian Elemental. Massive amount of YOLO coming out from Method NA. 34% was their trash count going into this. Let's see what they can get out of this one. All of the mini-bosses, they say, pulling it all in this courtyard. The entire team is just hanging out in that lesser reinforcing ward, taking those AoE damage hits to the face. Doesn't matter, though, because they have J.B healing and the reinforcing
still
ward.
doing 100k HPS, even
Yeah,
though...
through the reinforcing ward.
That's wild.
It is indeed. They have to be careful here. Quaking coming out. Rough overlap of abilities from Method NA, but they make it look easy as they move into the next reinforcing ward, focusing damage on that Guardian Elemental. Yoda line of sights, a mechanic there of some kind.
Look at, on the side of Ethical, they're doing their more patented slower strategy where it's just all of the slower strategy. Oh yeah, they pulled all of the trash with Runecarver.
Yeah, they're just this strategy is more than many teams can handle. Method NA have somehow added to it with that Guardian Elemental pull. Yeah, and Guardian Elemental is not a mob that messes around either. All right, Method NA, they are waiting for some DK cooldowns here to recover. Both of their DKs pop their cooldowns on that pull. They don't have Unholy Frenzy available. Here we can see Lighty snapping a bunch of enemies here into this pool, and then snapping them back out to the boss fight here. Great job. Great way to make these enemies move in a way that is how you want them to, right? To move them quickly and in a stacked fashion. Cast going out there from Galecaller Faye. 1 stack of the debuff on the entirety of Method and A. And the boss resets at this time. That is not what Method and A wanted to happen.
That's so bad.
That is, in fact, very, very bad news for Method and A. And that is an opening now for Ethical to catch back up in this game. Ethical lost quite a bit of time on the first boss. I think Method and A have lost a comparable amount of time here with that boss resetting.
Holy moly, that's so terrible.
Yeah, though, you gotta be really careful in this room. You know, if you're using the edges of the room, you're a little bit less likely to get hit by tornadoes, right? Because they won't go outside of the boss room. But if you move the bosses themselves outside of their room, they've had enough. They're going home. They're not paid to go outside of this room.
Method and A is still in the lead, though. Like, the amount of mistakes that, like, the mistake that Ethical had on accuracy was way bigger than the boss resetting by Method and A, because Method and A didn't have like a trash pack reset or anything else. It was just that boss. Ethical, on their side, they're pulling the Guardian Elemental, fully tanking that Shipbreaker Storm with that 4-pack, where Method and A are already down to 70% on Tight Sage Council.
Yeah, Method and A certainly still ahead here. Their route was about a minute or so faster than Ethical's, I'd say. And then we saw Ethical make like a 30-minute or 30-second mistake. Method and A made a 30-second mistake. So Method and A still have an advantage here of about a minute. But on the side of Ethical, another death coming out here. That is going to slow them down once more. They will have to res after this. And they have once again widened the gap now by which Method and A leads. Quaking coming out here. This is a dangerous boss with Quaking active. Brother Ironhull and Galecaller Faye. Especially if you're using the strategy of hanging out in the corner. The reason you hang out in the corner here is that all your DPS can avoid taking any damage from those tornadoes up in the spot there. Tank has quite a bit of work to do in this spot, but with Quaking active, all those DPS tightly stacked on each other, you can see having to quickly maneuver when the trigger does happen.
Alrighty, so now Ethical has begun pulling Tide Sage Council here, pulling all of these initiates right on top of them, not doing the Lighty variant with that snapping them into the water, then snapping them all the way up, getting them grouped up quickly, but nevertheless, everything is still getting gripped in. You do see Arrow here popping that Fell Barrage, all of the damage coming out. Arrow gets kind of clipped by a tornado, but does not go down. Method and A on the left-hand side of your screen, sub 30% on Brother Ironhull. Galecaller Faye going to go down here momentarily.
Yeah, Ethical about half a boss fight behind here, assuming they can deal with all this trash, which it looks like they are going to be able to do pretty successfully here. Airy, though, taking quite a bit of damage. And they are pretty safe here. Are they letting Galecaller Faye cast intentionally here? No, both teams actually had some casts go uninterrupted, I believe unintentionally. We did actually see one of the Method teams in the last split had this strategy, I think it was Method EU, where they would just let it cast when it had the buff up instead of getting tornadoes. Just tell their healer to heal through it. Neither team, though, really using that strategy this time. They're just kicking and getting the tornadoes instead.
I don't know.
There's definitely merits to both strategies, yeah.
They hotfix changed those tornadoes to be a little bit more visible in 8.3, so maybe that's the reason that the change occurred, but I don't know, Dratnus. Do you think maybe players are just a little bit better at dealing with this because of the multitude of ways that we've seen like different strategies occur? Like look at the Ethicals. Look at what Ethical is doing right now. They're tanking the boss near the rock, and the whole entire group is up there on top of that rock and just able to have full uptime. To where only Skylark has to deal with the tornadoes. Do you think that is the reason that teams don't let the cast go through now?
Definitely when they're hanging out in this spot, but at the start of the poll, you know, when they've got all that trash in there, I think if they could survive the damage, it would maybe make sense to let some of those casts go off and not have to worry about being zoned by the tornadoes. Method and A, though, they are working on Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos. They'll be killing it and then coming out of the portal. So Ethical and Method and A have another route difference here. Ethical uses Samrak as a skip. Method and A does not like taking the time it takes to run in Nyalotha. They'd rather run while mounted and use their Skystep here. And just get through this whole area and then Shadow Meld instead of doing that Awakened skip.
Alrighty, so now you see that Ring of Peace coming out to create a little bit more separation out of all the mobs. Just doing a really great job of being able to get those mobs kept and contained back in that area. Now this is going to probably be the last super dangerous pull that Method NA has to deal with. It's going to be all 3 packs on the bridge. Of course, they're going to pull those cultists away quick enough to where that whenever they spawn the tentacles will be out of combat with the whole entire group, because basically Method NA just doesn't need the count for them.
Yeah, those tendies do not mess around, and they cause some problems. We saw Method NA wiping in the finals at BlizzCon last year against Method EU as a result of not being able to dodge because you had to stay in melee range with those tendies.
Necrotic, they're like mega dangerous on Necrotic, but like Dratna said, the biggest problem is that you just have to be in melee range permanently. So it's really rough, but Method NA makes a very quick work of that pack. They use both of their Unholy DKs, Unholy Frenzy cooldowns.
Yeah, now it's going to be Yoda's time to shine.
Barrage. Yeah,
here comes the blood of the enemy, the Fel Barrage. 1 million DPS coming out from the DH. Everything goes down, and they are moving into the other side now. On this side of the room, they don't have DH cooldowns, so they're going to use the DH defensive of Darkness instead. And Yoda out healing JB here, coming for JB's healing spot on the roster. Now Shakib is the one actually out at second place on the healing meters. Wow.
Yoda coming for JB's healing spot. Oh, goodness.
Lord Stormsong, the next boss here to be fought by Method NA is Ethical. Just about finished with their skip. So Ethical, 2 pulls behind, maybe?
A pull and a half, probably. They need Method NA to wipe on Volzith.
Yes, that would be the most likely outcome, I think, for... I mean, Method NA wiping anywhere would probably be enough to do it. Wiping on Lord Stormsong would be even more impactful, but it's a lot less likely.
A perplexing move.
Yes, it would.
2 battle
It's way less likely, though.
Can you imagine the circumstances that would have to occur for you to wipe on Lord Stormsong with 2 battle reses available?
I feel like you'd have to have somebody get mind controlled and not broken out.
3 times.
Well, no, if it happens once, then they wipe the rest of the group.
Oh, yeah, mind control, not just like die to the MC and the Lord Stormsong Premium Gamer Jacuzzi. Okay,
exactly. Yes. With Quaking active, though, you can actually... So one strategy that you can do is you can stack on top of somebody when you're mind controlled with a Quaking going out, and that will just break you out basically instantly. Unfortunately, here for Shakib, the Quaking timer right now, it's gonna be quite a while until the next Quake, so he's gonna have to go and do this the old-fashioned way. Comes actually back into the group here, and there's a Quake. Let's see if somebody stands on him. No, he's gonna run out, and now he actually does need to get DPS down. Do manage to break him out of that MC, though.
Not even hard. Yeah, but the Quaking is a really good use. Also, explosive. You can use that as well.
Yeah, you can. That does more damage to the group than just standing on one person for a Quake, but it certainly can be used to break somebody out.
This is a fairly low tank damage boss encounter. I don't feel like... Well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could
if you get the debuff from the boss, you probably could get comboed, but...
AMS coming out from the members of Method NA, and that is good enough to prevent that Ancient Mindbender from going through. Ethical engaging Lord Stormsong, so they are 75% of Lord Stormsong's health behind where Method NA is. Both teams have the same trash ahead of them, but Method NA, we know, does this last boss room faster as well. They pull trash onto the last phase of Volzith, whereas Ethical not able to do that just yet.
Alrighty, now they are swimming through the water. Put on your Shimmer Scale diving suits. They don't have them, but put them on anyways.
Yeah, those are very useful to have on the live keys, not allowed on the tournament realm, unfortunately.
Okay, so we've seen this in the past. Lighty lets his teammates walk onto the platform first, and then he groups up 2 packs of eels, comes out of the water, and then pulls them into Volzith. If one of the eels gets like stuck in the ground, then they could potentially reset Volzith, so it is a very dangerous strategy. But Lighty mitigates that risk by swimming around in the water to try to make sure that all of the eels are not going to be stuck in the rocks.
Ethical nearly having some deaths here on Lord Stormsong. Airy dropping so low, does manage to live though. And yeah, here we go now. This is going to be it. If Method NA can execute this boss fight, they will win our 3rd cup in a row, and they will cement their dominance over this region in a feat that Method EU was unable to do in their region.
Is that
having lost that last cup?
Is that Azerite that drops the war banner?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is.
JP is running Stronger Together, which is your abilities have a chance to plant a banner representing the Alliance race for 10 seconds, granting you and 4 allies 643 of their primary stat or 435 of a secondary stat.
Yeah, we've seen actually those little banners coming down a few times in the MDI. That's the
healer
Azerite
stuff?
trait. Well, the thing about healers is that, you know, your
Say it.
healer traits let you do better stuff, but if you run stronger together, that helps the DPS do better DPS stuff.
Yeah.
And DPS players are just going to make you do that if you're a healer in the MDI. If you're a healer in the MDI, basically anything that could help you is going to be a second priority to whatever can help the DPS you're playing with. That's just how it be.
I think that's how healers are in general, right?
Yeah, it's true. You know, once you are doing enough to keep everybody alive, everything else you're doing is just to optimize DPS. That is the way that
Including
you
doing
improve.
damage yourself. Like, it's not
Yes.
it's not just about like your DPS's DPS all the time.
Right.
It can potentially also be about doing damage yourself.
Yeah, so like we see the Forbidden Obsidian Claw on both of these healers to do damage, especially on this last boss here. That's a huge amount of extra single target that they get to bring from that trinket. But yeah, it's all a trade-off. It's just, you know, once you have enough to keep people alive, which is an interesting question, how much do you need to make that happen? Then everything else you do is to optimize for either your or everybody else's damage, whatever's going to yield the fastest dungeon run. Ethical also pulling onto the boss here. We saw them able to push Volzith a little bit lower than Method and A were the last time.
They'd have been like 75 or so.
77 was the number I saw. Let's see what they can hit this time, though. I think they're going to be able to beat that. Yeah, they will. 76 now, as Volzith continues to drop for them,
75.
casting its grasp.
Yeah, so their one phase should be fairly easy. I didn't think
The problem
Method
is they don't pull trash onto it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't feel like Method NA's one phase was that complicated either.
Oh, JW goes down on the side of Method A.
This is really
Instant
bad.
battle res comes out.
Now they're gonna miss the one phase, the caster curse. Oh no.
And this could be it. This could be Ethical's opportunity to steal here, because now J.B does not have those promises of power. It is restacking up on him, but it is not active right now. And instead of being the top damage dealer of their group right now, he is going to be doing very little damage for the next little while. They are still potentially in range to one phase Volzith. If everybody in their group just keeps doing as much damage as possible, they might still be able to get this
I
here.
don't think they have it.
28% on Volzith. Once that energy bar reaches full health or full energy, he will then do a cast. He may also do some casts beforehand. You might have a little bit of extra time. 19%, but JW goes down again on the side of Method A. They do have another battle res.
Right now.
They get him back up. He comes back up into the fight here. 13%, 10% on the side of Volzith.
Look at Ethical. Look at Ethical, dude.
He's
they
starting to
are
grasp
in
with Sunken
prime
City.
Position.
7%, 6%, not enough for Method and A. They are going back downstairs. And that Denizen is going to reset for Method and A as well. They do not have count. They're going to have to kill that Denizen again and Volzith
health.
once they come out here.
They're
Yeah,
gonna
that
have to
Denizen
kill
is
for full
resetting to full health here. Ethical has the opportunity to steal here, but they still have to go fast as well. They are coming out of this phase. They have to kill this 3-pack, and then they have to one-phase the boss faster than Method and A can come out of their downstairs phase, kill that Denizen, and then kill Volzith. Wow, this is going to be so close, Tettles.
So Volzith's at 6% health, but if you're able to maintain combat, if you're able to maintain combat after Volzith dies, you still maintain that promises a power buff. So they're going to kill Volzith first and foremost, and then they're going to turn their sights on that Sunken Denizen,
I
even
think
though
they're
it'll
just
still
going
be
to pull them
full
both
health.
together as soon as they get out here.
Exactly. They need to pull it immediately so JB doesn't lose that buff. Okay, look at Skylark. Skylark is grabbing all the eels now.
That is going to be the Volzith dead, though, for Method and A. They have to kill this Denizen before Ethical can do the whole boss fight. I'm pretty sure they have the ability to do this.
Oh my goodness.
This is going to be the win for
JB
Method
lost
and
his
A.
buff, but
Wow. This was so close. Method and a sloppy run from them that would have lost to either of Ethical's runs earlier this tournament. But Ethical has even more go wrong, and that is going to make Method and A our third cup champions for the third cup in a row.
Absolutely nail biter on that one. Method NA somehow, some way, always getting a good opportunity to bounce back from any sort of trouble as they do win our third NA Cup in a row. Absolute champions, absolute studs of the Mythic Plus scene just entirely. I'm blown away. Oh my goodness.
These guys, you know what the sad thing is? These guys, they're not going to be happy with this. These
course,
guys, the
man.
way these Method and A guys think is, man, we really blew that dungeon. We got to get back in there and practice. But man, let's just sit back for a second and appreciate the fact that these guys have come from a team that played second fiddle to Method EU almost all of last year, and they've come in this year and just taken over the NA region. These guys have been dominant. They've dropped just only a couple of maps. You can count them on one hand the amount of maps they've dropped, let alone matches. Hasn't dropped a single match all year long so far. These guys are playing great.
Absolutely crazy performance just across the board. And you know, when we start talking about it, Dranos, it always starts coming down to, well, your best bet to beat them is for them to make some kind of mistake.
Yeah, and that actually happened here. That could have happened twice, but Ethical unfortunately had an uncharacteristic mistake of their own. And that was what led to this series going to Method NA. Method NA, though, as Zyra said, they are not going to be happy with the fact that their fate was not in their own hands there. They are not going to be happy with the fact that they would have lost to a clean run from Ethical. And they are going to be practicing and practicing and practicing, and they are going to show up in the global finals even better than this.
That's
Dude.
right, and that's what's lingering on the horizon, right?
Well,
I'm never going to be able to play with Yoda again.
We have some important news that just came in during that final map here. Of course, the match after this would have been a tiebreaker series between Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad to determine who are the 3rd and 4th place seeds coming out of North America for the grand finals later this year. But we've learned that Goosy Bad has opted to forfeit that match, giving them the 4th seed and Complexity Limit the 3rd seed. So we will not have that tiebreaker match.
That's right, no tiebreaker is going to be held. And as we take a look at our bracket, what would have been because Goosy Bad did tie with Complexity Limit, like Zyra said, they opted, instead of playing that tiebreaker match, to get some yip sleep and just take that 4th seed. So they'll have the honor or dishonor, whichever you choose there, Dratnos, to go up against Method EU early on as we look at our global finals.
Yeah, this is a targeted move from Goosy Bad, planning to take out their competition in the first round of the tournament, getting that Method EU matchup that they want. So, looking forward to that out of Goosy Bad in the global finals.
That's right. And again, big congratulations to Method NA for winning their 3rd cup in a row. They're the #1 seed for North America, and we will be seeing them again for our global finals, which will be July 10th through the 12th. So 10, 11, 12. We will be having our global finals, and it'll be great to start seeing NA and EU really matching off together here as we take a look at our standings, with Method NA going to 630 points, Ethical finishing with 450, Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad at 300, and we are seeing One Last Chance with 120, Villains with 90, Fly Me Out with 90. And honestly, BDG, scripted content, Leal, ramping. Congratulations to all our lower seed players for getting in there and earning some points and showing what they're made of, Tuttles.
Absolutely. I feel like just this whole entire season, like even the top 8 out of both regions, the American region and the EU and Asian region, they all looked very strong. And I am very excited to see what LAN has in store for us. Big congratulations to all of those who participated, but even bigger shout outs to those who made top 4 out of both of their regions.
That's right, because it's not an easy thing to do, and the type of dedication, talk about the amount of practice that you had just for the Keystone Masters tournament as well, Dratnos, much less MDI.
Yeah, it is not an easy task to compete in this tournament at the level that these guys do it. And the fact that Method NA was able to get this outcome, and really all the teams on that scoreboard were able to achieve what they did, is a big reward for that time that they did invest here. So again, a huge congratulations to all of those who chose to compete in this tournament, and thank you to them for the great games that we've had the pleasure of watching.
Definitely, as we take a look, we have our seeding, we have our bracket for our global finals. Like I said, July 10th through the 12th, we will be having this go underway, as Method EU and Goosy Bad will be first. Ethical will be going up against Deplete from Beyond. Very excited to see that matchup. Method NA versus the boys, and Perplexed versus Complexity Limit. So, first opportunity to really get a good idea of where each region has been standing, since we have always, seen and had knowledge, Zyro, of, hey, EU's got some killer teams, but NA has had some really big step-up performances this season.
Yeah, and I mean, interesting decision from Goosy Bad there to just take the L there, because playing against Method EU in the very first match of the global finals is going to be a tall task for them to deal with.
And tall.
I do know tall, and so do you, Jack. But man, that's going to be a rough one. But there are two really interesting series here that I want to look. I think Ethical Deplete from Beyond is going to be a pretty awesome matchup to watch, because Deplete from Beyond has been getting better and better throughout the series, and they're kind of reached their ramped form. And I think once we see with Perplexed versus Complexity Limit, once Complexity Limit has the power of the Complexity Gaming Center behind them, they're going to be at full form for sure.
That's right.
It's the GameStop Performance Center, bro.
Oh my goodness. We could send titles there too. I mean, I'll stick with my guns on that one.
Not arguing.
And once again, be sure to tune in to our global finals this July. And, of course, on the horizon, much, much closer on, we're going to be having the Arena World Championships Dranos happening this Friday.
Yes, we will. Some PvP happening on this very YouTube channel for the next couple weekends, actually. So tune in to watch those players doing battle against each other rather than against these dungeons.
That's right. And maybe we're going to have even more cool trailers as well. Big shout out to iCedit for putting together the trailers for this MDI season titles.
Dude, the trailers look very good. I've seen a lot of people talking about the misrepresentation of comp, but the trailers, don't worry, there may be a Guardian Druid.
Dude,
not in the global finals, but maybe next expansion.
When the Guardian Druid goes down into like the Underrot, he like pops out of his like light form. I was like, yes. I love that, man.
I need more Moonkins. Can Moonkins please come back?
Wait,
please, bro.
We went Moonkinless for the entire season, right?
No.
Yes, we did.
High fives all around.
It has been 6 weeks without a Moonkin. That is a fantastic outcome for us. Yeah.
All right, Zyra, I'm on your right. Okay, ready?
What?
3, 2,
my right?
1. Yeah, high five.
I tried.
3, 2,
I thought we did it.
1, go. Yeah.
Okay, we tried. That felt awful.
Woo!
All right, let's see what that actually did.
I don't want to see.
I will be ready to
look.
watch this.
Oh my goodness.
My right.
Yeah.
Well,
don't worry.
Sure, whatever. Yeah, you know what? It probably looked fine.
Listen, it's not like you have to make a square or something on some other show.
True.
Dennis, you want to make a shape?
I don't know where anybody is relative to me.
So
He doesn't know where he is.
Like, you're to my.
This is going to embarrass us, Tunnels.
Yes, this will
we need
embarrass
to
us.
abort.
Never mind, we gotta do this. All right, get us, Jack. Can you please close the show down?
Oh my goodness.
You got somewhere to be, Tettles?
No,
Tettles got
I'm
somewhere
just
to be.
okay. We're making shapes, man. I don't really know what's happening anymore.
I'm just having a great time hanging out with my friends, and big thank you to everybody for participating in the hashtag MDI screenshots today, showing us your great acts of friendship throughout World of Warcraft. And again, be sure to tune in to the Arena World Championships starting next Saturday, right here on the Warcraft YouTube channel. So be sure to hit the subscribe button and click the bell so that you know when we're going to go live next. Thank you so much for everybody joining us for these 6 weeks of the Mythic Dungeon International. For all of us working at home, for the production team, for the casters, for the crew, the esports department and devs, thank you so much for helping us, kick this off. Couldn't have done it without you guys. We'll see you all on the AWC stream.